Hello and welcome back again. After dedicating the past 3 weeks in a deep research to prepare a series of presentation on ESG largely confined to India. So let us start with the introduction of this series. Looking at the vibrant economy of India, environmental, social and governance criteria have gained increasing relevance in India during the past decade, driven by the rising sustainability challenge, regulatory policy, investor demand and global influence. However, the pace of ESG in India is still developing as it is largely practiced among 100 listed companies only, while the remaining largely grapple in the boardroom amount confusion over the implementation part. This happens due to advent of many international players adopting their framework and reporting system to be the best in the market. Globally, the commitment to the Paris Agreement, UN SDGs and net zero emission have pushed export-driven Indian companies to embedded ESG policy. This forced the Government of India to initiate ESG in India from profit to responsible business, accounting more towards socially responsible behavior. Spirited race against time, India has boldly positioned itself at the forefront of the global ESG movement, transcending the traditional focus on profit to embrace a more holistic approach towards environment, stewardship, social responsibility, and exemplify corporate governance. The journey has been marked by significant milestones, starting with the launch of National Voluntary Guidelines by Ministry of Corporate Affairs in 2009, the embedded of corporate social responsibility with a legal fabric under Clause 135 of the Companies Act of 2013, the alignment of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in 2016, the introduction of National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct in 2009, the integration of GRI standards with SEBI Business Responsibility Reporting Framework by BSE in 2022, and the pioneering of the Balanced Framework for ESG Disclosure Rating and Investing in 2023. This evolution reflects India's unwavering commitment to setting a new benchmark in sustainable and responsible practice. Despite these, wrong myths and confusion still prevails among the industries and ESG professionals regarding the elements to be included in these 3 pillars of ESG. What should be measurable yardstick when industry operations are concerned beyond profit margin, and how they are more responsible could be projected at the stock exchange with the rating agency that has a feeble knowledge regarding the existing law of our country, which are somehow directly or indirectly associated with the ESG operation. Besides, varying methodology for their data collection makes it tedious as well as irrational to check the true performance of ESG in the commercial entity. Though India is lagging when compared globally in the matters of ESG implementation, the market intelligence reveals that definite pathway India is paved with the opportunity to create a corporate ecosystem that not only prosper economically but also contributes to a healthier planet and towards a more equitable society. Thus, taking the lead from this, a series of videos episode is planned to deliver right information as per the existing law and educate the concerned professionals and business entity operating from India. So stay tuned every week at 9 p.m. on Thursday with a new episode on ESG for India, which will be screened on this channel. An appeal is made for all upcoming professionals and interested business entities. Request to subscribe my channel. Hello and welcome back to my channel. Today I will introduce you to one of the most demanding topics related to the rise of ESG in India and an overview. It's noteworthy that this concept made its way to India about a decade after its introduction in 1998 by John L. Kington, co-founder of the business consultant Sustainability. In this presentation, I will discuss how the ESG concept has evolved within the Indian trade and commerce sector since 2009 onward. There is still a lot of confusion surrounding ESG implementation in India since its inception here in 2011. Uncertainty remains regarding the key players driving ESG adoption and how to operationalize it locally. While international ESG framework and rating agency are marketing their Western-centric system here, my focus will be on promoting ESG specifically within the Indian industrial context. My goal is to refer ESG competency domestically across the Confederation of Indian Industry members and relevant government ministry to compete globally. Over this series, I will explore ESG component in Indian context under existing rules and regulation. This incorporates current environmental and social protection with corporate governance ethics for mandatory ESG disclosure. I believe it's important to share my observation and experience in implementing the ESG scheme in India. The intent is to bring clarity to the understanding of ESG in the Indian context. Subsequently, presentation will cover various aspects including the ESG framework, hierarchical setup, functional values, establishment of protocols, challenges of implementations and the integrations of institutions along with the option for certifying professionals and institutions. So stay tuned for an in-depth exploration of ESG and its relevance in Indian landscapes. Based on my experience, I find there has been substantial progress in integrating ESG principle into business operation, as provided from 2011 onwards. Thus, several challenges and problems need to be addressed for the effective implementation of ESG in India. Firstly, there is a substantial lack of awareness and education regarding ESG among business, investors, and the general public. Many companies remain unaware of the potential advantage of ESG integration and struggle to incorporate these principles into their strategies. Secondly, India's regulatory framework for ESG is still evolving. While efforts have been made to establish guidelines for ESG reporting and disclosure, the absence of comprehensive and standardized reporting framework leads to inconsistency and confusion for businesses. Thirdly, the quality of standardization of ESG data in India are often subpar, making it challenging for investors to accurately assess a company's sustainability efforts and make informed investment decisions. Fourthly, the prevalence of short-termism in Indian business driven by pressure to deliver immediate financial results often clash with the long-term perspective required for successful ESG investment. The relentless focus on quarterly earning can hinder the adoption of the sustainable practices. Fifthly, effective stakeholder engagement remains a significant hurdle. Companies struggle to engage transparently and meaningfully with a diversified range of stakeholders, including employees, local communities, and environmental groups. Resource constraints also impeded ESG efforts, especially among the small and medium-sized enterprises that lacks the resource and expertise to implement comprehensive ESG initiative. Gender diversity is a persistent concern with the Indian companies struggling to achieve gender parity at the leadership level, which is a critical aspect of the social in ESG. Lastly, the managing supply chain risk related to ESG is another daunting challenge, particularly for companies with complex supply chain. Ensuring responsible sourcing and ethical supply chain practice required substantial efforts. And the last is enforcement and accountability mechanism related to ESG in India are often weak, leading to limited consequences for non-compliance or unethical practice. Next is addressing economic inequality and poverty. Fundamental aspect of social in ESG proves challenging due to India's significant economic disparity. Another is additionally, while ESG investment products are gaining popularity, some financial institutions in India have yet to fully integrate ESG criteria into their investment decision, restricting capital flow to ESG-friendly companies. India's culture and regional diversity necessitate tailoring the ESG consideration to specific contexts and challenges in different regions. Next is related to the policy inconsistency and changes in the government regulation create uncertainty of business with ESG initiative, highlighting the need for consistency long-term policy. Next is India also grapple with the environmental challenges such as air and water pollution, deforestation and resource depletion, complicating efforts to meet the environmental ESG standard. The looming threat of the climatic change further exacerbates the situation, making it difficult for companies, especially those in high carbon emission sector, to align their practice with the climate-related ESG goals. Another is access to green and sustainable financial options remain limited for many Indian business, hindering their ability to invest in ESG projects and initiatives. Lastly, greenwashing, a practice where companies make false or exaggerated claims about their environmental and social efforts, misleads investors and consumers, eroding the credibility of genuine ESG initiatives. Overall, one can say that India's journey towards the effective ESG integration faces multifaceted challenges that requires concrete efforts from various stakeholders to promote sustainable and responsible business practice in the country. Today's presentation primary objective includes addressing the local industry needs through information, education and communication. Unlock insights that tailor to Indian business on ESG, addressing local challenges and opportunities, demystify ESG complexity, identify key components. The series of forthcoming presentation on ESG also aims to identify and define ESG element and develop an operational plan integrating certified professionals and relevant bodies, empowering program managers and policymakers to drive country-specific ESG investment. The overarching goal is to maintain a balance between the nature, human activities, that is social equality, and business equity, that is governance, ensuring with the holistic approach. One can conclude that the series of presentation will strive for balance in our planet, people and prosperity through nature, social equity and good governance practice in India. Here the set objectives are narrated broadly in the coming series of presentation related to the issue of ESG in India. So please be patient and listen to the series of ESG presentation which will cover various type of topics related to ESG in India. One of the key issue is related to the giving meaningful meaning for environmental, social governance, that is ESG, to be defined for India. Let us take in 1998, John Elkington identified a novel cluster of non-financial consideration that should factor into a company's equity value, encompassing non-commercial aspect related to the environmental, social governance in the commercial entity. Subsequently, in 2006, ESG issues were officially introduced in United Nations Principle for Responsible Investment report, which include the Fresh Field reports and Who Cares Win. This represented a pivotal momentum as it marked the first instance where ESG criteria was integrated into the financial assessment of companies. ESG comprises a comprehensive set of standards utilized by the socially conscious investor. It entails evaluating a company's performance in environmental stewardship, scrutinizing social interaction with the stakeholders, and assessing the effectiveness of governance structure, including the leadership, executive compensation, audit practice, internal control, and the shareholder rights. The factors influencing environmental, social, and governance in India are multifaceted and can be broadly classified into four categories as external factors, internal factors, corporate governance practice, and government initiative. External factors globe events such as environmental disaster and social issues have underscored the impact of business activities on the planet and society, leading to recognition of the significance of ESG factors since the late 20th century. Trade agreement countries like EU often includes environmental and labor standard provision, encouraging Indian companies to adopt ESG practice. The availability of ESG rating agency in India and the pivotal role of industrial bodies like CII in actively promoting the ESG principle and guiding companies in implementing ESG practice cannot be overstated. Furthermore, India's participation in the global trade and investment means that international ESG standard and initiatives such as the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Reporting Framework have significant influence on the Indian business and investing. Another is related to internal factors. Growing environmental awareness about the climate change is increasingly recognized as a major threat in India. Climate risks such as air, water, noise pollution, and social concerns like poverty, inequality, and human rights issues are pressing challenges in India. Consumers and investors are becoming more sensitive to these issues and are seeking companies that contribute positively to society. These challenges are pushing companies to adopt environmentally sustainable practice to mitigate risk and comply with the regulation, leading to public demand for companies to operate sustainable and address environmental issues. Another is related to commercial, that is the corporate governance practice. Change in the board composition, audit process and executive compensation have encouraged companies to enhance their governance standard to align with the ESG principle. The growing interest of domestic and international investors in ESG compliance company has pushed Indian business to prioritize ESG factor for sustainable and social responsible investment, driving companies to improve their ESG performance. Investors, both domestic and international, have shown a growing interest in ESG factor when making investment decisions. This demand has driven companies to improve their ESG practice to attract investment. The upcoming ESG reporting strategy under the stakeholder capitalism approach have created value creation for business using the ESG framework. Overall, unconventional threats from climatic change, environmental challenges, and social awareness together have created the demand of integration of ESG factors into provocative business strategy. Last but not the least is related to the government initiatives. The government has launched several initiatives to promote ESG such as National Action Plan on Climate Change and the Green Energy Mission. Regulators like SEBI have introduced various guidelines and mandates around business responsibility reporting, ESG disclosure and sustainable reporting for the companies. Government policies and regulation play a significant role in shaping ESG practice. India has introduced various policies and regulations related to environmental protection, labor law standard, corporate governance, and sustainable development. These regulations encourages companies to adopt ESG practice and disclose relevant information, thereby boosting ESG adoption. Increasing media coverage of environmental and social issues keep ESG principle in the public eye. These factors together have created a strong momentum of ESG in India, which is still evolving but holds significant potential for shaping a more sustainable and responsible business landscape. To grasp the concept of sustainability, it's essential to understand why it is so crucial. There are three key drivers underscore significance. Firstly, the world's population is growing exponentially. Secondly, there is a finite supply of non-renewable natural resources. Lastly, there is mounting pricing pressure on these non-renewable resources, which will significantly impact sustainable business practice. In simple terms, sustainability means thriving and evolving without depleting the natural resources needed for the future. Different entities define sustainability as per their specific need. The United Nations earlier definition in 1987 emphasized meeting current needs without jeopardizing future generation ability to meet their own. The three-pillar sustainability model comprises environmental sustainability, which underscores the importance of natural resources and biodiversity. Social sustainability focuses on social structure, well-being and harmony, vital aspects affected by poverty, wars and injustice. Economic sustainability highlights the capacity of economic to grow, especially crucial for the finance many sustainable initiatives. These are a set of standards for companies' operations that socially conscious investors use to screen potential investment or what equities or bonds are to be purchased from the company. As per national guidelines on economic and social environmental responsibility of business, sustainability has three main pillars: economic, environmental and social. These three pillars are informally referred to as people, planets and profit. These three principles are interconnected, driven by their core principles, and are increasingly practiced in India. Organizations that embrace all three principles simultaneously contribute to creating a sustainable future with responsibility. Overall, in the broadest sense, sustainability refers to the ability to maintain or support a process continuously over time. In business and policy context, sustainability seeks to prevent the depletion of natural or physical resources so that they will remain available for long term. The outcome is achieved by balancing the social, environmental, and economic impacts of business. It is the process that ensures that business goals are pursued without compromising any of the three elements. Owing to my previous explanation, let us do a comparative analysis of ESG versus SDG versus CSR. The Republic of India, since its independence, had a revolutionary history of industrial development till date. Though it is justifiable with all parameters, remarkable interdependence is found in the approaches associated with ESG, SDG, and CSR. The early movement was on the right-based approach that largely focused on the relation to human rights into consideration and implementation of the development of the industrial growth. A right-based approach develops the capacity of duty bearers to meet their obligations and encourages rights holders to claim their rights. Government have three levels of obligation. First, to respect, protect, and fulfill every right. To respect the right meaning refraining from interfering with the enjoyment of the right. Human rights is a common parameter of both social and welfare approach and largely revolves around the participation, accountability, non-discrimination, and equality, empowerment, and legality. Looking at the growth in business profit margin, the trigger of welfare-based approach for a workforce engaged in the development of entity demand for a better living condition. The welfare approach deals with the issue related to inequality, injustice. The approach grew up as a reaction to the quantitative and model building traditions of 1960. This approach looks at the human being as beneficiary or target of all development activities. The approach argues for higher government expenditure on health, education, social secondary, and amenities. People are not participants in the development but also a passive recipient. However, modern welfare approach is based on the principles of equality of opportunity, equitable distribution of wealth, and public responsibility for those unable to avail themselves of the minimal provision of a good life. Sustainability is a holistic approach that considers ecological, social, and economic dimension, recognizing that all must be considered together to find the lasting prosperity, while the egalitarian belief in or is based on the principle that our people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities, or a person who advocate or support the principles of equality for people. Thus, the concept of business with the responsibility emerges with the total commitment of corporate sector. When these approaches materialize, demands for the people, profit, and the planet become the utmost necessary to evaluate through metrics using 17 sustainable goals with 169 targets and 306 national indicators to be monitored for our country's performance towards the environmental, social, with the governance pattern observed in all commercial entity. Based on my previous discussion, let us explore more about the triangular integration model. The triangular interlinked approach of sustainability play a crucial role for Republic of India, where CSR, SDGs, and ESG parameters have meaningful relation with each other. Based on my over 2-decade experience of working with the environment and social sector, I believe that likewise CSR has evolved into ESG, that is, CSR aims to make a business accountable, ESG criteria make its efforts measurable. ESG provides a data that can be analyzed, showing the true picture of the company's sustainability and then act upon. Further, the management of ESG issue has moved from a niche area that sat in the compliance of CSR department of companies to a core strategic priority embedded throughout the organization. Companies are not only focusing on the sustainability of their ESG and operational process and policy, but are increasingly exploring the positive impact of their product on society and the degree to which these products are directly helping achieve societal objective. While CSR is generally understood as being the way through which a company achieves a balance of economic, environmental, and social imperatives, while at the same time addressing the expectations of the shareholders and stakeholders. These align with the SDGs, which are a collection of 17 interlinked objectives designed to serve as shared blueprint of peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. Now let us look example of CSR activities with SDG under ESG as a triangular interlinked activities of sustainability. For companies with a strong CSR ethos, there seems to be a direct line between all three of these aspects of sustainability. The story you create through CSR is quantified by ESG, where you learn how you can make a real impact on your level of social responsibility and uncover the benchmark from which your strategies to improve. By aligning ESG with the areas highlighted by the UN, you also help your business make its contribution to the SDGs. These are few examples that I encountered during the evaluation of CSR activities for nearly 50 big and small entities that have been evaluated under the classification of 17 Sustainable Development Goals both in urban and rural area, and are further divided owing to the ESG criteria that makes its efforts measurable. Well, such combination helps show the true picture of the company's sustainability and then act upon it. This is a true well-tested example of interlinkage of CSR activities arbitrarily linked with the 17 SDG matrices for doing the impact assessment and later classified under ESG nomenclature. Despite of these shortcomings of ESG in India, let us see how ESG is maturing in India. ESG adoption in India is gaining momentum with the growing regulatory action, disclosure requirement, investor activism, and shifting corporate attitudes. However, ESG integration remains at an evolutionary stage. Regulatory mandate by SEBI are strengthening ESG foundation. The top 1,000 listed entities must file business responsibility and sustainability report based on the ESG parameters like emission, water use, gender policy, and board independence. Climate-related financial disclosure are also being rolled out. Mainstream institutional investors are ramping up engagement through ESG. Assets remain under 5% of total asset under management versus over 30% globally. Active investor advocacy through principles like PRI means principles of responsible investment, knowledge sharing via the Sustainable Stock Exchange platform, and pushes for greater transparency are promising shift. Over 90% of S&P BSE 100 companies now publish sustainability reports, mostly adhering to GRI guidelines. However, standardized non-financial disclosure are yet to become mandatory. Assurance from sustainability data also remain voluntary, unlike financial statements. While larger companies have dedicated ESG teams and projects, smaller firms lag due to limitation of ESG awareness, bandwidth, and financing access. Extensive hand-holding of MSMEs will be crucial for creating an encompassing ESG ecosystem, but even today, ESG is a positive driver for future business in India. Integrated reporting combining financial and ESG parameters is gaining acceptance, led by first movers like Wipro, Hindustan Zinc, and Mahindra Finance. Adoption of global framework indicates maturing outlooks. Innovative instruments like sustainability linked loans, green bond, and ESG focused mutual fund are emerging to channel finance towards green sector. Technology is accelerating ESG propagation through digital tracking tools, big data, artificial intelligence, blockchain-based monitoring, and leveraging social network. In conclusion, India ESG environment is steadily evolving through policy mandates, reporting structures, investor activism, and changing corporate attitude. While limitation persists, positive development on multiple fronts suggest a maturing Indian ESG ecosystem. Lastly, I appeal the viewers to bear with me for continuing my presentation under ESG evaluation from concept to practice. So stay tuned next week on Thursday 9 p.m. and don't forget to subscribe my channel. Till then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome back to another interesting continuing topic on India's ESG evaluation from concept to practice. Today, India encounters challenges in ESG integration. There are substantial opportunities to address these issues and promote sustainable and responsible business practice. As global ESG awareness continues to rise, India can leverage ESG principles to stimulate economic growth, enhance social well-being, and bolster the environmental sustainability. Achieving these requires a collaborative efforts from business, investors, policymakers, and civil society. In this presentation, I will discuss environmental efforts within the ESG framework that are increasingly visible, with India making headway in renewable energy adoption, enhanced waste management, and water conservation practice. Corporates are actively reducing their carbon footprint, aligning with the environmental expectations of global investors. Social actions are equally robust, reflecting a commitment to not just a profit but people. Initiative encompassing improved labor standards, community engagement, and enhanced are taking center stage. The social facet of ESG in India is becoming increasingly sophisticated, with the business investment in the upliftment and well-being of their employees and to the communities outside the business entity. On the governance front, the focus is on the fortifying framework that emphasizes accountability and transparency. India corporates are aligning with the global best practices, instituting robust governance mechanisms that appeal to conscientious investors. Milestones such as the mandatory CSR spending directive and the SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability reports mandate for top listed entities signals India's firm commitment to ESG principles. These regulatory frameworks have provided much needed clarity and direction for ESG reporting. The National Voluntary Guidelines for Business Responsibility criteria play a vital role in assessing companies' future financial performance, considering aspects like return and risk. These guidelines introduce environmental and social protection legislation alongside ethical corporate governance. They also mandate corporate disclosure of environmental, social, and governance information utilizing three distinct approaches: the welfare approach, the right-based approach, and the sustainability approach. Now I will narrate on each issue of ESG in detail. Now first I shall discuss status of ESG investment in India. Environmental, social, and governance criteria have become increasingly important in the corporate world, reflecting a growing awareness of sustainability and ESG investment and business practice have gained significant momentum in India over the last decade, driven by the regulatory policy, investors, and global influence and rising sustainability challenge. However, ESG integration remains a long-term journey for Indian market. On the regulatory front, guidelines by SEBI, business responsibility reporting mandates, sustainability disclosure norms have expanded ESG awareness and disclosure by companies. The top 1,000 listed companies now submit business responsibility and sustainability reports. However, compliance levels vary across small and big firms. Enforcement of standards need further strength. Investor demand for sustainable investment has catalyzed the ESG movement. Assets under management of ESG mutual fund have grown from just 2 in 2014 to over 30, totaling $5 billion in 2021. Leading institutions like LIC, SBI and HDFC have incorporated ESG metrics in their investment framework. However, retail investors and smaller firms lag in ESG adoption. Globally, commitments to the Paris Agreement, UN SDGs and net zero emission have influenced top Indian companies operating in export-driven sectors to embedded ESG policy. However, smaller business oriented towards domestic market remains less proactive. On the environment, the major ESG risk for India includes water stress, air pollution, waste management and over-exploitation of natural resources. Companies are slowly responding through clean energy, recycled materials. On the environment, the major ESG risk for India includes water stress, air pollution, waste management, and over-exploitation of natural resources. Companies are slowly responding through clean energy, recycled materials, water conservation, and greener supply chain. But broader commitment are needed to move the needle. Key social risks like poverty, healthcare access, income inequality, and unemployment requires dedicated corporate action on targets like skill development, fair wages, and diversity. More transparent HR policy, better safety guidelines, and community engagement are gradually expanding. Governance changes also underway through independent boards, improved risk management, and higher transparency. However, issues around the corruption, unethical practice, and lack of accountability persist across various sectors and size of business. Overall, while India has made a considerable progress on ESG, the adoption remains nascent and fragmented. Greater regulatory enforcement, investors' advocacy, proactive leadership by industry's champions, partnership, and capacity building can embed sustainability principles deeply across India and power the country transition towards a just, inclusive, and greener economic trajectory. ESG factors are becoming more important to institutional investors around the world when making investment decisions. Let us see individual efforts being made for each letter of ESG. Thus, today one can summarize ESG investing as a need for the global money that have evolved into a driving force. Indian companies seek foreign investments and access to international capital market are aware of the importance of proving outstanding ESG performance. In this slide, I am just summarizing the tips of iceberg related to environmental efforts of ESG in India. Indian companies have been taking a range of initiatives to address critical sustainability issues, including carbon emission reduction, renewable energy adoption, waste management, and resource conservation. Several Indian companies are transitioning from traditional fossil fuel to cleaner and more sustainable energy source. The example mentioned in the slide, proactive sustainability measures carried out by the Indian business demonstrate a thorough dedication to ecological friendly practice encompassing a wide spectrum of green behavior. To lessen their impact on the environment, they are adopting renewable energy options like solar panel and taking part in carbon offsetting activities like planting trees. Additionally, on the agenda are waste reduction techniques and a focus on resource efficiency, with the business implementing cutting-edge technology to reduce waste production and maximize resource utilization. In India, where business are not only prospering economically but also promoting a greener, healthier world for future generations. These coordinate efforts demonstrate a growing commitment to environmental responsibility and is helping shape a more sustainable corporate landscape. In this slide, I am just taking a few examples of social action under the ESG in India. I am summarizing the efforts made by the Indian companies in the social action for ESG. A company's commitment to moral and sustainable business practices includes initiatives related to corporate social responsibility, community involvement, and labor practice. The highlighted example in the slide from these corporate entities demonstrate a diversified range of corporate social responsibility initiatives, signifies the persistent commitment of the prominent companies in India to tackling crucial social challenges. These companies are not only profit-seeking entities but also active promoters of social improvement, focusing on initiatives that promote positive changes through subsidies program, affordable healthcare, sanitation, hygiene campaigning, sustainable procurement practice, and supporting girls' education. They exhibit a holistic approach to corporate social responsibility that transcends commercial interest and ultimately foster a more equitable and prosperous society. A major social impact could be judged from the top 1,000 listed companies, referring the non-financial performance for judging or linking the ESG score by rating agency. In this slide, I am going to discuss few examples related to governance strategies of ESG in India. Corporate governance in India has undergone significant reforms in recent years. The Company Act 2013 represents a landmark legislative overhaul introducing crucial provisions aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability. Enhancing transparency is a fundamental pillar of corporate governance in India. Regulatory authorities, market force, and investor expectation have driven efforts to improve disclosure and transparency. SEBI listing regulation, for instance, impose stringent disclosure norms on listed companies. Moreover, institutional investors and proxy advisor firms have taken on more active role in engaging with the companies on environmental, social, and governance matters and voting on resolution, thereby advocating for a greater transparency and accountability. The establishment of the National Financial Reporting Authority has bolstered efforts to ensure the quality of financial reporting and auditor independence. Further, the reinforcement transparency in corporate operation. The example narrated in the slide deserves a rising appreciation for the values of varied viewpoint and background in the top leadership in India, which reflects a wider movement towards diversity in India's corporate landscape. Though I had summarized ESG investment, environmental, social, and governance in the actual picture, still there is a mammoth task to explore issues under ESG for these variables and very challenging for India. Owing to research experience, I will be taking each topic separately in my forthcoming series of presentation on ESG. Here I am going to discuss the milestones of ESG in India. It is very difficult to benchmark the origin of ESG in India, but it is believed that socially responsible investing has been over 2 decades. The origin of the term ESG can be traced back to the early 2000s when the investment manager and other stakeholders began to recognize the importance of considering non-financial factors in their decision-making process, tending more towards holistic approach that emphasize the importance of considering a range of environmental, social, and governance factors in investment decision rather than just focusing on a few specific issues. The early seed of ESG refers way back to an array from 2009 to 2012, where in 2008, the India First Sustainability Index, the SP and ESG India Index, was launched to track ESG performance of the top 50 companies, which later in 2009 expanded to 500 companies. In the same year, 2009, in India, voluntary guidelines on corporate social responsibility by Ministry of Corporate Affairs marked the initial push towards the sustainable practice. Later in 2011, the National Voluntary Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs further strengthened the focus on the environmental and the social responsibility. This follows the Security and Exchange Board of India in 2012 made mandate business responsibility reporting for the top 100 listed companies by market capitalism, introducing ESG consideration into financial reporting. India marked the gradual growth of ESG from 2013 when the Companies Act of 2013 mandate the disclosure of energy conservation efforts in annual reports, further integrating environmental aspect into corporate governance. Well, in 2015, BRSR requirement extended to the top 500 listed companies, expanding the scope of ESG reporting. Later in 2017, SEBI issued a guideline for institutions of listing of green debt securities facilitating investment and environmentally responsible projects. One should also note that simultaneously there is a progress of ESG reporting framework in India. The mandatory formalization and real acceleration were marked after 2018 when SEBI constituted a committee on ESG disclosure to recommend a comprehensive framework. A breakthrough came in 2021 the introduction of Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report framework by SEBI, mandating detailed ESG disclosure for the top 1,000 listed companies. This framework aims to promote responsible business practice, encouraging listed companies to integrate sustainability consideration into their strategies and operations, thereby fostering long-term value creation for stakeholders and the broader society. Further, in 2023, strengthening of ESG regulation and framework by SEBI and other government agencies. The GRI standards are globally recognized guidelines for the sustainability reporting introduced in India in 2017 and fully operationalized in 2021 onward. They provided a structured framework for organizations to report on their economic, environmental, and social performance. These standards help companies in India align their reporting with international best practices, enhancing transparency and accountability in areas such as environmental impact, human rights, and corporate governance. These are 8 documents that enhance the ESG activities in India. We will take each document in description in the forthcoming topic under the ESG series of presentation, but will take one of the most important document on the National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business. The National Voluntary Guideline on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business were released by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in India in July 2011. The guidelines are a significant step towards the inclusive development, aiming to develop the corporate sector in their efforts. They were updated in 2015 to capture the key national international development in the development agenda and business responsibility field. The guidelines provided a framework for business to operate responsible, considering economic, social, and environmental aspects. They include principles and core elements guiding on implementation, application of micro, small, and medium enterprises, and a business responsibility reporting framework. The guidelines also provide resource and explanation of terms to aid business in their implementation. The NVG represents a shift from individual charity or philanthropy to corporate social responsibility, corporate citizenship, and responsible business behavior of the commercial entity. In this slide, the National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility of Business released by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs in July 2011 is essentially a set of 9 principles that offers Indian business an understanding and approaches inculcate responsible business conduct. However, taking into account the national and international development in the arena of sustainable business since 2011, the NVG have been updated and released as a national guideline on responsible business conduct in March 2019 to reveal alignment of United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, UN Sustainable Development Goals, Paris Agreement on Climatic Change, etc. The NGB, the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct, provides a framework for companies to grow inclusively and sustainable while addressing the concern of stakeholders. Overall, the guidelines provide a comprehensive framework for responsible business conduct that balances profitable with the ethical value, social development, and environmental stewardship. We will give a brief each principle one by one. Principle 1 largely focuses on the ethical conduct at all levels by developing proper governance structure, practice, procedure with transparent communication. It also a truthful discharging of the responsibility of financial and other mandatory disclosure. This principle cautions not to engage in practices that are abusive, corrupt, and anti-competition, and avoid complicity with the action of any third party that violates any of the principles. Principle 2 assures safety and optimal resource use over the life cycle of the product. It recognizes the right of its consumer through education, product labeling, appropriate and helpful communication, full details of the content, and safe usage of by promoting sustainable consumption. Further, it also ensured that the manufacturing process and technologies are resource efficient and sustainable and recognize and respect intellectual property rights. Besides, it gives much importance to regular review and improve upon the process of new technology development, deployment, and commercialization, incorporating social, ethical, environmental consideration. Further, Principle 3 gives much impetus to respect the right of freedom of the association, participation, collectively bargaining, and accept the proper grievance redressal mechanism, and provides equal opportunity to all caste, creed, gender, religion, race, disability, or it ensures that no child labor, forced labor, or any form of involuntary labor, paid or unpaid, and provides a cognitive of the life balance of employees, especially women, having facilities of their well-being with harassment-free workplace. Besides, it gives importance to safe, hygienic, and human workplace environmental and ensure continuous skill and competence upgradation of all employees. Principle 4 systematically identify their stakeholders, understands their concern, defines the purpose and scope of engagement, and commit to engaging with them. It also acknowledges assumed responsibility and is transparent about the impact of its policy, decision, product and services, and associated operation on the stakeholders. Further, it gives special attention to stakeholders in underdeveloped areas and resolve differences with stakeholders in just, fair, and equitable manner. Principle 5 helps to understand the human right content of the Constitution of India, national law and policies, and the content of the International Bill of Human Rights. It emphasizes integrating respect for human rights in management system through assessing and managing human rights impact of the business operation and not being complicit with the human rights abuse by the third parties. Further, it recognizes and respects all human rights of relevant stakeholders and groups within and beyond the workplace. This principle promotes the awareness and realization of the right across its value chain. While Principle 6 emphasizes utilizing natural and man-made resources optimally and reasonably, taking measures to check and prevent pollution and ensuring that benefits are shared equitably. It gives much importance to the environment by developing an environment management system and contingency plan for continuous improvement of environmental performance and its reporting. Above all, this principle proactively persuaded and supports its value chain for the adoption. Principle 7 emphasizes business conduct while pursuing the policy advocacy and must ensure that their advocacy positions are consistent with the principle and core element contained in these guidelines. It further directs that business should utilize the trade and industry chambers and association and other such collective platform to undertake such policy advocacy. The principle 8 helps to understand their impact on the social and economic development. It innovates and invests in product technology and process that promote the well-being of society and mitigates any negative impact. It also emphasizes making efforts to complement and support the development priorities at local and national level. Further, the principle cautioned that the business operating in underdeveloped regions should be especially sensitive to the local concern. While last is the Principle 9 considered the overall well-being of the customer and that of society. It ensures that they do not restrict the freedom of choice and free competition in any manner, and mandates to disclose all information truthfully and factually through labeling and other means. It also cautioned to promote and advertise their product in a way that do not mislead, confuse the consumer or violate any of the principles in these guidelines. Provide adequate grievances handling mechanism to address customer concern and feedback. It much emphasized to execute due care and caution while providing goods and services that result in the overexploitation of natural resources or lead to excessive conspicuous consumption. Before I concluding, I encourage viewers to categorize 9 business principles with ESG framework. This understanding will facilitate the next presentation on the environmental component of ESG. Do not forget to subscribe my channel. So stay tuned till the next week. Till then, bye-bye. India's commitment to environmental, social, and governance ESG factors has seen significant growth driven by regulatory changes, rising investor awareness, and corporate responsibility. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework, making ESG reporting mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies. This framework is aligned with global standards, emphasizing transparency in environmental and social impacts, corporate governance, and sustainability efforts. India has also set ambitious goals for reducing carbon emissions, including a pledge to reach net zero by 2070 and achieve 500 GW of renewable energy by 2030. These goals have stimulated growth in green finance, with an increase in green bond issuances and supportive policies from the Reserve Bank of India, RBI. While challenges remain, particularly in areas like supply chain transparency and labor rights, India's ESG landscape shows strong potential, especially with ongoing regulatory developments. With sustained efforts, India could further integrate ESG principles across industries, enhancing its global competitiveness in sustainable development. Let us explore the topic in brief. Let us now discuss the origin of ESG in India. The concept of philanthropy in India has deep historical roots in Hindu philosophy, embedded in principles like dan, giving, and seva, service. Ancient texts like the Bhagavad Gita emphasized selfless service and charitable giving as spiritual duties. However, modern corporate philanthropy in India took structured form post-independence, particularly during the 1950s-60s. This period saw industrial families like the Tatas, Birlas, and Godrej establishing charitable trusts and foundations. Initially, these activities were voluntary and often influenced by individual business leaders' personal values rather than structured corporate policies. The informal nature allowed flexibility but lacked standardization and measurable impact assessment, which characterizes modern CSR practices. During the 1970s-80s, there was a surge in environmental awareness globally, driven by concerns about pollution, deforestation, and resource depletion. In India, issues like industrial pollution, soil erosion, and deforestation were becoming evident as industrialization and urbanization expanded. This period saw a growing public understanding of the need to protect natural resources, influenced by worldwide environmental movements such as Earth Day, 1970, and reports like the United Nations Limits to Growth, 1972, which emphasized the finite nature of resources. In response, the Indian government enacted key environmental protection laws to curb pollution and manage resources. The Water, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1974 was among the first, focusing on water pollution control. This was followed by the Air, Prevention and Control of Pollution Act in 1981 and the Comprehensive Environmental Protection Act in 1986, which provided the framework for broader environmental regulation and signified a critical step in institutionalizing environmental protection in India. India's 1991 economic liberalization marked a turning point for businesses as it exposed Indian companies to international markets and global standards, including environmental, social, and governance (ESG) norms. This period of globalization increased competitive pressures and accountability, encouraging companies to align with global sustainability expectations. Indian firms began adopting formal corporate social responsibility (CSR) practices, transitioning from traditional informal philanthropy to structured CSR initiatives aimed at creating social value while ensuring transparency. Over time, this alignment laid the groundwork for India's current ESG framework, driven by regulations like the Companies Act 2013, which mandates CSR activities for certain companies. In the early 2000s, India witnessed a significant shift in its approach to corporate social responsibility (CSR), marked by the formalization of CSR strategies among businesses. This change was accelerated in 2009 when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs issued CSR guidelines, encouraging companies to align their operations with social, environmental, and governance principles. The guidelines urged firms to implement structured CSR programs rather than relying solely on ad hoc charitable activities. This formalization led to an increased focus on building relationships with various stakeholders such as employees, customers, communities, and investors, thereby transforming CSR into a comprehensive, strategic aspect of corporate governance. As companies adopted these practices, they began publishing sustainability reports to transparently showcase their CSR initiatives and achievements. This move not only communicated their commitment to social responsibility, but also allowed them to benchmark their performance against global standards. A key element of this transformation was the alignment with international frameworks like the United Nations Global Compact, UNGC, which laid out universal principles on human rights, labor standards, environmental protection, and anti-corruption. By adopting such global standards, Indian firms not only improved their CSR practices but also enhanced their global competitiveness. This alignment made Indian companies more attractive to international investors and stakeholders who prioritize sustainability and ethical governance in their decision-making. A major milestone in India's corporate social responsibility (CSR) journey came with the enactment of the Companies Act 2013, which mandated that certain companies allocate at least 2% of their net profit to CSR activities. This was a pioneering move, making India the first country to legislate CSR spending at such a scale. The act applied to companies meeting specific criteria such as those with a net worth of Rs 500 crore or more, an annual turnover of Rs 1000 crore, or net profits of Rs 5 crore or more. The Companies Act also introduced a significant governance shift by making CSR committees mandatory at the board level, elevating social responsibility to a strategic business function. These committees are responsible for formulating and overseeing CSR policies and ensuring compliance with the Act. This legislation not only ensured that businesses contribute to societal development, but also heightened their accountability by requiring mandatory disclosure of CSR activities in annual reports. These disclosures promoted transparency, enabling stakeholders, including investors, consumers, and communities, to assess companies' social and environmental impact. The Companies Act of 2013 marked a pivotal shift in how CSR was perceived, moving it from a voluntary or philanthropic activity to a formal and regulated aspect of corporate governance. This increased the credibility of CSR efforts and further encouraged companies to align their practices with global sustainability standards, thereby improving India's corporate sector's transparency and global competitiveness. India has made significant strides in promoting environmental, social, and governance (ESG) practices through a robust regulatory framework, primarily led by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs (MCA) and other key financial institutions like the Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) and the Reserve Bank of India (RBI). In 2019, the MCA introduced the National Guidelines on Responsible Business Conduct (NGRBC), which provides a comprehensive set of principles to guide companies in adopting responsible business practices. These guidelines emphasize ethical business conduct, environmental sustainability, fair treatment of employees, and respect for human rights. They align with India's commitment to sustainable development and are designed to encourage companies to integrate ESG considerations into their core business strategies. In 2021, SEBI introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework, which mandates the disclosure of ESG-related data for the top 1,000 listed companies in India. This reporting framework aims to enhance transparency, improve accountability, and enable investors to assess companies' sustainability performance. The BRSR framework is aligned with global reporting standards and focuses on areas such as governance, environmental impact, social responsibility, and business ethics. The adoption of BRSR aims to make ESG reporting more standardized and comparable, thereby enhancing the credibility of sustainability practices across industries. Additionally, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, has been proactive in promoting ESG integration within the financial sector. In its guidance, the RBI encourages banks to embed ESG factors into their risk management strategies and decision-making processes, recognizing the financial risks posed by environmental and social factors. This helps banks assess the long-term sustainability of their investments and reduce exposure to climate-related and social risks. Together, these regulatory actions represent a strong push towards sustainable business practices in India, positioning the country as a leader in integrating ESG into corporate governance. These initiatives not only encourage responsible business behavior, but also ensure greater accountability and transparency. The Indian government has introduced several initiatives to support environmental, social, and governance (ESG) goals, particularly focusing on renewable energy, sustainable transport, and green hydrogen. In 2015, India launched the National Action Plan on Climate Change (NAPCC) to promote renewable energy. The plan includes ambitious targets for expanding solar and wind energy capacities, with a goal to achieve 175 GWh of renewable energy capacity by 2022, later increased to 500 GWh by 2030. This focus on clean energy is designed to reduce carbon emissions and foster sustainable development. The Solar Park Scheme, the faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, FAME, and incentives for renewable energy infrastructure are key components of this initiative. The Electric Vehicle Policy 2019 further accelerated India's transition to sustainable transport. By promoting the adoption of electric vehicles, EVs, through subsidies, tax benefits, and building a robust EV charging infrastructure, the policy aims to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and lower urban air pollution. The government also set ambitious targets to have electric vehicles comprise 30% of all vehicles on the road by 2030. In 2021, the National Hydrogen Mission was launched to position India as a leader in green hydrogen production. This initiative aims to produce green hydrogen from renewable energy sources, thus providing a sustainable and scalable energy solution. The mission is expected to decarbonize industries like steel and cement and create job opportunities, aligning with India's carbon neutrality ambitions. Together, these government initiatives demonstrate India's commitment to enhancing its ESG performance, driving economic growth while addressing environmental. The announcement of government environmental, social, and governance (ESG) policies prompted a significant shift in corporate ESG strategies, particularly in the areas of board-level oversight, long-term value creation, stakeholder capitalism, and risk management. Boards of directors, now under increased scrutiny, began to prioritize ESG factors in their decision-making processes. Recognizing the importance of sustainable and inclusive growth, boards shifted focus toward long-term value creation rather than short-term financial gains. This strategy aligns with the evolving definition of corporate success, which now includes contributing positively to the environment and society rather than merely generating profit for shareholders. Stakeholder capitalism also gained prominence. Traditionally, businesses were focused primarily on delivering value to shareholders. However, the new ESG policies encourage companies to broaden their scope and consider the interests of other stakeholders such as employees, customers, communities, and the environment. This shift fostered a more inclusive approach to corporate governance, ensuring that organizations take responsibility for their impact on all stakeholders. Moreover, risk management frameworks were revisited. ESG risks, ranging from regulatory changes to environmental disasters and social unrest, became central to the corporate risk management agenda. Boards began to integrate ESG risks into their overall risk strategy, ensuring that long-term sustainability is embedded in the business model. This proactive stance helped mitigate potential reputational, financial, and operational risks associated with ESG issues, ensuring more resilient and responsible business practices. In conclusion, the government's ESG policies catalyzed a strategic transformation within corporations, aligning business goals with broader societal and environmental responsibilities. Once corporate policies and strategies related to environmental, social, and governance (ESG) were established, many companies initially focused on environmental issues, particularly those linked to climate change, as outlined in the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement, which aims to limit global temperature rise to well below 2°C, provided a framework that influenced businesses to align their actions with global climate goals. Corporations recognized the urgency of mitigating climate change, leading them to prioritize reducing greenhouse gas (GHG) emissions as a central element of their ESG strategies. The commitment to the Paris Agreement became a driving force behind corporate climate action, compelling companies to set science-based targets for carbon neutrality and to measure their environmental impacts comprehensively. Renewable energy adoption emerged as a key strategy for achieving these targets, with businesses investing in solar, wind, and other clean energy sources to reduce reliance on fossil fuels. Once renewable energy goals were established, companies could then build a broader corporate climate action strategy. This strategy typically included energy efficiency measures, carbon offset programs, and the implementation of sustainable supply chain practices. The goal was not only to reduce emissions, but also to improve the resilience of operations in the face of climate-related risks. Thus, corporate focus on climate change was initially driven by international commitments like the Paris Agreement, leading to the adoption of renewable energy and the development of robust climate action plans. This laid the foundation for long-term sustainability and contributed to the global transition toward a low-carbon economy. Environmental initiatives focusing on renewable energy, waste management, and water conservation have become integral to corporate sustainability strategies, driven by the need to address global environmental challenges and adhere to evolving regulatory frameworks. 1. Renewable energy. A key priority for many companies is transitioning to renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower. This shift reduces dependency on fossil fuels and significantly cuts greenhouse gas emissions, aligning with climate goals set by the Paris Agreement. Corporates are investing in renewable energy projects, purchasing renewable energy certificates, RECs, or directly sourcing green power to decarbonize their operations. This transition not only mitigates climate change, but also enhances energy security and reduces long-term operational costs. 2. Waste management. Companies are increasingly adopting waste reduction strategies to minimize their environmental footprint. These include reducing, reusing, and recycling materials, as well as adopting circular economy principles, which emphasize keeping resources in use for as long as possible. By managing waste more efficiently, companies are reducing landfill waste, conserving natural resources, and minimizing pollution. Many businesses are also adopting zero-waste initiatives, striving to achieve the goal of diverting 90% or more of their waste from landfills. 3. Water conservation. With growing concerns over water scarcity, companies are focusing on reducing their water consumption and improving water management practices. Initiatives include optimizing water use in manufacturing processes, recycling water, and investing in technologies to reduce water waste. Corporates are also working on replenishing water resources in areas where they operate, often through community-based water projects or partnerships with environmental organizations. Together, these initiatives contribute to a more sustainable future, reduce environmental impact, and create long-term business. After the environmental initiative, the social dimension was largely related to labor rights. First, we discuss the pre-2000 era. Labor laws primarily addressed fundamental workplace rights, with a narrow focus on essential protections. Key elements included establishing minimum wage standards to ensure basic income security and regulating working conditions like safety measures, working hours, and basic facilities. While these laws formed a crucial foundation for worker protection, they largely overlooked broader social dimensions such as gender equality, work-life balance, mental health, diversity inclusion, and professional development. The legislation concentrated on preventing extreme exploitation, rather than promoting comprehensive social welfare or addressing systemic inequalities in the workplace. Now, we shall discuss the 2000-2010 period marked a significant evolution in labor protection standards. Legislation strengthened restrictions on child labor, implementing stricter penalties and monitoring systems. Workplace discrimination laws expanded to cover various forms of bias, including gender, ethnicity, and disability. A notable shift occurred as companies voluntarily adopted social audit practices, recognizing the importance of corporate social responsibility. These audits assessed compliance with labor standards, working conditions, and fair treatment policies. This era represented a transition from basic worker protection to more comprehensive social safeguards and corporate accountability measures. Lastly, we shall discuss the post-2010 era that marked a transformative shift toward a holistic approach to social responsibility in business. Organizations moved beyond basic compliance to embrace comprehensive employee development programs and well-being initiatives. This included mental health support, work-life balance policies, and structured career advancement opportunities. Companies began integrating social factors directly into their core business strategies, recognizing that employee welfare directly impacts organizational success. Investment in skill development became paramount, with emphasis on continuous learning, digital literacy, and future-ready capabilities. This period saw social responsibility evolve from a separate function to an integral part of. Continuing from previous slide, the evolution of corporate social responsibility has witnessed significant transformation in three key areas. First, diversity and inclusion has progressed from basic non-discrimination policies to proactive initiatives. Organizations now implement targeted recruitment strategies, mentorship programs, and leadership development for underrepresented groups. Companies increasingly recognize that diverse perspectives drive innovation and better decision-making. This includes addressing gender pay gaps, promoting inclusive workplace cultures, and establishing employee resource groups, ERGs, to support various demographic communities. Second, employee welfare has expanded beyond traditional benefits to encompass holistic well-being. Modern programs include mental health support, flexible working arrangements, and comprehensive healthcare coverage. Companies are investing in professional development through upskilling programs, educational assistance, and career advancement opportunities. Work-life balance initiatives, parental leave policies, and wellness programs have become standard practices, reflecting a deeper understanding of employee needs. Third, community development has evolved from charitable donations to strategic social investment. Organizations now engage in long-term partnerships with local communities, focusing on sustainable development initiatives. This includes skill development programs for local youth, support for local businesses, and environmental conservation projects. Companies increasingly align their community initiatives with their core competencies, creating shared value for both business and society. The integration of these three dimensions reflects a mature understanding that business success is intrinsically linked to social progress. Organizations now recognize that sustainable growth requires balancing profit objectives with social responsibility, leading to more meaningful and impactful initiatives across all three areas. After discussing the environmental and social parameters in ESG, now we shall explore the governance component in the different periods. First is traditional family-owned businesses, pre-1990s. Family-owned businesses were characterized by centralized control and decision-making concentrated among family members. Governance structures were informal, with limited distinction between ownership and management. Business decisions often prioritized family interests, with minimal external accountability and transparency. Succession planning typically focuses on family heirs rather than professional competence. While this model provided stability and long-term orientation, it often lacked formal checks and balances. Second is related to liberalization and transparency, 1990s-2000s. Economic liberalization triggered significant governance reforms. Key changes included the introduction of independent directors, audit committees, and mandatory disclosure requirements. Stock exchange listings demanded greater transparency and shareholder accountability. Professional management began replacing family-centric leadership. Corporate governance codes emerged, emphasizing the protection of minority shareholders' interests. Regular financial reporting and compliance mechanisms became standardized practices. Third describes the modern governance practices 2010 onwards. Contemporary governance has evolved into a sophisticated framework emphasizing board diversity and independence requirements, robust risk management systems, stakeholder engagement beyond shareholders, environmental, social, and governance, ESG integration, digital governance and cybersecurity measures, whistleblower protection mechanisms, executive compensation linked to sustainable performance, regular board evaluations and skill matrix requirements, enhanced disclosure norms and reporting standards. This evolution reflects a shift from family-centric control to professional management with strong institutional frameworks emphasizing accountability, transparency, and sustainable business practices. Recent corporate governance reforms, driven by ESG considerations, have significantly transformed organizational oversight mechanisms across several critical areas. First is related to board diversity that has emerged as a crucial governance requirement, with many jurisdictions mandating minimum representation of women directors and independent members. Companies are increasingly adopting diversity matrices covering gender, ethnicity, expertise, and age to ensure balanced board composition. Research indicates diverse boards demonstrate superior risk management and innovation capabilities. Second is related to shareholder committees that have gained prominence as essential oversight bodies. These committees ensure minority shareholder protection and engage in critical decisions regarding mergers, acquisitions, and major corporate actions. The emphasis is on enhanced shareholder democracy and participative decision-making. Third is related to executive compensation frameworks have evolved to incorporate ESG metrics alongside financial performance indicators. Modern compensation structures include long-term sustainability goals, climate targets, and social responsibility metrics. Clawback provisions and deferred payment mechanisms ensure alignment with sustainable business practices. Fourth is whistleblower policies that have been strengthened with anonymous reporting channels, protection mechanisms, and independent investigation procedures. Organizations are implementing robust digital platforms for confidential reporting and establishing dedicated ethics committees for complaint resolution. India is aligning its environmental, social, and governance (ESG) evaluation with international norms by adopting globally recognized standards such as the Global Reporting Initiative (GRI), Sustainability Accounting Standards Board (SASB), and Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures (TCFD). The Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI) introduced the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report (BRSR) format, which incorporates these standards to enhance transparency and accountability in corporate sustainability reporting. The GRI standards provide a comprehensive framework for organizations to report on their economic, environmental, and social impacts. By linking the GRI standards to the BRSR, Indian companies can meet both national and international reporting requirements. The SASB standards focus on industry-specific sustainability issues, helping companies disclose material information relevant to financial performance. The TCFD recommendations guide companies in disclosing climate-related financial risks and opportunities, promoting better risk management and investment decisions. The BRSR format encourages companies to adopt these global standards, fostering self-reliance and ensuring that Indian businesses are well prepared to meet global investor expectations. This alignment with international norms not only enhances the credibility of Indian companies but also contributes to the global effort towards sustainable development. The future of ESG, environmental, social, and governance in India looks promising, driven by one, regulatory evolution. The Indian government is strengthening its regulatory framework with SEBI's BRSR format, paving the way for more comprehensive ESG reporting. Future regulations are expected to further integrate global standards, enhancing transparency and accountability. 2. Technology integration. Advanced technologies like AI, blockchain, and IoT are playing a pivotal role in ESG. These technologies enable better data collection, monitoring, and reporting, making it easier for companies to track their ESG performance and ensure compliance. 3. Investor pressure. There is a growing demand from investors for companies to adopt sustainable practices. ESG factors are becoming integral to investment decisions, with investors seeking companies that demonstrate strong ESG credentials. This pressure is expected to drive more companies to align their operations with ESG principles. 4. Focus on circular economy. India is increasingly embracing the circular economy concept, which emphasizes resource efficiency and waste reduction. By adopting circular economy practices, companies can minimize their environmental impact, create new business opportunities, and contribute to sustainable development. These trends indicate a positive trajectory for ESG in India, positioning the country as a leader in sustainable business practices. Here we end this presentation and summarize what we discuss in this presentation. We have started with the origins of ESG in India, the progress made during early 2000s with CSR formalization, later discussed the milestones of the Companies Act, followed by the formation of regulatory framework for ESG, and discusses government initiatives supporting ESG. This in turn how affected ESG and corporate strategy, which made to focus on environmental issues, climate change, and then explain environmental initiatives. Continuing the initiative later focuses on social dimension, which largely explained the labor rights, along with social responsibility trends within and outside the entity. Further, the evolution of the concept was discussed along with the ESG and corporate governance reforms. How ESG reporting frameworks progress in India and what is the future of ESG in India was explored. Now the question arises what the scope of ESG among different sectors is, and what are the emerging issues, challenges in implementation. Thus, next week we will dive into one more engaging topic, issues and challenges for the applied ESG in different sectors in India. Till then, I wish you all a happy and prosperous week ahead after Diwali. Hello and welcome back from a Diwali vacation. Once again, this is your host Harshit Sinha with another interesting topic related to the scope, issues and challenges. India faces unique challenges in implementing environmental, social and governance ESG frameworks effectively. The primary hurdle lies in standardizing ESG reporting metrics across diverse industry sectors, considering India's complex business ecosystem ranging from large conglomerates to MSMEs. Data quality and verification remain significant, with limited third-party assurance mechanisms and inconsistent disclosure practices. Many companies struggle with the technical expertise and resources required for comprehensive ESG implementation, particularly in measuring environmental impact and carbon footprint. Social parameters present distinct challenges in the Indian context, including informal labor practices, supply chain complexity, and varying regional labor standards. Governance issues are complicated by the prevalence of family-owned businesses and overlapping ownership structures. The regulatory landscape is evolving, with SEBI's business responsibility and sustainability reporting (BRSR) mandate for the top 1,000 listed companies. However, smaller companies face resource constraints in meeting these requirements. Additionally, there's a notable gap between global ESG standards and local business realities. Now let us explore the scope, issues, and challenges in detail. It all started with the investment in ESG that is rapidly gaining traction in India, driven by growing awareness of sustainability issues, shifting investor preferences, and regulatory support. ESG investments are designed to not only deliver financial returns, but also contribute to broader societal and environmental goals. While ESG investing in India is still in its early stages compared to global markets, there have been significant strides in the last few years. Let us explore some important factors. 1. ESG investment scenario. India's ESG investment landscape is evolving, with increasing participation from institutional investors, asset managers, and retail investors. ESG-focused mutual funds, exchange-traded funds, ETFs, and green bonds are gaining popularity. In 2020, India's Securities and Exchange Board, SEBI, introduced new guidelines for ESG disclosures, requiring listed companies to report on key ESG factors. This has led to a rise in ESG-compliant financial products and investment vehicles. Major asset management firms and public sector banks have also launched ESG-themed funds, targeting both retail and institutional investors. 2. Performance metrics. In terms of performance, ESG investments in India are showing promising results. Studies indicate that ESG-compliant companies tend to outperform their peers in terms of risk-adjusted returns, thanks to their focus on sustainability and good governance. However, the adoption of clear, standardized performance metrics remains a challenge. Companies are required to disclose ESG data, but inconsistencies in reporting practices and the absence of a unified framework for measuring ESG performance can affect comparability. Major indices like the NSE Nifty 100 ESG Index are helping standardize ESG performance metrics, but more comprehensive and transparent data is needed. 3. While ESG investments in India have seen growth, the market is still developing. Key challenges include data availability, standardization of ESG metrics, and a need for deeper integration of sustainability into mainstream financial decision-making. However, as regulatory frameworks mature and awareness increases, India's ESG investment ecosystem is expected to expand significantly in the coming years. Continuing from previous slide, we will first discuss the FDI attracting, that is, foreign investment flows are increasingly being influenced by environmental, social, and governance (ESG) considerations, creating a new paradigm in international investment decisions. Global investors now view ESG compliance as a critical factor in risk assessment and long-term value creation, particularly in emerging markets like India. The second is global standard alignment. International investors expect alignment with globally recognized ESG frameworks such as GRI, SASB, and TCFD. Companies seeking foreign capital must demonstrate compliance with these standards while navigating local regulatory requirements. This dual compliance challenge requires significant organizational transformation and resource allocation. The alignment process also involves adopting international best practices in areas like carbon accounting, human rights, due diligence, and corporate governance. The third is related to enhanced reporting. The demand for transparent and comprehensive ESG reporting has led to the evolution of more sophisticated disclosure mechanisms. Foreign investors require detailed reporting on environmental metrics like carbon emissions, water usage, waste management, etc. Social indicators like labor practices, community impact, human rights, and governance structures like board composition, ethics policies, risk management, etc. The investment impact of ESG performance significantly influences by access to global capital markets, valuation premiums, cost of capital, and investment risk assessment. Companies with robust ESG frameworks and reporting mechanisms are better positioned to attract foreign investment. However, challenges remain in standardizing reporting across different jurisdictions, building internal capacity for ESG implementation, managing compliance costs, and balancing local and global requirements. The integration of ESG considerations in foreign investment decisions continues to drive improvements in corporate sustainability practices and transparency. Now we shall discuss what are the factors for the rise of ESG investing in India. First is related to market growth. India's ESG investment landscape has witnessed exponential growth, with ESG assets under management, AUM, growing from Rs 2,268 crore in 2019 to over Rs 12,000 crore by 2023. This growth is driven by increasing awareness among domestic investors and pressure from global investment partners. The number of ESG-compliant companies in India's top 100 listed entities has increased from 12 in 2019 to 58 in 2023. The second is related to status of ESG funds. The Indian market has seen a proliferation of ESG-focused mutual funds and exchange-traded funds, ETFs. Major fund houses including SBI, Axis, ICICI Prudential, and Aditya Birla Sun Life have launched dedicated ESG funds. These funds typically invest in companies demonstrating strong environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and robust governance practices. The investment universe has expanded beyond traditional green sectors to include technology, healthcare, and consumer goods companies with strong ESG credentials. While the most important factor is related status of outperformance, ESG funds in India have shown mixed performance relative to conventional funds. During the 2020-2023 period, ESG funds demonstrated better downside protection during market volatility. Analysis shows that companies with higher ESG scores have generally exhibited lower cost of capital, better operational efficiency, enhanced risk management, stronger stakeholder relationships, and higher valuations. However, challenges remain in standardizing ESG metrics and ensuring consistent outperformance across market cycles. Now let us explore the status of financial services. First is related to priority sector lending during 2015. In April 2015, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, made a landmark decision by including renewable energy in priority sector lending. This inclusion set bank loans up to Rs 15 crore for solar, biomass, and wind energy projects under priority sector lending. The policy revision triggered significant growth in green financing, with banks required to allocate 40% of their adjusted net bank credit to priority sectors. This regulatory push helped India's renewable energy capacity grow from 35.5 GWh in 2015 to over 100 GWh by 2022, demonstrating the financial sector's crucial role in sustainable development. The second is related to green bond guidelines. In 2018, SEBI introduced comprehensive guidelines for green bond issuance, defining eligible projects and disclosure requirements. The framework aligned with International Capital Market Association's ICMA green bond principles, establishing standards for use of proceeds, project evaluation criteria, management of proceeds, and regular reporting requirements. This regulatory clarity catalyzed India's green bond market, with issuances growing from 1.1 billion in 2017 to 7.3 billion by 2022. The framework particularly benefited renewable energy, clean transportation, and sustainable infrastructure projects, attracting both domestic and international investors. The third is related to ESG risk assessment. In 2021, Indian banks significantly enhanced their credit appraisal processes by integrating ESG risk assessment frameworks. Major banks like SBI, HDFC, and ICICI introduced comprehensive ESG scoring models for corporate lending. Key features included environmental impact assessment, social responsibility metrics, governance structure evaluation, sector-specific ESG benchmarks, and regular ESG compliance monitoring. This transformation reflected the banking sector's commitment to sustainable finance, with many institutions linking loan pricing to ESG performance. The shift helped banks better manage climate-related risks and align with global sustainable banking practices. The fourth is related to ESG-linked loans that represent an innovative financing mechanism where banks offer preferential interest rates to borrowers who meet specific environmental, social, and governance (ESG) targets. These sustainability-linked loan structures typically feature a margin reduction of 2 to 10 basis points for achieving predetermined ESG metrics, such as reducing carbon emissions, improving workplace safety, or enhancing board diversity. This creates a win-win situation. Borrowers benefit from lower borrowing costs while improving their sustainability practices, and banks reduce their exposure to ESG risks while contributing to sustainable development. Major financial institutions like BNP Paribas and ING have been pioneers in this space.
with the global ESG-linked loan market growing significantly. And the last one is related to sustainable insurance. Indian insurers have innovated sustainable insurance products that address climate risks while promoting eco-friendly practices. Key developments include premium discounts for green buildings, special coverage for renewable energy projects, weather index-based agricultural insurance, electric vehicle-specific policies, and sustainability-linked premium adjustments. Major insurers like LIC, IKCI Lombard, and HDFC Ergo have launched products covering climate-related risks while incentivizing sustainable practices. The sustainable insurance market has grown significantly, with green insurance premiums increasing from Rs 800 crore in 2020 to over Rs 2500 crore by 2023. Mainly classified under three main categories as first, environmental stewardship that covers circular economy. Manufacturing companies are increasingly adopting circular economy principles to minimize waste and conserve resources. This involves designing products for recyclability, reusing materials, and reducing energy consumption. Clean technology. Investing in clean technologies such as renewable energy sources and energy-efficient processes can significantly reduce a company's environmental footprint. Besides use of AI technologies, say as machine learning, IoT and sensor and blockchain technology, making a way out for effective ESG database management. Supply chain sustainability, ensuring sustainable practices throughout the supply chain is crucial. This includes minimizing carbon emissions, reducing waste, and promoting ethical sourcing. Second is related with social responsibility, worker welfare and safety. Prioritizing worker safety and well-being is essential. This involves providing safe working conditions, fair wages, and opportunities for skill development. Community engagement. Building strong relationships with local communities can lead to positive social impact. Companies can contribute to community development initiatives, support education, and create job opportunities. And above all, the master layer in ESG is related to governance. Ethical business practices. Adhering to ethical business practices, such as avoiding corruption and bribery, is crucial for maintaining a positive reputation. Transparency and accountability. Transparent reporting on ESG performance can enhance trust with stakeholders. This includes disclosing environmental impact, social initiatives, and governance practices. By integrating ESG principles into manufacturing processes, companies can create a more sustainable and responsible future. ESG in rural development, largely focused on first sustainable agriculture. India's rural development landscape has witnessed significant ESG-driven transformations in recent years. In sustainable agriculture, initiatives like the Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana have promoted organic farming, reduced chemical fertilizer use, and improved soil health. This has helped small and marginal farmers adopt eco-friendly practices while enhancing crop yields and incomes. Second is related with rural renewable energy access that has expanded dramatically, with the government's Pradhan Mantri Sahaj Bijli Har Ghar Yojana electrifying over 28 million households by 2023. This has improved energy security, reduced carbon emissions, and enabled productive uses of electricity in agriculture and rural enterprises. While the last is the major element related to financial inclusion that has been a key priority, with the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana opening over 460 million bank accounts. This has empowered the unbanked population, enabling access to credit, insurance, and government welfare schemes. Digital payment infrastructure and self-help group linkages have further strengthened financial inclusion in rural India. Urban planning is largely confined to one, green infrastructure that addresses three main issues about urban forests. Planting trees and creating green spaces can help mitigate urban heat islands, improve air quality, and enhance biodiversity. Green roofs and walls. These features can reduce energy consumption, absorb stormwater runoff, and provide habitat for wildlife. Water-sensitive urban design. Implementing water-sensitive design strategies such as bioretention ponds and permeable pavements can help manage stormwater runoff and reduce flooding. 2. Renewable energy access. Promote by large 3 methods. Solar power. Installing solar panels on rooftops and in community solar projects can reduce reliance on fossil fuels and lower greenhouse gas emissions. Wind power. Utilizing wind energy, especially in coastal or windy areas, can provide clean and renewable electricity. Energy efficiency. Improving energy efficiency in buildings and infrastructure can significantly reduce energy consumption and associated emissions. 3. Waste management takes up the challenge of waste reduction and recycling. Implementing waste reduction programs, recycling initiatives, and composting can minimize waste disposal and conserve resources. Waste to energy. Converting waste into energy through technologies like incineration and anaerobic digestion can reduce landfill waste and generate electricity. Sustainable materials. Promoting the use of sustainable materials in construction and infrastructure can reduce the environmental impact of urban development. By incorporating these ESG principles into urban planning, cities can create more sustainable, resilient, and equitable environments for future generations. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has introduced a comprehensive regulatory framework for environmental, social, and governance (ESG) rating providers (ERPs). This framework, part of the SEBI Credit Rating Agency's Regulations 1999, aims to enhance transparency, accountability, and reliability in ESG ratings. Key guidelines include mandatory registration for ERPs, sharing draft ESG rating reports with rated entities before publication, and allowing issuers to respond to ratings. Additionally, ERPs using a subscriber pays model are exempt from disclosing ratings to stock exchanges, provided they have no non-public information affecting the rating. Globally, SEBI's policy sets a benchmark for ESG regulation, positioning India ahead of many developed jurisdictions like the EU, UK, and Singapore. This move is expected to attract more sustainable investments and improve the overall ESG ecosystem by addressing issues like greenwashing and inconsistent rating methodologies. As of the latest available information, the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has recognized nearly 14 ESG rating providers that can assess the environmental, social, and governance performance of companies. Further, the rating indices play a crucial role in assessing the performance of companies and sectors. In India, several indices specifically track the performance of companies committed to environmental, social, and governance (ESG) principles. First, Nifty 100 ESG sector leaders. Index. This index tracks the performance of the top 100 ESG leaders from the Nifty 100 index. It aims to provide investors with an opportunity to invest in companies that demonstrate strong ESG practices. Second, MSCI India ESG leaders. Index. MSCI, a leading provider of investment decision tools and services, has launched the MSCI India ESG Leaders Index. This index tracks the performance of Indian companies that demonstrate strong ESG performance relative to their peers. Third, MSCI India ESG Leaders Index. This index is designed to track the performance of Indian companies that have high ESG ratings and low ESG risk scores. It offers investors exposure to companies that are committed to sustainability and responsible business practices. These indices provide valuable insights into the performance of ESG-focused companies in India. By tracking these indices, investors can make informed decisions and align their investments with their sustainability goals. The growing momentum of environmental, social, and governance (ESG) integration faces several significant hurdles. We shall now discuss various types of challenges in ESG. The first challenges is related to adoption of ESG philosophy. 1. Lack of standardization remains a primary concern, with multiple frameworks like GRI, SASB, and TCFD creating confusion among organizations. This fragmented landscape makes it difficult for companies to determine which standards to follow and complicates comparison across businesses and sectors. 2. Data availability poses another critical challenge. companies struggle to collect comprehensive ESG data, particularly for Scope 3 emissions and supply chain metrics. Small and medium enterprises often lack the infrastructure to track and monitor ESG metrics effectively. Additionally, the quality and reliability of available data remain inconsistent, making it challenging for investors to make informed decisions. 3. Cost concerns significantly impact ESG adoption, especially for smaller organizations. Implementing robust ESG monitoring systems, hiring specialized personnel, and obtaining third-party verifications requires substantial investment. The need for regular reporting and updates adds to operational expenses, while technology upgrades for data collection and analysis further strain budgets. Addressing these challenges is key to advancing ESG adoption globally, promoting transparency, and fostering sustainable growth. Organizations face multiple hurdles in implementing effective ESG strategies. 1. Data quality, which remains a fundamental challenge with inconsistencies in measurement methodologies and reporting frameworks, making it difficult to ensure accurate, comparable information. Many companies struggle with data verification and validation processes. 2. Implementation costs that pose significant barriers, particularly for smaller organizations. The expenses include technology infrastructure, reporting systems, third-party audits, and compliance mechanisms. These financial burdens often deter companies from fully embracing ESG initiatives. 3. A growing skill gap further complicates ESG implementation. Organizations lack professionals with expertise in sustainability metrics, ESG reporting, and impact assessment. This shortage of qualified personnel hampers effective strategy execution and monitoring. 4. The inherent complexity of ESG frameworks creates confusion. Multiple stakeholder requirements, evolving regulations, and diverse reporting standards make implementation challenging. Organizations struggle to navigate this complex landscape while maintaining operational efficiency. 5. Finally, greenwashing concerns have intensified scrutiny of ESG claims. Companies face pressure to demonstrate genuine commitment rather than superficial compliance. The challenge lies in proving authentic ESG integration while avoiding accusations of misleading stakeholders. Finally, ESG implementation presents significant challenges for organizations striving to meet sustainability goals by reporting then true status of ESG for an entity. 1. Data collection that remains a fundamental hurdle as companies struggle to gather comprehensive, accurate information across complex global operations and supply chains. Organizations face difficulties in tracking and measuring intangible metrics, particularly in social and governance dimensions. 2. Metric standardization that poses a major challenge due to multiple competing frameworks and reporting standards. The lack of unified measurement approaches makes it difficult for organizations to determine which metrics to prioritize and how to measure them consistently. This fragmentation creates confusion and increases compliance costs. 3. Verification of ESG data presents another significant challenge. Organizations struggle with validating data accuracy and establishing reliable audit trails. The absence of standardized verification processes raises questions about data credibility and reliability. 4. Comparability issues arise from inconsistent reporting methods across industries and regions. The lack of standardized metrics makes it difficult to benchmark performance and assess progress meaningfully against peers and industry standards. 5. Resource constraints significantly impact implementation efforts. Organizations face limitations in financial resources, technological infrastructure, and human capital needed for effective ESG integration and reporting. The environmental, social, and governance ESG framework is rapidly gaining traction in India, driven by the growing awareness of climate change, investor pressure, and regulatory mandates. The future of ESG in India holds immense potential, especially in the context to first potential in growing industries. India's commitment to achieving net zero emissions by 2070, as announced at the COP26 summit, has set the stage for a significant shift towards sustainable practices. The ESG framework is expected to play a crucial role in sectors such as renewable energy, electric vehicles, green hydrogen, and climate technology. These industries are poised to benefit from increased ESG investments, which could represent 34% of India's total assets under management, AUM, by 2051. Second, responsible business behavior. The ESG mandate encourages companies to adopt ethical practices, transparency, and accountability. This shift is not only beneficial for the environment, but also enhances corporate reputation and stakeholder trust. Indian businesses are increasingly integrating ESG principles into their strategies, focusing on reducing carbon footprints, promoting social responsibility, and ensuring good governance. Companies like Tata Steel, Infosys, and Mahindra have already made significant strides in this direction. Third, accounting market forces. ESG compliance is becoming a critical factor in financial performance and market valuation. Investors are increasingly considering ESG scores provided by research entities like MSCI and Sustainalytics when making investment decisions. This trend is driving companies to improve their ESG performance, to attract capital, and enhance their market position. Fourth, innovation and ideas. Innovation plays a pivotal role in advancing ESG goals. Companies are exploring new technologies and business models to address environmental and social challenges. For instance, the adoption of renewable energy sources, waste reduction initiatives, and sustainable supply chain practices are becoming more prevalent. These innovations not only contribute to sustainability, but also create new business opportunities and competitive advantages. Fifth, role of regulatory authority. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has been instrumental in promoting ESG practices through initiatives like the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting (BRSR) framework. SEBI's regulations mandate listed companies to disclose their ESG initiatives, ensuring transparency and accountability. The regulatory body also emphasizes the importance of ESG risk management and mitigation strategies. This regulatory support is crucial for fostering a culture of responsible business practices in India. And the last and final is related to enhancing India's ESG global leadership. India's proactive approach to ESG is positioning the country as a global leader in sustainability. By aligning with international standards and collaborating with global partners, India is contributing to the global sustainability agenda. The country's efforts in promoting ESG practices are not only beneficial for its own economic growth, but also for the global community. Here we end this presentation and now summarizing it with the topics we covered today. We introduced to the concept of the scope of applied ESG and describing the scenario of ESG investment in India. This is followed up ESG and foreign investment and thereby highlight the reasons for the rise of ESG investing in India. Later we discuss how ESG is related to financial services and manufacturing industries, and it is useful for rural development and urban planning. We also discuss about ESG rating policy and indices in India, and later highlighted various ESG challenges under 3 categories, as in adoption, implementation, and in reporting. Lastly, we narrated what is the future potential of ESG in India, but this will all happen only if there is huge investment for ESG in India. So stay tuned till next week when we dive into this interesting topic of what is the potential of the growth of ESG investing in India. Hello and welcome back. This is your host, Harshit Sinha, with the last topic on the ESG series related to the growth of ESG investing in India. The growth of environmental, social, and governance investing in India has gained significant momentum in recent years, driven by increasing awareness of sustainability issues among investors, companies, and regulators. ESG investing focuses on companies that demonstrate strong performance in environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and governance practices. With its large and diverse economy, India is witnessing a shift towards responsible investing as stakeholders recognize the long-term benefits of sustainable business practices. regulatory efforts by the Securities and Exchange Board of India, such as mandating the disclosure of ESG-related information for listed companies, have further fueled this growth. Institutional investors, including mutual and pension funds, are increasingly incorporating ESG factors into their decision-making processes. India's burgeoning clean energy and technology sectors are also attracting ESG-focused investments. As global investors prioritize sustainable portfolios, India's role in the ESG space is expected to expand, making it a key player in the global sustainability movement. Now let us explore in brief the important points related to this topic. But before that, the viewer must be reminded that we are not going to do any assessment of the corporate entity, but explore the topic under a common heading. Now, what made foreign investment in India for ESG? It would be not wrong to say that the environmental, social, and governance factors are increasingly influencing foreign investments in India, contributing to enhanced foreign direct investment attraction, portfolio investments, and strategic partnerships. Investors are now prioritizing companies with strong ESG performance, viewing them as more sustainable and less prone to risks. India's regulatory frameworks, such as the Securities and Exchange Board of India guidelines on ESG disclosures, have bolstered investor confidence by promoting transparency. For FDI, international companies are keen on investing in sectors aligned with global sustainability trends, including renewable energy and electric vehicles. ESG-focused investments are also visible in India's capital markets, with a growing number of global asset managers incorporating ESG criteria into their portfolio strategies. Strategic partnerships are evolving as multinational corporations collaborate with Indian firms to meet global sustainability goals. This synergy is especially evident in sectors like clean tech, where India offers both market potential and cost-effective solutions for global challenges. Now let us look at ESG funds in global context. ESG investing is still in its nascent stages in India, despite global growth in the sector. Globally, countries like the US, UK, and Canada lead the ESG investment landscape with over 500 ESG-focused funds each, showcasing the widespread integration of sustainability criteria into investment strategies. In contrast, India is gradually embracing ESG principles, with growing interest from institutional and retail investors. Globally, around 182 countries have at least one significant player in the Asian ESG market, indicating broad regional interest. Additionally, 119 countries are experiencing a rapidly expanding ESG investment sector, highlighting the potential for future growth. Among 23 countries, India, classified as an emerging market with significant potential for ESG growth, is gradually aligning itself with global trends. Initiatives like the SEBI's ESG disclosure norms and India's clean energy focus are key drivers of this shift. As ESG investing matures, India is poised to become an increasingly attractive destination for global investors. Now let us discuss about the status of ESG in India. ESG investing in India saw a major breakthrough in 2018 with the launch of the country's first ESG-focused mutual fund by SBI Mutual Fund. This marked the beginning of a significant shift towards sustainable investing. The trend gained momentum in 2020 when several prominent fund houses, including Axis, ICICI Prudential, and Quantum, introduced their own ESG schemes. The surge in ESG fund launches was driven by increasing investor awareness and the rising importance of sustainability factors in decision-making. By 2021, the assets under management, AUM, in ESG funds in India surpassed Rs 12,000 crore, signaling growing investor interest in responsible investing. Over 10 ESG funds were available for Indian investors by this time, offering diverse strategies focused on environmental, social, and governance criteria. The ESG sector's growth trajectory is expected to continue, with projections suggesting the AUM could reach Rs 50,000 crore by 2023, accompanied by the launch of new thematic ESG funds. Now we shall discuss the portfolio composition of ESG funds in India. This is shaped by a focus on companies that meet environmental, social, and governance criteria. Understanding the sector allocation of these funds helps shed light on the types of businesses investors prioritize based on sustainability and ethical practices. In India, financial services is one of the leading sectors in ESG funds, with banks, insurance companies, and asset management firms playing a significant role. These companies are increasingly adopting robust governance practices and focusing on sustainable finance, such as green bonds and financing for renewable energy projects. IT services also feature prominently in ESG portfolios. The sector's digital transformation and the adoption of green technologies, such as cloud computing and AI, contribute to improved environmental performance. Many Indian IT companies are aligning their business models with global sustainability standards, making them attractive for ESG investors. Telecommunication is another key sector, as firms within this space focus on reducing their carbon footprint and improving digital accessibility, which is integral to social sustainability. Pharmaceuticals represent a growing area in ESG funds due to the sector's focus on improving health outcomes and ethical business practices, including responsible manufacturing and drug pricing. Now we shall discuss about the growing emphasis on environmental, social, and governance factors in investment decision-making that has led to the emergence of dedicated ESG equity funds in India. These funds aim to provide investors with exposure to companies that demonstrate strong ESG practices, aligning with the global push for sustainable and responsible investing. As the image in slide shows, the 1-year and 3-year returns of the featured ESG equity funds have generally outperformed the Nifty 50 TRI benchmark, suggesting that ESG integration can potentially enhance investment performance. For instance, the SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund has delivered 15.8% and 18.2% returns over the 1-year and 3-year periods, respectively, outpacing the benchmark's 12.9% and 15.7% returns. This trend highlights the increasing investor appetite for ESG-focused investment products in India, driven by growing awareness, regulatory changes, and a shift towards more sustainable and responsible business practices. As the ESG landscape continues to evolve, the future may see further innovation, increased adoption, and a stronger position for India as a global leader in ESG integration. Now we shall highlight assets under management, AUM, in India. The size of a fund's assets under management, AUM, can significantly impact its performance and expense ratio. Examining the AUM of the selected ESG funds provides interesting insights. The SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund, with an AUM of nearly rupees 4,913 crores, is the largest among the funds featured. This substantial asset base can provide the fund with greater economies of scale, potentially leading to lower expense ratios and improved operational efficiency. The Axis ESG Equity Fund, with an AUM of around rupees 1,496 crores, is the second largest in the group. While not as sizable as the SBI fund, this still represents a significant asset base that can benefit from scale advantages. In contrast, the Quantum India ESG Equity Fund, with an AUM of just rupees 170 crores, is the smallest among the selected funds. Smaller AUMs can face challenges in terms of higher expense ratios and may have less bargaining power with service providers, which could impact the fund's performance. These variations in AUM highlight the importance of considering a fund size when evaluating its overall performance and suitability for an investor's portfolio. Now let us differentiate with ESG versus traditional investing. The comparison between the Nifty 100 TRI, traditional index, and Nifty 100 ESG TRI, ESG index, provides valuable insights into the performance of ESG investing versus traditional investing in the Indian context. From 2012 to 2020, the Nifty 100 ESG TRI outperformed the Nifty 100 TRI, indicating that sustainable investing strategies can potentially generate superior returns. This trend suggests that companies with strong ESG practices may be better positioned to navigate evolving market dynamics and capitalize on emerging opportunities. Notably, since 2020, the outperformance of the ESG index has continued, highlighting the growing investor preference for sustainable investment options. This shift is driven by various factors, including increased awareness of environmental and social risks, regulatory changes, and a growing consensus that ESG integration can enhance long-term value creation. The future scenario for ESG investing in India looks promising. The growing interest and commitment to sustainable practices among corporates, coupled with supportive regulatory frameworks, are likely to drive further outperformance of ESG-focused investments. As more investors allocate capital to ESG-aligned funds, the demand for such products is expected to rise, potentially leading to continued sustainable investing outperformance. The expense ratios are crucial in ESG investing, and we discuss here about it. The expense ratio is a crucial factor for investors to consider when evaluating mutual funds, as it directly impacts the net returns they can expect to receive. In the context of the selected ESG funds, there is a notable variation in the expense ratios. At the lower end of the spectrum, the Quant ESG Equity Fund and the Kotak ESG Opportunities Fund stand out with expense ratios of 0.64% and 0.61% respectively. These relatively low expense ratios indicate that a larger portion of the fund's returns are retained by the investors, potentially leading to better overall performance. In the moderate range, the ICICI Prudential ESG Fund and the Quantum India ESG Equity Fund have expense ratios of 0.9% and 0.97% respectively. While not as low as the previous two funds, these expense ratios are still within a reasonable range, allowing investors to benefit from the fund's ESG-focused strategies. At the higher end, the SBI Magnum Equity ESG Fund has an expense ratio of 1.34%. This relatively higher expense ratio may erode a more significant portion of the fund's returns, potentially impacting its overall competitiveness compared to its lower cost counterparts. These expense ratio variations highlight the importance for investors to carefully consider the cost structure of ESG funds, as it can have a meaningful impact on their long-term investment outcomes. Now we shall discuss the investment trends in environment sector. In 2022, the total investment by the top 100 listed companies in India was estimated at approximately R1.2 trillion, with a significant portion directed towards environmental sustainability initiatives. This marks a 32% increase in environmental investments compared to 2021, reflecting the growing corporate commitment to sustainability. Among the top 10 environmental investors, the average investment per company is nearly $50 billion, demonstrating the substantial financial commitments made towards green projects. Notably, these companies allocated approximately 15% of their average revenue to environmental initiatives, signaling a strong focus on addressing climate change, resource conservation, and energy efficiency. The increased environmental investments align with global trends of rising awareness and regulatory pressure for businesses to adopt sustainable practices. This surge in funding reflects not only corporate responsibility, but also the recognition of the long-term financial benefits tied to sustainability. The slide over here discusses the top environmental investment area. Renewable energy dominates the environmental investment landscape in India, with major focus on solar, wind, and hydroelectric projects. Companies are significantly investing in solar parks, wind farms, and hydroelectric facilities driven by government initiatives and reducing technology costs. Energy efficiency represents the second largest investment area, with companies focusing on smart grid implementation and energy-saving technologies. This includes investments in IoT-based energy management systems and energy-efficient manufacturing processes. Waste management initiatives have gained traction, particularly in recycling and circular economy projects. Companies are investing in waste-to-energy plants, plastic recycling facilities, and implementing circular economy principles in their operations. water conservation and treatment receive comparatively less investment attention despite their critical importance. While some companies are investing in water treatment plants and conservation technologies, the overall investment proportion remains lower than other environmental areas. Biodiversity-related investments, including afforestation and habitat restoration, currently represent the smallest share of environmental investments. Despite their ecological importance, these initiatives often receive limited corporate funding, possibly due to longer return periods and difficulty in measuring direct business benefits. After understanding then priorities of investment in environment, now we shall discuss about the challenges in environmental investment. High initial costs present a significant barrier to environmental investments. Companies face substantial upfront capital requirements for renewable energy infrastructure, energy-efficient technologies, and environmental management systems. This challenge is particularly acute for small and medium enterprises. Regulatory uncertainty poses another major challenge. Frequent changes in environmental policies, varying state regulations, and evolving compliance requirements create hesitation among investors. This uncertainty affects long-term investment planning and risk assessment. The skills gap in environmental technology and sustainability management hinders effective implementation. Companies struggle to find qualified professionals with expertise in green technologies, environmental impact assessment, and sustainable project management. Return on investment, ROI, concerns remain prevalent. The longer payback periods for environmental investments, coupled with uncertain market conditions and technology risks, make it difficult for companies to justify these investments to stakeholders. Now we shall discuss what are the government initiatives supporting environment investment. We have also discussed in another presentation, but portraits towards the most confined government strategies, the National Action Plan on Climate Change, i.e., NAPCC, provides a comprehensive framework for addressing climate challenges through 8 national missions. These missions focus on solar energy, energy efficiency, sustainable habitats, and water resources, creating opportunities for environmental investments. The Production-Linked Incentive, i.e. PLI scheme, has been extended to include green technologies, offering incentives for manufacturing solar panels, energy storage systems, and other environmental technologies. This scheme aims to boost domestic manufacturing capabilities in sustainable technologies. Green bonds have emerged as a significant funding mechanism, with the government's Sovereign Green Bonds Initiative raising substantial capital for environmental projects. In 2023, India raised $2 billion through green bonds, demonstrating strong market interest in sustainable financing instruments. The future projections of environmental investments in the period of 2023-2025 is expected to witness a robust 40% growth. This surge is primarily driven by increased renewable energy adoption, stricter regulatory requirements, and growing investor pressure for sustainable business practices. While in 2026-2028, projections indicate another 40% growth phase in environmental investments. This period is likely to see accelerated investments in advanced green technologies, circular economy initiatives, and sustainable infrastructure development. The period of 2029-2030 witnessed a significant milestone, is anticipated with 80% of India's top 1,000 companies expected to achieve carbon neutrality. This projection aligns with India's commitment to net zero emissions and suggests massive investments in clean technology and carbon reduction initiatives. Overall, these projections indicate a robust growth trajectory for environmental investments in India. As awareness increases and technologies become more affordable, we expect to see a surge in corporate commitments towards sustainability. How let us explore the status of social investment, having the total spending of Rs 24,864 crores for the FY 2021 highlights significant increase from the previous year that indicating growing commitment to social investment. Of these, 37% was invested in education sector as the largest recipient highlight of CSR funds, reflecting the priority given to human capital development followed by 16% in healthcare sector, the second largest recipient, highlighting the focus on improving public health outcomes. One of the important points observed during the 2021 was investment of rupees 1537 crores in the response of COVID-19 pandemic that was purely dedicated in the relief operation, thereby showcasing corporate agility in addressing urgent social cause needs. These figures from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs illustrate the substantial financial commitment Indian corporates are making towards social causes. The diverse allocation of funds demonstrates a holistic approach to addressing various social challenges. Continuing from the previous slide, we shall now explore impact investing, which has gained significant traction in India, with investors seeking both financial returns and measurable social impact. This model focuses on sectors like education, healthcare, and financial inclusion, with investments expected to reach $50 billion by 2025. Blended finance combines public and private capital to increase investment in sustainable development. This model has been particularly successful in funding renewable energy projects and affordable housing initiatives, leveraging government guarantees to attract private investment. Social bonds are emerging as popular instruments for funding social projects. India has seen several successful social bond issuances focusing on education, healthcare, and women's empowerment programs. Corporate venturing in social enterprises has increased, with major corporations establishing dedicated funds for social impact startups. This approach combines corporate expertise with social innovation, creating sustainable solutions for societal challenges. Overall, Indian corporates are exploring innovative financial models to maximize the impact of their social investments. These approaches allow for more efficient capital allocation, scalability of social initiatives, and alignment of financial and social returns. Now we shall discuss the emerging trend of collaborative partnership, first discussing corporate NGO partnerships have evolved significantly in India, moving beyond traditional philanthropy to strategic collaborations. These partnerships leverage corporate resources and NGO expertise to address social challenges effectively. Examples include technology companies partnering with education NGOs for digital literacy programs. Second, public-private partnerships, i.e. PPP, have become instrumental in scaling social impact initiatives. Government schemes combined with private sector efficiency have successfully addressed challenges in healthcare, education, and rural development. Notable success stories include rural healthcare delivery models and skill development programs. And the third is related to industry consortiums are emerging as powerful platforms for collective action on social issues. Companies within sectors collaborate to address common challenges, share best practices, and create industry-wide standards for social responsibility. These consortiums have been particularly effective in addressing supply chain sustainability and worker welfare. Lastly, one can say that partnerships and collaborative initiatives are becoming increasingly important in the realm of social investments. By pooling resources, expertise, and networks, Indian corporates can create more significant and sustainable impact. These collaborations also facilitate knowledge sharing and the development of best practices in social investment strategies. Lastly, we will discuss the future trends in social investment. Today, the landscape of social investments by Indian corporates is expected to evolve significantly in the coming years. Emerging trends include a greater emphasis on addressing digital disparities, aligning social investments with climate action, and developing innovative financial models that integrate social impact into core business metrics. During 2023-2025, there is increased focus on digital inclusion and skill development for the AI-driven economy. Here, there is increased investment in digital literacy programs, expansion of skill development initiatives for the AI-driven economy, and enhanced focus on bridging the digital divide in rural areas. While during 2025-2027, it was projected that the growth in climate resilience and adaptation projects as part of social investments. Growth in climate adaptation projects, social investments aligned with environmental sustainability, community-based climate resilience programs, and development of sustainable livelihood models are few activities projected. The period 2027-2029 predicted that integration of social investments with core business strategies, moving beyond CSR, thereby making integration of social investments with core business strategies, movement beyond traditional CSR approaches, development of impact measurement frameworks, and enhanced stakeholder engagement models. Lastly, in the period of 2029-2030 will shows emergence of new financial instruments linking corporate performance to social outcomes, which will confine more to introduction of social impact bonds, performance-linked social investment instruments, integration of ESG metrics with social outcomes, and in development of new impact assessment methodologies. Having been discussed about environment and social investing, now we shall explore investments through governance. Indian corporations are increasingly prioritizing governance investments as a crucial component of their ESG strategy. The average annual investment in governance initiatives by large Indian corporates has reached approximately rupees 500 crores, reflecting the growing emphasis on robust corporate governance structures. A significant year-over-year increase of 15% in governance investments across Indian companies demonstrates the expanding commitment to transparency, accountability, and ethical business practices. Notably, about 60% of Nifty 100 companies have substantially increased their governance investments, focusing on areas such as board effectiveness and diversity, risk management systems, compliance frameworks, stakeholder engagement platforms, and ethics and anti-corruption measures. Continuing from the previous slide, we shall now focus on the key areas of governance investment. Governance investment focuses on enhancing the structures and practices that guide an organization's decision-making and operations. Key areas of governance investment include 1. Technology. Investing in technology solutions improves transparency, data management, and cybersecurity, enabling better decision-making and more effective governance. Technologies like blockchain can enhance traceability, while artificial intelligence supports risk management and predictive analytics. 2. Board diversity. A diverse board, in terms of gender, ethnicity, and expertise, enhances decision-making by bringing a range of perspectives. Evidence suggests that diverse boards are linked to improved financial performance and better risk management. 3. Compliance. Governance investments in compliance ensure that an organization meets legal and regulatory standards, minimizing risks and maintaining its reputation. This is especially critical in industries such as finance, healthcare, and energy. 4. Training. Ongoing governance. Training for board members and executives ensures that leaders are informed about emerging risks, regulations, and best practices. This enables proactive management and strengthens organizational resilience. Measuring the return on investment, ROI, for governance investments requires assessing both financial and non-financial outcomes. Key metrics include 1. Financial metrics. These are measurable indicators such as revenue growth, cost savings, profitability, and return on equity, ROE, that reflect the financial impact of good governance practices. Strong governance often leads to better risk management, improved operational efficiency, and enhanced shareholder value. Research shows that companies with effective governance frameworks tend to experience superior financial performance. 2. Reputation score. A positive reputation built on transparency, ethical leadership, and strong governance can enhance a company's brand equity and customer loyalty. Reputational damage, conversely, can lead to financial losses. Tools like RepTrack provide a quantifiable measure of a company's reputation based on its governance practices, helping track public perception and its impact on long-term value. 3. Risk indicators. Monitoring risk metrics such as governance-related legal issues, regulatory fines, or internal control breakdowns helps gauge the effectiveness of governance investments in mitigating risks. A reduction in these risks often correlates with improved organizational stability and lower costs associated with litigation or compliance violations. 4. Stakeholder feedback. Regular surveys and feedback from employees, investors, customers, and other stakeholders provide qualitative insights into the perceived effectiveness of governance practices. Positive stakeholder engagement can lead to improved morale, loyalty, and investor confidence, which contribute to long-term success. These combined metrics offer a holistic view of governance ROI, balancing financial outcomes with reputational and risk management benefits. Governance investments, while crucial for long-term organizational success, often face significant challenges. Here are some key obstacles. 1. Cost concerns. Implementing robust governance practices can be expensive. Companies need to invest in systems, processes, and training to ensure compliance and effective governance. These costs can be particularly burdensome for small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, that may lack the financial resources of larger organizations. 2. Lack of expertise. Effective governance requires specialized knowledge and skills. Many companies struggle to find qualified professionals who can navigate the complexities of governance regulations and best practices. This shortage of expertise can hinder the implementation of effective governance frameworks. 3. Cultural resistance. Changing established organizational cultures to embrace governance principles can be challenging. Employees and management may resist new practices, especially if they perceive them as burdensome or unnecessary. Overcoming this resistance requires strong leadership and a commitment to fostering a culture of accountability and transparency. 4. Measurement difficulties. Assessing the impact of governance investments is not straightforward. Traditional financial metrics may not capture the full value of governance improvements. Developing appropriate metrics and benchmarks to measure governance performance can be complex and time-consuming. These barriers highlight the complexities in realizing the full benefits of governance investments, demanding strategic planning and resource allocation. The future of ESG investing in India is classified in 4 different duration of time. First, for 2025. By 2025, ESG assets in India are projected to reach $300 billion. This growth will be driven by increased investor interest and regulatory support. Mandatory ESG reporting for all listed companies will enhance transparency and accountability, making it easier for investors to make informed decisions. Second, in 2030, the integration of artificial intelligence, AI, in ESG data analytics will revolutionize the way ESG performance is measured and reported. This will lead to more accurate and real-time insights, helping companies and investors better understand their ESG impact. Additionally, the launch of the ESG-linked bonds market will provide new investment opportunities, allowing companies to raise capital for sustainable projects. Third, in 2035. By 2035, ESG criteria will become a standard part of all investment decisions. This shift will ensure that sustainability is at the core of financial strategies, driving long-term value creation. India is expected to emerge as a global leader in ESG, setting an example for other countries to follow. And fourth, for 2040, by 2040, India will have a fully developed ESG ecosystem with real-time sustainability tracking across industries. This will enable companies to monitor and improve their ESG performance continuously, leading to a more sustainable and resilient economy. Here we end the last topic related, the growth of ESG investing in India, that is the 5th part, last part of the series introduction of ESG in the India. In today's presentation, we have covered the introductory part of the topic, followed by discussion on the status of ESG and foreign investments in India, and what is the status of global context and for India ESG Fund. This followed up by the brief description about portfolio composition among the top sectors and performance of ESG funds in India. Besides status of assets under management, AUM, and a short comparison between ESG and traditional investing was described. Besides, status of expense ratios and investment trends was also discussed. Further, owing to the component of ESG, what are the top environmental investment areas and challenges in environmental investments were narrated, and what provision was made by the Government of India in this regard. In the end, the future scenario of environmental investment projections was estimated. This followed up with narration of the status of social investments, innovative social investment models, collaborative initiatives and partnerships, and future trends in social investments. Continuing the discussion, the current investment trends in governance was discussed along with the key areas of governance investment, measuring ROI on governance investments, and challenges in governance investments. Lastly, what would be the future of ESG investing in India was briefly highlighted. What next? Now stay tuned, as in the coming week, we are diving into a new series related to waste management with circular economy. Till then, I wish you a very warm season greeting with the emergency of winters.
Hello and welcome to my channel. I am your host Dr. Harshit Sinha, continuing the ESG series in context to India taking the word environment in ESG. It refers to how a company performs as steward of the natural environment. It includes company's strategy for conserving natural resources, managing environmental risks, and the effects of their operation on the environment. One can also say that the environmental stewardship is where ESG insights become action owing to the prevailing laws of the country. Thus, it involves direct engagement between the investors and the companies they invest in, aiming to drive positive environmental changes and safeguards the long-term value of these companies. In the ESG framework for India, environment refers to the consideration of environmental factors when assessing the sustainability and ethical practice of a company or organization. It involves evaluating how organizations are managing their impact on the natural environment, including aspects such as the climatic change, pollution, resource consumption, and biodiversity conservation. Within the Indian context, considering the environment in ESG is important due to country's significant environment challenges. India faces issues such as air and water pollution, deforestation, depletion of natural resources, and the impact of the climatic change. Therefore, assessing and monitoring how companies in India addresses these challenges is vital in assessing their overall sustainability and ethical practice. In terms of ESG reporting, companies in India are encouraged to disclose information about their environmental performance such as greenhouse gas emission, waste management practice, and environmental. This information helps investors, stakeholders, and regulators to understand a company's environmental impact and its commitment to sustainable practice. Overall, within the ESG framework, environment refers to the consideration of environmental factors and the management of the company's impact on the natural environment to assess their sustainability and ethical practice. Before we proceed further for the environmental under ESG, let us know what India's stance to the United Nations climate change parties traced during the Paris Agreement in 2015. The primary objective of the UN Paris Agreement is to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius with a preference for achieving a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to the pre-industrialist level. The agreement recognizes the urgent need to address climatic change and its potentially catastrophic impact. ESG disclosure has gained significant importance with a focus on analyzing specific risks and opportunities rather than high level. This shift in perspective highlights the need for the companies to provide detailed information on material ESG factors. The Task Force on the Climatic-Related Financial Disclosure has played a crucial role in shaping market and policy expectations for transparency. Their recommendations and the guidance have led to a paradigm shift in disclosure practice. This includes setting supervisory expectations, engaging with the industries to develop best practices, refreshing the TCFD guidelines within the regulatory. India, as a part of its commitment under COP21 Paris Agreement, has pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emission produced for every dollar of the economic activity by nearly half by the end of this decade. Additionally, India aims to achieve 40% of its electric power installed capacity from non-fossil source by 2030 2030 with a target of installing of 175 gigawatt for renewable energy by 2022. Furthermore, India seeks to reduce the emission intensity of its entire country economic by 45%, encompassing all green gas not limited to CO2. This pledge and goals demonstrate India's dedication to addressing the climatic change, transitioning towards the renewable energy, and reducing its overall environmental impact. This slide explains the Indian context to COP26 Glasgow Climatic Pact in 2021. The summit primarily focused on the intersection of the climatic action and sustainable development goal. Its overarching objective was to achieve global net zero emission by the middle of the century while striving to limit the increase of global temperature to a maximum of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Key outcomes from COP26 includes a commitment to provide financial support for the climate adaptation efforts in developing countries. Additionally, there was a significant milestone in finalizing the Paris Agreement rulebook, which established transparency and reporting mechanism. This rulebook holds countries accountable for fulfilling their climate action commitments and self-defined targets outlined in their nationally determined contribution. Another crucial aspect addressed at the COP26 was the development of the market mechanism and non-market approaches, particularly outlined in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. These mechanisms aim to facilitate the transfer of emission reduction between the countries and incentives private sector's investment in climatic-friendly solutions. Additionally, countries explored non-market approaches to enhance cooperation on mitigation and adaptation efforts. India's commitment under COP21 Paris Agreement, the nations pledged to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2070. India also announced ambitious targets for expanding renewable energy infrastructure and reducing carbon emission as a part of its efforts to combat climate change and contribute to the global climate agenda. At COP27, India outlined its strategy for balancing development needs with climatic action. The focus is on just transition from fossil fuel to clean energy through the optimal use of natural resources and ensuring energy security. Major goals include rapidly expanding renewable, especially solar and wind energy, launching the National Hydrogen Mission to scale up the green hydrogen production, and threefold increase in the nuclear power by 2032. In the transport sector, increased use of biofuel like ethanol blending in petrol, greater electric vehicle penetration and adoption of green hydrogen fuel will drive low carbon transition. India aims to maximize the use of electric vehicle 20% ethanol blending by 2025 and enable a model shift towards public transport for passengers and freights. For sustainable and climatic resilient urban development initiatives like smart city, integrated planning for climate adaptation and energy efficiency, effective green building codes, and improved solid and liquid waste management will be pivotal. Industrial growth will continue while prioritizing energy efficiency via perform, achieve, and trade scheme, electrification and processes, material efficiency, recycling, and exploring options for hard-to-abate sectors like steel, cement, and aluminium. India has increased forest and tree cover alongside of economic growth in the last 3 decades. Low forest fire incidents and substantial carbon sequestration by forest and makes it on track to meet its enhanced NDC target in the area. The overall transition to low carbon pathway requires significant financing for developing countries like India. While costs are estimated in trillions of dollars, climate finance from developed nations falls short. India reiterated that developed countries must provide substantial grant and concessional loan for mitigation, adaptation, and just transition in the developing countries as per the UNFCCC. And historically, climate justice and equitable climate action remains India's key priority. India has increased forest and tree cover along with economic growth in the last 3 decades. Its low forest fire incidents and substantial sequestration by forest and trees make its own track enhanced NDC target in this area. However, the overall transition to the low carbon pathway required significant financing for developing countries like India. While cost of estimated in trillions of dollars, climate finance from developed nations falls short. The developed countries must provide substantial grants and concessional loan for mitigation, adaptation and just transition in the developing countries as per the UNFCCC's and historically responsibility. Climate justice and equitable climate action remains India's key priority. Now looking Indian context to COP28 in Dubai 2023, India has been at the forefront of supporting action-oriented steps at the global level in response of the climatic change. We have always held in the view that the people and the planet are inseparable and that human well-being and the nature are intrinsically. India is concerned of the global south and reiterated the urgency of making the means of implementation, particularly climate finance, available to the developing countries to achieve their climate ambitions and implement their NGRBCs. India's demand the operationalize of loss and damage funds and establishment of the UAE Climatic Investment Fund at the COP28 and called for a COP28 to deliver the following issues related to climate finance. India engagement at the COP28 led by the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi showcase a comprehensive and proactive approach to tackling the climate change, emphasizing the urgency of accessible climate finance through multilateral development bank for developing nations. India highlighted the need to implement nature determined contribution and voiced concern on the behalf of the global south. The initiative launched including LED IT 2 for the industry transition, the green credit program, incentives pro-environment action, and the focus on the Himalayan region vulnerability demonstrate the India's commitment to diversify strategies for sustainable development, mountain communities green and resilient with the help of National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem launched as a part of the National Action Plan on the Climate Change in India. Furthermore, India's involvement in the Quad Climatic Working Group and the Mangrove illustrate a recognition of the pivot role played by local communities and the regional government in fostering the sustainable lifestyle and holistic conservation efforts. National statement for India's emphasis India's comprehensive approach to environmental conservation, addressing not only the emission but also land degradation, ecosystem restoration and biodiversity enrichment. The commitment to lending to micro, small and medium enterprises MSME in the renewable energy sector as highlighted by the IIndia underscore India's focus on driving economic and environmental sustainability. Overall, India's active participation and the COP28 position the country as a proactive and influential player in the global fight against the climate change, causing a commitment to collaborate, innovate and localize the. Looking at the definition aspect, environmental criteria in ESG evaluate how companies act as stewards of nature through their business operation. Their principal focus on the natural resources conservation, environmental risk management, and sustainable practice. It takes into account companies' utilization of natural resources and the effect of its operation on the environment, both direct operation and across its supply chain. The environmental criteria consider how a company safeguards the environment, including corporate policies addressing the climate change. It's a measure of a company's impact on the environment and its effectiveness in managing environmental risks, part of assessing the company's overall sustainability and ethical impact. The environmental factors include direct and indirect greenhouse gas emission, management stewardship, overall natural resources, and the firm overall resilience against the physical climate risk like climate change, flooding, and fires. This can also encompass things like carbon emissions, energy consumption, waste management, and water usage. India's national guidelines on responsible business conduct outline relevant principle. Principle 2 emphasizes providing safe, sustainable goods and services. Principle 6 focuses on respecting and protecting the, while Principle 9 highlights engaging consumer responsible without overexploitation. These three principles have been discussed in detail in my previous presentation. Today it appears that primarily environmental factors are those that will, based on the company's process of production, that will in some or another way affect external parameters like air, water, land, noise, hazardous item, etc. in the environment. This slide discusses the word environment in ESG. Today, environment stewardship is a growing priority for Indian industry, driven by the climate change, scarcity, and community expectations. Moreover, the key environmental factors assess the external impacts of companies' production process on the natural environment. This includes strategies for energy efficiency, reducing carbon emission, and adopting renewable energy, curbing pollution, waste management, water conservation, biodiversity protection, and investing in the green technologies across the value chain of any production activity. Taking account of any type of production entity, it explores the environmental impact at commercial entity as well as in the surrounding resident community from the manufacturing entity. Referring Sustainable Development Goal 13 and 15, which are directly linked with the word environment of the ESG framework, while the other SDG goal 6, 7, 11, 12, 14 and 17 are some or the other way become a subset of the former two while the execution of any production activities. Thus, a strong environmental performance requires companies to align business operation with the ecological sustainability. It demonstrates commitment through concrete goals on the carbon neutrality, resources efficiency, renewable energy use, recycle, habitat preservation, and environmentally safe goods or services. Proactively mitigating environmental risk and transparency through disclosure build stakeholder trust. A collaborative approach between the companies, regulators, and the consumer can escalate India's transition to an inclusive green economy with a green environment. Addressing these issues is essential to the long-term financial stability of a company. Investors identify opportunities in eco-friendly activities which can lead to competitive advantage in eco-friendly goods and services. Well, this slide shows different types of law associated to the environment in India. India's environmental laws tapestry woven of international inspiration and domestic action. In 1972, UN Conference on the Human Environment in Stockholm served as a pivotal movement highlighting the global interconnected environmental issues and human well-being. This sparked a call for balanced development that prioritized both economic progress and environmental protection. In response, India's constitution adopted environmental protection as a key principle. Article 48 mandates environmental improvement, while Article 51AG empowers citizens to protect nature. Furthermore, Parliament can enact law based on international agreement, and both central and the state government have legislative authority on the environmental matters. These constitutional principles translate into concrete action through a series of key laws. Life Protection Act safeguards animal and plant life, while the Water and Air Act's pollution control standards. The Environmental Protection Act bridge legal gaps and identify ecological sensitive areas. Scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers act recognize the right and livelihood of indigenous community, emphasizing the social dimension of environmental protection. This legal framework reflects India's recognition that environmental challenges are multifaceted and requires multi-pronged solutions. Balancing economic development with the environmental protection remains a key theme, demanding ongoing efforts to improve enforcement, update regulations, and addresses the emerging environmental concern. By weaving together international principles, domestic legislation, and institutional structure, India's environmental law offer a roadmap for a sustainable future. Continued vigilance and adaptation will be crucial in ensuring that this roadmap leads to a clear, greener India for generations to come. Well, it becomes more complex when we look industry-based applicable law. Further, industry-based applicable law helps strengthen environmental governance, and the National Green Tribunal provides a fast-track platform for resolving environmental disputes. The Biological Diversity Act tackles piracy and regulates the use of biological resources, highlighting India's commitment to biodiversity conservation. Numerous provisions with the Indian Penal Code and the Code of Criminal Procedure penalize public nuisance and empower magistrates to prevent environmental harm. Civil law principles related to the nuisance also facilitate actions against violation. The Compensatory Afforestation Funds Act of 2016, afforestation requirements and the fund management. India's Supreme Court has played a pioneering role in shaping environmental jurisprudence. It has led that the right to life Article 21 includes the right to wholesome environment through landmark judgment. Judicially endorsed principles such as polluter pays, precautionary principle, and public trust doctrine have instrumental in environmental protection. Procedural innovation, including the epistolary jurisdiction and continuing mandamus, enable the court to address environmental threats effectively. These laws are categorized based on the type of nature of industries, aiming to measure their impact on both physical and human parameters using baseline data. Consequently, India boasts a robust constitutional and legal framework supported by progressive judicial trends that prioritize environmental conservation. However, challenges persist in terms of implementation and enforcement, primarily due to insufficient capacities, limited community participation, and power imbalance. Nonetheless, the extensive regulatory framework and engaged judiciary provide a solid foundation for addressing India's environmental challenges. Now let us see comparison of ISO standards with the Indian Acts and Rules and environment. Environmental concerns have become increasingly important in today's world, promoting the development of various frameworks and regulations to ensure responsible and sustainable practice. The Indian Acts and Rules and the International Organization of Standardization, that is ISO, are two prominent frameworks that addresses environmental issues. The narration aims to compare these two approaches, highlighting their similarity, differences, and overall effectiveness with the advent of ESG framework. It is noteworthy to compare the ISO with the existing Acts rules related to environment in India because the former is voluntary while the latter gives much impetus to the mandatory national and state government law specific to environmental issues and pollution target. The main agenda of this slide is to share whatever is visualized as voluntary, which the country has taken seriously in its execution process. Thus today India competes with the rest of the world in maintaining the quality as well as ideology of the subject environment, and by large equally embedded easily with the ESG framework. The major strength of ISO is concerned with the adaptability to diversified industries, facilitating international trade and collaboration, regularly updated to reflect the advancements, provides business with the roadmap for environmental improvement. The major strength of ISO is concerned with the adaptability of diversified industries, facilitating international trade and collaboration, regularly updating to reflect advancement, provide business with a roadmap for environmental improvement. Our country's acts and rules are largely based on the principles near to the ISO that ensure comprehensive protection along with the business operation in diversified industries, equally recognize the rights of indigenous community and promote participation much ahead in the philosophy of the equity of benefits among the concerned stakeholders. Or one can say that the ISO is traditionally limited, increasing through stakeholders forum and partnership, while the later varied with the regulations mandating the community involvement. The major limitation observed with the ISO is that no guarantee of compliance and potential greenwashing may not directly address a specific environmental issue. Traditional lack of stakeholders' involvement and largely rely on the self-assessment and certification by independent bodies, limited or voluntary mechanism like audits and report. On the other hand, the formation of acts and rules relates to complexity, bureaucracy, and enforcement challenges, and its implementation involves cumbersome and time-consuming to navigate and limited monitoring capacity, resources, constraints for enforcement, potential disconnect between specific regulations and broader environmental goals that are enrooted largely with the government or accrediting agency, pollution control board, and designated courts enforcing penalty, fines, and corrective action order. Lastly, one can say that the potential of synergy that integrate ISO standards into relevant Indian regulation for practical tools and a stronger scientific basis. Besides, capacity to understand and implement both frameworks promote stakeholder engagement in standard development and regulatory decision making. Both ISO standards and the Indian Acts and Rules serve crucial role in environmental protection. ISO standard provides a global benchmark for best practices, while the Indian Acts and Rules serve as a legal framework with the enforceability. While ISO standards facilitate the voluntary adoption on a global scale, the Indian legal framework promotes mandatory compliance within the country. An effective environmental management system should combine the strength of both these approaches to ensure comprehensive and sustainable environmental practice. Collaboration between ISO standards and the country-specific law can further strengthen global environmental protection efforts under the ESG framework. This slide is a bit descriptive because it involves the initiative to climatic change in context to ESG by India. After the Paris Agreement 2015, India has progressed a lot to strengthen its efforts for global environmental protection under the ESG framework. Though the progress is at slow pace, remarkable and concreted efforts that lead to many affirmative action in this regard, highlighting India's significant role and contribution towards climate action. At the international level, India's contribution to climate action has been significant through its international efforts such as International Solar Alliance, Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, creation of LED-IT, Infrastructure of Resilient and Island States, CAT Alliance. The Global Biofuel Alliance, launched when the G20 leaders met in Delhi earlier in this year, seeks to serve as a catalytic platform fostering global collaboration for advancement and widespread adoption of biofuels. Here produces a list of concrete efforts made by India which equals to that international standard and free in doing international trade around the world. India, the world's second most populous country, faces major environmental challenges stemming from its rapid economic growth and industrialization. Protecting the environment is a key priority of India. Initiatives like the National Solar Mission aim to rapidly increasing renewable energy capacity to 175 gigawatts by 2022 and ensure clean energy security. The National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency targets annual saving of 10% of energy consumption by upgrading technology across sectors. Rigorous emission standards for vehicles have been implemented to control air pollution in cities. The LED Ujala scheme has distributed over 300 million LED bulbs, leading to 35 million tons of CO2 reduction annually. On the environmental front, India enacted the Biological Diversity Act to protect its ecological resources. However, industrialization and lack of strict enforcement have led to the continued loss of forest and wildlife. Air pollution from vehicle, industries and biomass burning in a massive health, with Indian cities ranking among the most populated globally. India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gas after China and USA. Recognizing this, India has taken many positive policy action on the climatic change, curbing emission and promoting sustainability. The National Action Plan on Climate Change, launched in 2008, outlined measures for climate mitigation and adaptation across 8 core sectors. The plan promotes greener development and envisages creation of new funding mechanism to support such efforts. The National Mission for Sustainable Habitat promotes energy efficient building and waste management in cities. The National Water Mission focuses on the water conservation, rainwater harvesting and equitable distribution. The National Mission for a Green India aims to increase forest cover by 5 million hectares, critical for climate regulation. The National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem protect the fragile Himalayan ecosystem essential for water security in India. Expanding renewable energy capacity is a key priority. India aims to achieve 175 gigawatts of installed renewable energy capacity by 2023 under its National Solar Mission. It has made rapid progress with the current renewable energy capacity over 150 gigawatts. India has also set a goal of increasing energy efficiency by 20 to 25% under the National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. Cleaning up India's populated urban areas is another focus. The National Mission on Sustainable Habitat promotes sustainability in cities through improvement in energy efficiency, urban planning, transportation and the waste management. Many Indian cities are switching their public transport fleets to cleaner natural gas and electric vehicles. Ahmedabad launched India's first municipal green bond in 2018 to finance sustainable infrastructure. Recognizing the importance of forests, India launches the National Mission of Green India to increase forest tree cover by 5 million hectares and improve the quality of forests. The National Mission on Strategic Knowledge of Climatic Change promotes research on the impact and adaptation to climate change. Project Tiger and the Project Elephant conserve flagship species and their habitats. India has nearly attained the goal of bringing a third of its area under the forest and tree cover. Compensatory afforestation is mandated for the diversion of the forest land to minimize the ecological loss. However, more need to be done to reservation degradation from pressure like development projects, overgrazing and encroachments. Waste management and curbing pollution are also gaining more attention. Many cities are modernizing waste collection system and building waste to energy plants. Delhi's India's most polluted city is deploying smoke towers and procuring electric bus to cut the pollution, but still it is not sufficient. The National Clean Air Program seeks to reduce particulate pollution in over 100 cities by 20 to 30% over 2017 levels by 2024-25. Plastic waste management rules curb single-use plastic. The Swachh Bharat mission has built over 110 million toilets to end open defecation and is supporting waste management program across India. India banned single-use plastic in 2022. More broadly, the Indian industry is also awakening to the importance of environment, sustainability and governance due to the growing global focus on ESG investing and disclosure. Top Indian companies are now reporting on their ESG policy, carbon footprint and sustainability targets more transparently. Reliance, India's largest company, recently unveiled ambitious net carbon zero target for 2035. More firms are also linking executive pay to ESG goals. While India still faces huge environmental and sustainable challenge, the policymaker and initiative launched in a recent year demonstrate India's commitment to tackle climate change comprehensively. National Action Plan on Climate Change and specific mission for solar energy efficiency, forests and sustainability put India on the right path. But stronger implementation of ESG policy, public-private partnerships, and civil society participation will be the key to translating these goals into effective action on the ground with its growing economic and large populations. India's ability to balance development needs with the environmental sustainability will be the important goal story in the 21st century under ESG framework. Now we will focus what does the environment management contains in context to the ESG framework. That is, the environment elements should be included in ESG framework. The ESG framework in India refers to set of guidelines and principles that companies and organizations can adopt to measure and assess their environmental, social and governance practice. ESG considerations have gained significantly importance in recent years as investors and stakeholders increasingly focuses on sustainability and responsible business practices. Ministry of Forest and Environment and Climatic Change of India has had a very exhaustive structural scope covering all aspects of environment protection and promotion. Taking account of these, the question arises as to what should be included as per the ESG framework of our country. AMBIT includes key element of environmental stewardship with aligned with the ESG framework covering all of the 11 topics highlighted in the slides. These pillars focuses on the company's impact on the environment. It involves assessing environmental risk, identifying opportunities for conservation and resource management, mitigating pollution and promoting sustainable. Companies are encouraged to disclose their greenhouse gas, water usage, waste management strategy, and initiatives to address climate change. However, looking at the adoption of the principles like adopting a life cycle approach, continuous improvement, stakeholders engagement, monitoring requirements covering habitat and wildlife conservation, afforestation, biopiracy, extended producer responsibility, etc. It was decided that ESG framework for the environment must revolve around 11 major elements as displayed in the slide and will be covered in detail in the later part of the. Well, owing to my content of the previous slide's presentation, and appropriate parameters of environment versus type of metrics have been laid down to make you understand. And I will request you all that before concluding I encourage viewers to complete the metrics with the 11 environmental parameters that are in subject purview of ESG framework. This understanding will facilitate the next presentation, issues related to climatic change, a challenge for corporate ESG in India. So don't forget to subscribe my channel and stay tuned for the next week for this interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome again in continuation of my previous presentation on the environment and now exploring climatic change, a challenge for corporate ESG in India. Climate change is one of the biggest challenges facing India today. India is already witnessing changes in rainfall pattern, rising temperature, and increased frequency of extreme weather events like floods, drought, and cyclones. One major contribution to climatic change across the globe, including India, is the greenhouse gas emission from human activities. India's emissions have been rising steadily over the past few decades, though its per capita emissions are still below the global average. Key sources of emissions in India includes energy production from fossil fuels like coal, increasing vehicle emission due to rising number of vehicles, emission from factories and industries, changing land use pattern, and agriculture activities like paddy cultivation, fertilizer usage, and livestock rearing. Despite the upcoming many alternative energy conservation techniques like wind, solar, hydro, etc., coal has been the mainstay of India's energy sectors for decades. As India pursues economic growth, its appetite for coal still will continue to rise, leading to higher level of coal consumption for energy. This is a major contributor to India's greenhouse gas emission. Deforestation is another concern. While India has increased its overall forest cover in recent years, some researchers argue that the quality of forest is declining due to legal and illegal logging. Loss of forest reduces carbon sequestration from trees and leads to other environmental issues like soil erosion, water scarcity, loss of biodiversity, etc. Waste management is also a growing challenge. Rapid urbanization in India has led to exponential increase in the municipal solid waste level, most of which end up with the landfills. The decomposition of organic waste in landfills produces methane, a potent greenhouse gas. Apart from emission, experts believe changes in the monsoon could also impact India due to climatic change. India is heavily dependent on the 4-month southwest monsoon season for the majority of its annual rainfall. Rising temperature due to global warming are likely causing shift in the monsoon pattern over India. Some studies suggest the monsoon is getting weaker over the past century. Any fluctuation in the monsoon can disrupt India's agriculture output and causes water shortage for hundreds of millions of people, thereby affecting livelihoods, food security, and the economy of the country. Tackling climatic change requires global cooperation as impact transcends national borders. Hence, India also needs to proactively contribute to reducing the global greenhouse gas concentration. Financially, politically, and policy leadership lies at the bottom of all the recommendation for a thriving climatic change policy for India. Regional, state, national, and global involvement are the most effective key for India to meet its aspiration of a climate resilient planet and achieve long-term sustainable growth. So now let us explore the environment component under the ESG framework. As pointed out earlier in my presentation, there are 11 major elements related to environment. I will have a glance at all the points shown in the slides. Reducing carbon emission across operations and value chain is imperative to mitigate climate change risk. Businesses needs to measure, report and reduce carbon emission through improving energy efficiency, installing renewable energy, electrifying process and switching to low carbon material. Adopting clean technology using green fuels and investing in carbon offset can accelerate decarbonization. Analysis carbon and water footprint by tracking emission and water usage in all activities is crucial for ESG. Strategies like water recycling and rainwater harvesting need implementation to improve water use efficiency. Life cycle assessment helps understand the environmental footprints across product life cycles. Controlling emission of greenhouse gas like carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide is also vital to reduce climate impact. Monitoring major greenhouse gas emission sources and investing the abatement technology to improve the industrial process and energy generation is important. Adopting ambitious net zero target by balancing emissions with removals in gaining prominency in mitigating climatic change contribution. Businesses need short and long-term plan to achieve net zero through clean energy, electrification, carbon capture, and growing carbon sink. Sustainable waste management through reduction, reuse, recycle, and recovery approaches across operation is critical. Responsible waste disposal, recycling initiative, avoiding food loss and waste, and developing waste to energy and waste to resource system are key focus area. Green logistic by optimizing transport and switching to renewable fuel can decrease environmental footprint across supply chain. Procuring climate-friendly raw materials and packaging also boosts green supply chain efforts. Promoting recycling, remanufacturing, and product takes back systems create a circular economy that maximize resource utility and minimize waste. Designing products and process for durability, recyclability, and recycled content usage aids circularity. Energy conservation across facility, process, and equipment by tackling energy performance, retrofitting inefficient systems, and utilizing renewable energies helps to reduce emission and optimize cost. Thus, a multi-dimensional ESG strategy encompassing these key environmental components can help drive sustainability across a company's value chain. The focus must be on innovation, technology adoption, stakeholders collaboration, and robust monitoring and reporting. Environmental stewardship is vital for building competitive advantage and a resilient future business landscape. In my last presentation, I appealed to the viewers to classify these 11 elements of the environment according to their industries in which one is serving. Do you know what are the benefits of doing such classification? Let me explain you in detail. The moment you think about the environmental parameters to be integrated with the industry, immediately you realize that first comes in mind is related to the product and the process involved in it, and later comes to a raw material, where one develops the cause and effect relation of the process being involved in producing the desired product. The moment we think about the process, the first thing required to produce the desired material is related to the green raw material and what significance it has in the ESG framework about the environment. There are 5 major characteristics of green raw materials used in process units typically, such as one is renewable. Green raw material are sourced from the renewable sources that can be regenerated with a reasonable time break. The other is related to sustainable, means the extraction of the production of the green raw material does not, despite natural resources, harm the environment significantly. Third is related to green raw material having lower carbon and water footprint than traditionally raw materials, resulting in reduced greenhouse emission. Fourth is related to green raw materials that are non-toxic and do not threaten human health or environment during their production. And the last is related to ethical sourcing. Green raw material are sourced ethically, ensuring fair labor practice and responsible supply chain management. Once you think about these 5 points, it strikes immediately in our mind related to green technology products, which are result aims to reduce waste, cut pollution, and even diminish fossil fuels use. Some of the important types of green technology products includes energy creation products, green chemicals, sustainable or recyclable products, and technology that provides renewable alternative energy. The key environment components that require focused strategies for ESG compliance includes carbon emission, carbon and water footprint, greenhouse gas emission, net zero goals, waste management, green logistics, recycling, circular economy, and energy conservation. This in turn promotes the concept of green investment that focuses on companies or projects committed to the conversion of natural resources related to low emission energy supply, including renewable energy. Other is to pollution reduction, that is use of biofuel and nuclear energy efficiency in the energy supply and energy consuming sector. And the last is other environmentally conscious business practices such as carbon capture, sequestration, including deforestation and agriculture. Thus, the concept of green bonds emerged typically aligned with the international standards such as the Green Bond Principle or the Climate Bonds Initiative Standard, which are debt instruments that finance projects with positive environmental benefits such as renewable energy projects, energy efficiency improvement, or waste management initiative. These activities under green bonds are subject to independent verification to ensure compliance with the Green Bond Principle, with regular reporting on the environmental impact of the project funded by the bonds. This helps the investors in green bonds are increasingly looking for transparency and accountability in the use of proceeds and the environmental benefits achieved. I hope by now the viewers have understood the significance of the environmental elements under the ESG framework. During my previous presentation on the environment, I gave much importance and comparison of ISO with Indian prevailing laws related to the environment. Both ISO and the Indian Act's rules serve crucial roles in environmental protection. ISO standards provide a global benchmark for best practices, while the Indian Acts and rules serve as a legal framework with enforceability. Gearing up with the ESG commitment, integrating robust environmental management into India's growth story, with investors and stakeholders worldwide increasingly focus on ESG parameters. Indian enterprises must urgently embrace a robust environmental management system to showcase their sustainability credentials. The ISO 14001 standard guides holistic and integrated systems to minimize environmental impact across operations. Beyond just compliance, the goal must be continuous improvement in environmental performance through the top management commitment, quantitative monitoring of carbon emissions, energy and water usage, waste generated, and greenhouse gas emission, internal audits, preventive and corrective action, employees training, and stakeholder engagement. Leveraging the life cycle assessment tool as per ISO 14064 to accurately measure greenhouse gas emission across the value chain, which include the scope 1, 2, and 3, is a key for science-based target setting and net zero planning. Ambitious action on reducing emission, switching to renewable energy, zero waste system, and carbon sequestration is vital in India's race to net zero by 2070. However, the ESG imperative goes beyond the operational boundaries. Enterprises must advocate the enable sustainability across their ecosystem of suppliers, dealers, vendors, partners, and consumers, building awareness and playing a stewardship role for the environment by setting examples, handholding stakeholders, providing access to green technology, and even financial sustainable transition foster positive ripple effects. Transitioning to renewable energy, embracing circular economy and nature-based solution, optimizing logistics, preventing deforestation, and partnering with the SME and farmers to adopt regenerative practice helps green the wider value chain. This creates a shared value. Finally, supporting robust carbon market and pricing in India through voluntary and compliance mechanism catalysts meaningful climatic action. Putting a value on emission reduction, incentive investment, unlocks climate finance and mainstream climate consideration in decision making by businesses and individuals alike. With the Glasgow Climate Pact stressing Article 6 market mechanism and India's net zero trajectory, enterprises must gear up, integrate carbon market as part of their mitigation portfolio through high quality carbon credit and offset. The message is clear. Enterprises who proactively incorporate environmental management system, life cycle thinking, net zero planning, supply chain sustainability and carbon market at the core of the ESG blueprint will gain a competitive edge, contribute to the national goal and build climate resilience for the future. The time for action is now. Now we'll see the status of carbon emission in India. India's soaring population of 140 million and fast-growing economy have resulted in India's carbon emission rising dramatically in the last 2 decades. This growth has seen India in 2021 become the world's third largest emitter of the greenhouse gas after China and US. The 8.2% rise in the India's annual CO2 emission for 2023 would be more than the double the expected increase in China, which is set to see a 4% growth this year. Nevertheless, India's per capita greenhouse gas emissions are well below the global average at just 2.8 ton carbon CO2 emission. Additionally, India's contribution to historically cumulative CO2 emission is also far less than other major economies at less than 4%. India has made several commitments to address carbon emission. First is India has committed to achieving the net zero emission target by 2070. Second is India aims to reach a non-fossil fuel energy capacity of 500 gigawatts by 2030. Next is India plans to fulfill at least half of energy requirement via renewable energy by 2030. India aims to reduce CO2 emission by 1 billion ton by 2030. Other is India plans to reduce carbon intensity below 45% by 2030. Well, last but not the least is India is committed to reducing the emission caused by the activities for the nation's economic growth by 45% by the year 2030 from 2005 levels. These commitments were part of India's Panchtantra declaration at COP26. However, under current policy, India overall emissions are still expected to rise beyond 2030. To ensure a fair contribution to the global climate crisis, India emission would need to stay below the emission projected under the current policy. To date, major confusion arises among the industries as to which is the official authorized body to measure the carbon emission. In India, the measurement and regulation of carbon emission for industries fall under the purview of the various government agencies and regulatory bodies. The primary authority responsible for monitoring and regulating carbon emission in India are Central Pollution Control Board is the apex regulatory body for environmental protection in India. The CPCB set emission standard for various industries and conducts periodic inspection to ensure compliance. State Pollution Control Board. Each state in India has its own State Pollution Control Board which work in coordination with the Central Pollution Control Board and monitor emission from industry operating within their respective state. Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the central government ministry responsible for formulating and implementing policies and regulation related to environment protection and climate change. It works in collaboration with CPCB to set national environmental standard and policies. National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration of Laboratory in India that performs emission testing and analysis. Accredited laboratories are authorized to conduct emission measurements and provide accurate data for regulatory compliance. Indian Forest Service is responsible for monitoring and managing forest cover and carbon sequestration efforts. Forests plays a crucial role in mitigation carbon emission by absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere. Bureau of Energy Efficiency, while focuses on energy efficiency, it also focuses a role in emission reduction by promoting energy efficient technology and practices in industries. Other additional agencies are the National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, approved certification bodies to train and certify energy auditor, and additionally, industry may also engage third-party environmental consultants. Industry needs to adhere to emission and standard and regulatory requirements set by these authorities. Compliance with the emission standard is often mandatory, and industries are required to install emission control equipments and regularly monitor and report their emission. Non-compliance can lead to penalties and legal action. So in summary, CPCB, SPCB, accredited private agency and in-house team conduct primary emission measurement and monitor for industries as per the central and the state government norms in India. Well, these slides look methods of carbon emission in India. Some of the key methods used for measuring carbon emission from industries in India are direct emission measurement. This involves real-time monitoring of actual stake emission using continuous emission monitoring system installed at source. Parameters like CO2, CO, particulates, SO2, etc. are tracked to compute carbon emission, mandatory for large industries under pollution control norms. Emission factor establishes the average emission rate of pollutant from given source based on source design, fuel type, operating condition, etc. Used where continuous monitoring is not feasible. Industry-specific emission factor guidelines are published by CPCP and NCTL. Another is mass balance approach. This is calculated based on the material consumption, process input and efficiency, energy input and output, while accounting for removals, transfer and storage using conversion of mass principle, suitable for refineries, cement, steel plants, etc. Another is based on the fuel calculation. Emission estimated based on quantity of fuel consumed, their calorific value and default CO2 emission factors for respective fuels as prescribed by IPCC guidelines or local norms. Simpler method subject to availability of reliable fuel usage data. Another is the most important is life cycle assessment. Evaluate emissions across the full product life cycle from raw material extraction, production, transportation, use phase and waste management. Provide comprehensive estimates but more complex. Another is emission model. Mathematical models stimulate chemical reaction and processes to estimate emissions from input operating data. Recommended for vessels, power plants, oil and gas industries, etc. with a high accuracy. Last but not the least is the ambient air quality control. Track CO2 level in ambient air using automated air analyzer around the industry to estimate carbon footprints, supplementary and may be influenced by other source. While other methods like data logger and sensors, remote sensing technology, carbon accounting software, carbon credit and offset, and personal audit and inspection are some other method to know the carbon emission. The choice of method depend on the complexity of the operation, relates reliability requirement, instrumentation availability, regulatory norms and technical capabilities. A combination of approaches may be adopted for comprehensive and monitoring. Now let us see issues and challenges of carbon emission in India. India faces a multifaceted challenges in reducing carbon emission as a rapidly developing economy. While making strides in renewable energy, issues like high fossil fuel dependency, balancing growth and emission policy gaps, social concern, and equity consideration persist. Heavy reliance on coal for over 70% of electric exacerbates emission and air pollution. Transportation and other sectors also extensively use fossil fuels. Rapid industrialization and economic growth make regaining in emission harder. Implementation and enforcement of policy suffers from lack of concrete plans, inadequate funding and expertise, weak monitoring, and poor coordination across governance level. Transitioning away from fossil fuels poses risk of job loss and energy affordability issues requiring careful management. India argues for differentiated responsibility, highlighting its low historical per capita emission and the need of developed nations to provide financial and technological support. Effective international collaboration is crucial for escalating India's clean energy transition. Additional challenge arises from deforestation, reducing natural carbon sink, and climate change impact exacerbating the situation. Competing development priorities like energy access and lack of affordable low carbon alternative for major emitting industries like steel and cement add to complexity. Data gaps inhibits robust target setting and policy formulation. Monitoring and reporting capabilities need strengthening. Shifting away from fossil fuel intensive lifestyle requires a huge behavioral transformation. However, India is demonstrating commitment through ambitious goal of net zero by 270 and boosting renewable. India's like perform, achieve and trade and ROP are driving energy efficiency and renewable adoption. Investing in green technology can unlock cleaner development pathway. Going forward, India must diversify its energy mix towards renewable, improve energy efficiency across sectors, strengthen implementation, enforcement and monitoring of policies, addresses social and economic concerns of affected communities, and foster international cooperation on technology, knowledge, and financial transfer. The path to low carbon growth has challenged but harassing the opportunity and partnership. India can progress climate action while meeting its development needs. India's journey towards a low carbon future is complex and challenging, but by addressing these issues, capitalization on opportunities, it can navigate these landscape and contribute significantly global climate action. Thus, even as India actively engages in climate action, it faces socio-economic realities and structural limitations that constrain the low carbon transition. Supportive international partnership can facilitate overcoming these barriers over the times. One of the remarkable efforts made by the India is the launch of the Green Credit Program for ESG program in India. The Government of India has proposed a draft notification for implementation of the Green Credit Program to promote sustainable lifestyle and incentives climate action. The scheme proposed implementation rule of Green Credit Program, which is positioned as a key initiative under the India's lifestyle of environment movement for engaging citizens and stakeholders in climatic action and environmental stewardship. This voluntary market-based mechanism will enable earning and trading of green credit by individual, communities, business and organizations for undertaking the environmental friendly activities across sectors like agriculture, forestry, industry, etc. Green credit can also from small enterprises to local bodies to private companies. The program aims to leverage competitive market and credit trading to promote conservation, modernization in resource use and low carbon development. The draft rules outline the institutional framework, procedure and safeguards. Overall, the initiative aims to drive impactful climate action through a credit-based reward mechanism. It commences with the title Green Credit Programs Implementation Rule of 2023 with the objective to create a market-based mechanism for providing incentive in the form of green credit to individuals, farmer producer organization, cooperative, forestry enterprises, sustainable agriculture enterprises, urban and rural local bodies, private sector, industries, and organization for environment positive action, and create mass movement around the environment positive action and realize the vision of mission life through a pro-planet people and entities. Further, it makes clear the act by defining the meaning of green credit with the accredited green credit verifier with a registered entity, making more clarity about the registry, thereby giving the significance of or as a third party certifier with a clear defining the terms of verification through the empanel auditors entitled for auditing the entire system of the program. The Green Credit Program will be implemented in phases, starting with the 2 to 3 activities in sectors like tree plantation, water conservation, sustainable agriculture, waste management, air pollution reduction, mangrove conservation, eco-mark labeling, and sustainable building. More activities and sectors will be added in subsequent phase with the government approval. The program aims to promote environmental stewardship through credit-based incentives for climate-friendly actions across these areas. A phased approach allows the iterative development and expansion of the various market mechanisms. The methodology for generating green credit will involve setting activity-specific threshold and benchmark aligned with the legal obligation. One green credit unit will be allocated based on the equivalent environmental outcomes across the sector. Digital process will be developed for self-assessment, registration, credit issuance, performance monitoring, and other aspects of the program. A steering committee comprising the government expert, industries, and stakeholders will govern the Green Credit Program. It will approve procedures, guidelines, and process, make recommendation on activities, sectors, demand creation, review implementation, and advise the government. The committee will monitor and enable the effective rollout of the program. Continuing from the previous slide, let us look forward. The Indian Council Forestry Research and Education will serve as a Green Credit Program Administrator responsible for overall implementation, including the management, monitoring, operation. Key functions include developing guidelines, process and methodologies, constituting experts committee, establishing system for registration, certification, credit issuance, trading platform, and accreditation of the third-party verifier, issuing digital credits, collecting fees, capacity building, compiling reports, and undertaking other tasks assigned by the steering committee and government. The administrator will provide the institutional framework to operationalize the various aspects of the program, spanning registration, monitoring, verification, certification, registry, trading, knowledge of management, and stakeholders engagement. The administrator can constitute technical committee for each activity to develop the methodologies and process for registration and credit issuance. These committees will comprise governments, organization, and subject experts. They will recommend methodologies for credit allocation, measurement, reporting, verification mechanism, and advise on the other technical matters for their respective activity referred by the administrator. As regards the Green Credit Registry and its function, the administrator will establish an electronic Green Credit Registry for recording the issuance, holding, transfer, and acquisition of the credits as per the prescribed standards. Key functions include entity registration and credit accounting, maintaining a secure database of transactions, establishing linkage with other registries, indemnifying entities for security breach, complying with the committee directions and other responsibility defined in the guidelines. The standardized registry will provide accurate tracking and accounting of credit to enable trading among the registered stakeholders as per the specified security protocols. Further, it is related to trading knowledge and data platform where the guidelines for trading platform to exchange green credit will be issued by the administrator with the committee approval. An accredited trading service provider will establish the platform enabling credit trading as per the guideline. Separately, a knowledge of data platform will be an online portal for transparency on activities, sectoral progress, and achievement under the program. It may collate information from credit registry and other sources like best practices and capacity building to publicly showcase program implementation. The Green Credit Program Administrator will accredit entities to serve as a Green Credit Verifier according to the established guideline. The key responsibilities of these accredited verifier includes conducting verification assessment of registered entities and activities and submitting reports to administrative recommending the grant of credit based on their audits. Further, the verifier must also submit annual return to the administrator as per the guideline. Demand generation for credit under the program will be voluntary based with the steering committee recommending measures to spur participation across the sector. Entities registered for compensatory afforestation will need to register with the Green Credit Registry to qualify the credits related afforestation activity. Additionally, the central government can empanel independent auditors to periodically audit the overall functioning, processes, and administration of the Green Credit Program.
Hello, this slide explains the methodology for calculating green credit concerning tree plantation. Very recently, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climatic Change in India, through a notification dated February 22nd, 2024, has outlined the methodology for calculating green credit concerning tree plantation under the Green Credit Rule 2023, established under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Rule 5 of the Green Credit Rules empowers the central government to notify the methodology for calculating the green credit. The central government, following the recommendation of the administrator, issues the current notification to specify the methodology for calculating green credit, particularly for the tree plantation as shown in the slide. The entire methodology is explained in bullet points in the slide. The notification mandates the Forest Department of each state and union territory to identify degraded land parcels such as open forest, scrub land, waste land, and catchment area under their jurisdictions for tree plantation. These areas are to be made available to promote activities aimed at increasing the country's green cover, generating green credit under the mentioned rules. The identified land must be free from the encumbrance and have a size of 5 hectares or more. Entitles interested in undertaking tree plantation for green credit can apply to the administrator. Upon receiving the application, the administrator will identify suitable land and assign it to the applicant, who must then submit a proposal for the tree plantation. A demand note including the cost of plantation and administrative expense will be issued to the applicant, who must pay the specified amount within a given period. After payment, the Forest Department, under the direction of administrator, will carry out tree plantation based on the management plan or working plan to be completed within the 2 years from the payment date. Upon completion, the Forest Department will submit a report to the administrator and issue a certificate of completion to the applicant. The administrator, after evaluating and verifying the plantation activity, may generate and issue green credit to the applicant. The credit is calculated at 1 green credit per tree with a minimum density requirement of 1100 trees per hectare, considering a local silviclimatic and soil condition. The green credit can be exchanged to meet compensatory afforestation compliance in case of forest and land diversion for non-forestry purpose as per the applicable law. Furthermore, the generated green credit can be used for reporting under the environmental, social,
and governance, that is ESG, as an ESG indicator or corporate social responsibility following the rules under any prevailing law. The notification established a comprehensive framework to incentivize the tree plantation, contributing environmental conservation and sustainable development while aligning with the broader regulatory requirements. Last slide which I am going to explain is exploring the climate change and knowledge portal, which is largely nobody know about this portal. So I am explaining in very brief. India is a part to major the international agreement on climate change, including the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climatic Change, the Paris Agreement and the Kyoto Protocol. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and the Climate Change is a nodal ministry responsible for conducting India's responses to climate change in line of the national policies and UNFCCC. Specifically, the Climate Change Division of the Ministry of Forest and Climate Change handles issues related to climate change, including the international negotiation and domestic policies and action. The key responsibilities of the Climate Change Division include submitting national communications and biennial update reports to UNFCCC, coordinating India's National Action Plan on Climate Change, which outline strategies for climate change adaptation and mitigation, leading preparation and implementation of India's national determined contribution for emission reduction under the Paris Agreement, conducting studies to assess climate change impact in India under the programs like the Climate Change Action Program, National Carbonizes Aerosol Program, Long-Term Ecological Observation Program, and Greenhouse Gas Modeling. Implementing the National Adaptation Funds and climate change to support adaptation in vulnerable areas, encouraging the Indian states to develop state action plan on climate change aligned with the national plan, and last but not the least is representing India in international negotiations on the climate change. All the major milestones related to climate change action activities in context to international agencies are highlighted in the slide. I appeal to all viewers to have a glance to understand the policy of India about the climatic change linked with all concerned international bodies, and please reframe all other notes and concepts which are not officially part of the Republic of India. However, a remarkable milestone India has achieved after introducing the Green Credit Program that aims to incentivize climate-friendly action by generating market-based credit for environmental activities. Overall, it harnesses competitive market to escalate India's sustainable transition, thereby giving much weightage to ESG program in India. I have completed the major elements of the environment for ESG program, but still many elements of the environment under ESG program are yet to be explored and presented for the viewers. Topics like energy conservation, waste and water management, extended producer responsibility, green logistics support system, and circular economy will be covered lately because we want to continue the series related to ESG framework for India. So stay tuned for another interesting topic on nurturing communities, social stewardship in ESG perspective. Please do not forget to subscribe the channel. See you soon. Goodbye for now.
Hello and welcome back. Continuing from my previous topic on the climate change, today I am going to discuss about an interesting topic on greenhouse gas emission, a challenge for corporates. Measuring greenhouse gas emission across all three scopes is crucial for organizations to understand and manage their full climate impact. This comprehensive approach provides a holistic view of an organization's carbon footprint and is essential for effective climate action. Overall, measuring all three scopes of greenhouse gas emission is fundamental to effective climate action. It provides organizations with the data needed to set meaningful targets, implement effective reduction strategies, and contribute to global efforts to mitigate climate change. As businesses and governments increasingly focus on sustainability, comprehensive emission measurement will become not just a best practices but a necessity for responsible and forward-thinking organization. Now let us discuss what are greenhouse gas emission. Greenhouse gas emission are atmospheric gas that traps heat and contribute to greenhouse effect leading to global warming and climate change. The main type of greenhouse gas emissions are: first is carbon dioxide. CO2 is the most prevalent greenhouse gas, primarily released through burning fossils like coal, oil and natural gas, or deforestation and industrial processes. It remains in the atmosphere for hundreds to thousands of years and is the largest contributor to human-induced climate change. Next is methane. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas with a global warming potential about 28 times that of CO2 over a 100 years period. Major sources include livestock farming, rice cultivation, landfills, and natural gas production and distribution. Although it has a shorter atmospheric lifetime than CO2, its impact on short-term warming is significant. The next is nitric oxide, that is N2O, has a global warming potential approximately 265 times that of CO2 over 100 years period. It is emitted primarily from agricultural activities, particularly the use of nitrogen-based fertilizer, as well as from industrial process and the combustion of the fossil fuels and biomass. The last is about the fluorinated gases. These are synthetic gases with a high global warming potential, including hydrofluorocarbon, perfluorocarbons, and sulfur hexafluoride and nitrogen trifluoride. They are used in various industrial applications such as refrigeration, air conditioning, and semiconductor manufacturing. Although emitted in smaller quantity, their potent warming effects and long atmospheric lifetime makes them significant contributor to climate change. Understanding these different types of greenhouse gas, their source and their relative impact is crucial for developing effective strategy to mitigate climate change and reduce global ambition. Let us discuss tools and standards for greenhouse gas measurement. Tools and standards for greenhouse gas measurement are crucial for organizations to accurately assess and report their greenhouse gas emission. Here an overview of some key framework and resources. The first is Greenhouse Gas Protocol. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol, developed by World Resources Institute and World Business Council of Sustainable Development, is the most widely used international accounting tool for government and businesses to understand, quantify and manage greenhouse gas emission. It provides comprehensive guidance for companies and organizations to measure and manage greenhouse gas emission from private and public sector operation, value chain and mitigation actions. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol established a comprehensive global standardized framework for measuring and managing emission from private and public sector operation, value chain and mitigation action. Carbon Disclosure Project. The CDP is not a profit charity that runs the global disclosure system for investors, companies, cities, states and regions to manage their environmental impact. It aims to make environmental reporting and risk management a business norm, driving disclosure, insight and action towards a sustainable economy. The CDP framework helps companies and cities disclose their environmental impact. It works with the market force to motivate companies to disclose their impact on the environmental and natural resources and take action to reduce them. The next is Science-Based Target Initiative. The Science-Based Target Initiative is a collaboration between the CDP, the United Nations Global Compact, World Resource Institute and the Worldwide Fund for Nature It provides companies with a clear defined path to reduce emission in line with the Paris Agreement goals. The SBTi defines and promotes best practices in emission reduction and net zero target in line with the climate science. It provides a technical assistance and experts resource to companies who set science-based target in the line with the latest climate science. Another is related to EPA Greenhouse Gas Emission Factors Hub. The United States Environmental Protection Agency Emission Factors Hub provides the emission factors and global warming potential to help organizations calculate greenhouse gas emission. These factors are essential for converting activity data into emission estimates. The EPA Emission Factor Hub provides a comprehensive set of emissions factors for greenhouse gas inventories. These factors are regularly updated to reflect the latest science and are widely used in greenhouse gas accounting. It's important to note that while these tools and standards provide robust framework for greenhouse gas measurement, they often work in complementary ways. For instance, a company might use greenhouse gas protocol to structure its emission inventory. The EPA Emission Factors Hub to calculate emissions, set target using the SBTi framework and discloses its progress through CDP. Now let us discuss the importance of measuring greenhouse gas emission. Measuring greenhouse gas emission is crucial for organizations across various sectors. Its importance spans several key areas. The first is regulatory compliance. Many countries and regions have implemented mandatory greenhouse gas reporting scheme. For example, the European Union's emission trading system requires large emitters to monitor and report their emission annually. In the United States, the EPA Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program mandates reporting for large emission sources. Accurate measurement ensure compliance with these regulations, avoiding potential fines and penalty. The next is investor confidence. Investors increasingly consider climate-related risk and opportunity in their decision making. The Task Force on the Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, that is TCFD, recommends that the companies discloses climate-related financial risks, including greenhouse gas emission, as noted by the TCFD. The inventories, lenders, and insurance underwriters need clear, comprehensive, high-quality information on the impact of climate change. This includes the risk and opportunity presented by rising temperature, climate-related policies, and emerging technologies in our changing world. The third is related to operational efficiency. Measuring greenhouse gas emission often reveals inefficiency in operation. By identifying major emission sources, companies can target areas for improvement, potentially reducing cost and enhancing productivity. The Carbon Trust emphasizes this point by saying that measuring and managing your carbon footprint can deliver significant business benefits, cutting energy and resource costs, enhancing your reputation, and helping you prepare for future climate change legislation. The last point is related to the climate action. Accurate measurement is the foundation for effective climate action. It allows organizations to set science-based targets, track progresses, and demonstrate leadership in sustainability. The Science-Based Target Initiative states science-based target provides companies with a clear defined path to reduce emission in line with the Paris Agreement goals. In conclusion, measuring greenhouse gas emission is not an environmental imperative but also a business necessity. It enables regulatory compliance, build investor confidence, drive operational efficiencies, and underpin meaningful climate action. Now let us discuss what is the scope of emission Measuring greenhouse gas emission across Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 is crucial for understanding and mitigating the environmental impact of organizations. These scopes defined by the Greenhouse Gas Protocol provide a comprehensive framework for categorizing emissions based on their source. Accurate measurement of these emissions is essential for organizations to manage their carbon footprint, comply with the regulations, and contribute to our global climate goals. Scope 1 emission. The Scope 1 emission is directed greenhouse gas emission from source owned or controlled by the organization. This includes emissions from fuel combustion in the company owned vehicle, industrial process and on-site energy generation. Measuring Scope 1 emission is important because it reflects the organization's direct impact on the environment. By accurately tracking these emissions, companies can identify opportunities to reduce their carbon footprint, such as by improving energy efficiency, switching to low carbon fuels, or investing in renewable source energy. Moreover, measuring Scope 1 emission is often a regular requirement, particularly in industry with a high direct emissions such as manufacturing, transportation and energy. Organizations that fails to accurately measure and report these emissions may face a legal penalties, reputational damage and increased scrutiny from stakeholders. The next is Scope 2 emission. Scope 2 emission refers to indirect greenhouse gas emission from the consumption of purchased electricity, steam, heat and cooling. These emissions occur at the facilities where the energy is generated, but they are associated with the organization consumption. Measuring Scope 2 emission is crucial because it helps organizations understand the impact of their energy use and identify opportunities to reduce it through energy efficiency measures, renewable energy procurement, or changes in energy consumption pattern. For many organizations, Scope 2 emissions represent a significant portion of their total carbon footprints. Therefore, accurately measuring and reporting these emissions is key to demonstrating commitment to sustainability. Additionally, organizations that can reduce their Scope 2 emission often see cost saving through lower energy bills, improved efficiency, and potential incentives for using renewable energy. The next is related to Scope 3 emission. Scope 3 emission encompasses all other indirect emission that occurs in the value chain of their reporting company, both upstream and downstream. This includes emission from suppliers, business travel, employee commuting, product use, waste disposal, and end-of-life treatment of product. Scope 3 emissions are typically the largest and the most challenging to measure as they involve data from a wide range of sources beyond the organization's direct control. However, measuring Scope 3 emission is increasingly recognized as essential for organizations aiming to achieve comprehensive carbon neutrality. By understanding the full extent of their value chain emission, companies can work with the suppliers and customers to reduce emissions, drive innovations, and enhance sustainability throughout the life cycle of their product and services. For example, a company might choose suppliers with a lower carbon footprint or design products that use less energy during their life cycle. In summary, measuring greenhouse gas emission across Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 is vital for an organization to manage their environmental impact effectively. This comprehensive approach enables organizations to identify opportunities for emission reduction, comply with the regulation, and demonstrate their commitment to sustainability. Accurate measurement and reporting of these emissions are critical for addressing the global challenges of climate change as they provide the data needed to set and achieve ambitious climate goals. Now since we have discussed the scope of greenhouse gas emissions, let us discuss about the importance of data quality in the greenhouse gas measurement. The importance of data quality in greenhouse gas measurement cannot be overstated. High quality data is a fundamental to effective climate action, informed decision making and credible reporting. Let us explore the key aspect of the data quality in greenhouse gas measurement. First is related to accuracy. Accurate data is essential for a true representation of an organization's greenhouse gas emission. Inaccurate data can lead to misguided strategies, ineffective mitigation efforts, and potential reputational damage. Accuracy involves using appropriate methodology, reliable emissions factor, and robust data collection process. It also requires regular verification and validation of data source and calculation methods. The second is related to consistency. Consistency in the data collection and reporting methodology is crucial for comparing emission over time and across different parts of an organization. It allows for a meaningful trend analysis and progress tracking. Consistent approach also facilitate benchmarking against the industry, peer and sector-wide standards. This consistency should extend to the choice of organizational and operational boundaries, calculation methodologies, and reporting formats. The other is related to the transparency. The transparency reporting for greenhouse gas emission data and methodologies build trust with the stakeholders, including investors, regulators, and the public. Transparency involves clear documentation of data source, assumptions, calculation method, and any limitation or uncertainties in the data. It also includes disclosure of the scope of emission covered and in any significant changes in methodology or organizational boundaries from previous reporting period. The next is related to the decision making. High quality greenhouse gas emission data is critical for informed decision making at all levels of an organization. It enables identification of major emission sources and opportunities for reduction. Next is setting of realistic and achievable emission reduction targets. Other is evaluation of the effectiveness of mitigation strategies, assessment of the climate related risk and opportunities, and allocation of the resources for emissions reduction initiatives. Moreover, quality data supports strategic planning, help in prioritizing sustainability initiatives, and informs investment decision in low carbon technology. Overall, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol emphasizes the importance of data quality, stating quality of greenhouse gas inventory is only as good as the quality of the data used to develop it. Companies should ensure that the data used to support business goals and meet the decision-making needs of users, both internal and external to the company, are of sufficient quantity. To ensure data quality, organizations should implement robust data management system, conduct regular internal audits, and consider third-party verification of the greenhouse gas inventories. Continuous improvement in data collection and management process is also crucial as methodology evolves and new data source becomes available. Now let us discuss what are the key to accurate measurement for emission. Emission factors are critically in accurately measuring greenhouse gas emission as they provide standardized matrices for estimating emission from various activities. These factors are essential tools for organizations and the government aiming to quantify their environmental impact and develop effective climate strategies. First, the definition. Emission factors are coefficients that quantify the amount of greenhouse gas emission emitted per unit activity or input. For instance, an emission factor might indicate the kilogram of carbon dioxide emitted per kilowatt hour of electricity consumed or per liter of fuel burned. These factors simplify the process of estimating emission across a wide range of activities from energy use and transportation to industrial process and the waste management without the need of direct measurement at every instant. The next is related to the source. The source of emission factors are authoritative organizations that conduct extensive research and data collection. Key sources include the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which provides global default emission factors in its guideline for national greenhouse gas inventories, and the US Environmental Protection Agency, that is EPA, which offers region-specific factors through its greenhouse gas emission factors hub. Like in India, Bureau of Energy Efficiency and National Mission on Strategic Knowledge for Climate Change provides country-level estimated data. These organizations develop emission factors based on empirical studies, industry standards, and scientific research, ensuring that they are robust and applicable across different sectors. The next is related to the regular updates. Emission factor must be regularly updated to reflect technological advancement, changes in energy sources, and improved scientific understanding. As industry adopts cleaner technology and practices, the emission factor may decrease, leading to a lower estimated emission. Regular updates ensure that organizations and governments can maintain accurate and relevant greenhouse gas inventories, which are critical for setting realistic emission reduction targets and complying with the regulatory requirements. In summary, emission factors are fundamental to accurate greenhouse gas measurement. By relying on up-to-date emission factors from credible sources, organizations can effectively manage their carbon footprints, enhance sustainability efforts, and contribute to global climate goals. Now let us discuss setting emission reduction targets. Setting emission reduction targets is a critical step for organizations committed to mitigating their impact on climate change. This process involves several key stages that an organization can set effective emission reduction targets that drive significant climate action and support global sustainability efforts. The first is related to the baseline assessment. The first step in setting emission reduction target is conducting a baseline assessment. This involves calculating the current level of greenhouse gas emission across the organization operations, typically categorized into Scope 1, that is direct emission, the Scope 2, that is indirect emission from purchased energy, and Scope 3, all other indirect emission. The baseline serves as a reference point against which future reductions are measured, ensuring that the progress can be accurately tracked and reported. The second is science-based approach. To ensure that target align with the global climate goal, many organizations adopt a science-based approach. Science-based targets are designed to align with the level of decarbonization required to keep goal temperature rise below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level as outlined in the Paris Agreement. This approach ensures that the organization's emission reduction efforts contribute effectively to the global climate mitigation strategies rather than being arbitrary or insufficient. The next is related to short-term and long-term goals. Setting both short-term and long-term goal emission reduction goal is essential for sustaining momentum and achieving meaningful impact. Short-term goal, typically spanning 3 to 5 years, focus on immediate action that can be taken to reduce emissions, such as improving energy efficiency or transition to renewable energy sources. Long-term goals, on the other hand, often extend over several decades and are aimed to achieving net zero emission. These goals provide a roadmap for gradual sustained reduction of the organization's carbon footprint. The next and the last is related to the regular review. Regularly reviewing and adjusting emission reduction target is crucial to account for few new development in science, technology and regulation. This ongoing assessment ensures that the target remains relevant and achievable, and that the organization can respond effectively to emerging challenges and opportunities. Now let us discuss what is the role of technology in greenhouse gas measurement. Technology plays a crucial role in enhancing the accuracy and efficiency of greenhouse gas measurement. Advances in the cloud-based platform, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, sensors, and the blockchain technology are revolutionizing how organizations monitor and manage their carbon footprints. Let us discuss one by one. The cloud-based platform. Cloud-based platform for scalable and accessible solution for managing greenhouse gas data. They enable organizations to collect, store and analyze large volume of emission data in real time. These platforms facilitate data integration from various sources, streamline reporting process and provide tools for visualization and analysis by leveraging cloud technology. Organizations can improve data accuracy, enhance collaboration and ensure that stakeholders have access to up-to-date information. The next is related to the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence enhances greenhouse gas measurement through advanced data analysis and predictive modeling. Machine learning algorithms can identify patterns and anomalies in emission data, optimize emission reduction strategies, and forecast future emissions based on historical trends. AI-driven tools can automate the data analysis process, reduce human error, and provide actionable insight for better decision making and more effective climate action. The next is related to IoT sensors. The IoT sensors play a vital role in providing real-time data on emission. These sensors can be deployed across various operational areas to continuously monitor factors such as energy consumption, fuel usage, and pollutant level. The real-time data collected by IoT sensors enable more accurate and timely greenhouse gas measurement, allowing organizations to respond quickly to changes and optimize their operation for reduced emission. And the last is related to the blockchain. The blockchain technology offers a secure and transparent way to record and verify emission data. By creating an immutable ledger of greenhouse gas emission, blockchain enhances the credibility of reported data and prevents tampering or fraud. This technology also facilitates the tracking of a carbon credit and trading, providing a reliable mechanism for managing and verifying emission reduction. Overall, technology significantly advanced greenhouse gas measurement by improving data accuracy, enabling real-time monitoring, and enhancing the transparency and reliability. Now let us see what are the best practices for reporting greenhouse gas emission. Reporting greenhouse gas emission is essential for organizations aiming to manage their environmental impact and demonstrate their commitment to sustainability. Adhering to the best practices in greenhouse gas reporting, ensuring that the data is reliable, actionable, and credible. Key best practices include transparency, consistency, comprehensiveness, and third-party verification. The first is related to the transparency. The transparency is crucial for building trust and credibility in greenhouse gas reporting. Organizations should openly disclose their reporting methodologies, data source, and any assumption or uncertainties involved. Clear communication about the scope of the emission covered, including scope 1, that is direct emission, scope 2 is the indirect emission from purchased energy, and scope 3 all other indirect emission, is essential. Transparency helps the stakeholder understand the context of the reported data and allows for a meaningful comparison with the other entities. The next is related to consistency. The consistency in greenhouse reporting involves using standardized methods and maintaining uniform reporting practices over time. Organizations should follow established and frameworks such as Greenhouse Gas Emission Protocol or ISO 14064 and ensure that the same data collection and calculation methodologies are applied year after year. Consistent reporting allows for accurate trend analysis, comparison of performance over time, and evaluation of effectiveness of emission reduction initiatives. The next is comprehensiveness. Comprehensiveness ensures that all relevant emissions are included in the report. This involves covering all significant sources of emissions, both direct and indirect, and providing a full account of organization carbon footprints. A comprehensive report should address all three scopes of emission and include any relevant information on emissions reduction activity, target and progresses. By covering the full extent of their emission, organization can offer a complete picture of their environmental impact. The next is very important and is related to third-party verification. The third-party verification adds credibility to greenhouse gas report by ensuring that the data is accurate and adhere to reporting standards. Independent verification by accredited auditors or certification bodies helps confirm the reliability of the reported information and identify any discrepancies or areas for improvement. Verification enhances the trustworthiness of the reports and provides assurance to stakeholders including investors, regulators and customers. Overall, adhering to the best practices in greenhouse gas reporting, transparency, consistency, comprehensiveness and third-party verification ensures that the emission data is credible and useful for the stakeholders and supports effective environmental management. Now, let us explore what are the future trends in the greenhouse gas measurement and reporting. The future trend in greenhouse gas measurement and reporting are set to evolve significantly, driven by increased regulation, standardization, real-time reporting and integration with the financial reporting. These developments reflect the growing emphasis on transparency and accountability in addressing climate change. The first is increased regulations. As government and international bodies intensify efforts to combat climate change, greenhouse gas measurement and reporting are expected to become more regulated. New regulation and policy will likely mandate more stringent reporting requirements for organizations covering a broader range of emission sources and requiring more detailed disclosure. For example, the European Union Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive is set to enhance the reporting obligation including greenhouse gas emission for a wide range of companies. Such regulations aim to ensure that organizations provide accurate and comprehensive emission data, fostering a greater accountability. The next is related to the standardization. The push of standardization in greenhouse gas measurement and reporting is gaining momentum to ensure consistency and comparability across organizations and sectors. Initiatives such as the International Financial Reporting Standards, Foundation International Sustainability Standard Board are working to develop unified reporting standards for sustainability including greenhouse gas emission. Standardized methodologies and the framework will help organizations adhere to a common set of guidelines, reducing discrepancy and improving the reliability of the emission data. The next is related to real-time reporting. Advancements in the technology are facilitating real-time greenhouse gas reporting, enabling organizations to monitor and report emissions continuously. Technologies such as the Internet of Things, that is IoT sensors and cloud-based platform allow for the collection and analysis of emission data in a real time, providing up-to-date insight into an organization's carbon footprint. Real-time reporting enhances transparency and allows for more timely adjustment to emissions reduction strategy. Another is related to the integration of the financial reporting. The integration of the greenhouse gas reporting with the financial reporting is becoming increasingly important as investors and stakeholders seek a comprehensive view of an organization's environmental and financial performance. This trend is driven by recognize that climate risk and opportunities can significantly impact financial outcomes. Organizations are becoming to incorporate greenhouse gas data into their annual report and financial statement aligned with the framework such as the Task Force on the Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. This integration provides a more holistic view of an organization's sustainability performance and the financial health. In summary, future trends of greenhouse gas measurement and reporting are poised to be shaped by the stricter regulation, standardized practice, real-time monitoring technologies, and the integration of the environmental data with the financial reporting. Well, this is the last slide of this presentation where we conclude our presentation on greenhouse gas emission measurement and reporting. So far we have covered several key topics like types of greenhouse gases, tools and standards of greenhouse gas measurements, importance of data quality in measurements, scoping greenhouse gas emissions, setting emission reduction targets, role of technology of greenhouse gas measurements, best practices for reporting, future trends in measurement and reporting. Our next presentation will dwell deeper into all three scopes of the greenhouse gas emission, that is scope 1, 2 and 3. The upcoming discussion will provide a more detailed examination of each scope, offering valuable insight into the comprehensive greenhouse gas emission accounting. We appreciate your attention and engagement throughout this presentation. So stay tuned for our next session on measuring greenhouse gas emission scope 1. Thank you for your participation and we wish you a productive and
Hello and welcome back. This is your host Harshit Sinha, continuing from my previous presentation on greenhouse gas emission and now describing another related interesting topic on measuring greenhouse gas emission under scope 1. Measuring and managing your organization carbon footprints is an essential step in understanding how to reduce your impact on the environment. It can also deliver significant business benefits, cutting energy and resource costs, enhancing your reputation and helping you to prepare for future climate change legislation. Scopes defined by the Greenhouse Gas Protocol provide a comprehensive framework for categorizing emissions based on their sources. Accurate measurement of these emissions is essential for organizations to manage their carbon footprint, comply with regulations, and contribute to global climate goals. Now let us explore Scope 1 under greenhouse gas emission that refers to direct greenhouse gas emission from sources that are owned or controlled by the reporting company. These emissions typically arise from the combustion of fossil fuels, chemical reaction, and other processes within the organization's operations. Now we shall discuss about the scope 1 direct emission. These emissions are critical component of an organization carbon footprint and are categorized into four primary types. The first is related to stationary combustion. The stationary combustion refers to emissions produced by the burning fuels in fixed equipment such as boiler, furnaces, and turbines. These emissions are typically associated with the energy generation and industrial process. For example, a manufacturing plant burning natural gas to generate steam would result in scope 1 emission from stationary combustion. The greenhouse gas emission emitted depend upon the type of the fuel used, with the common gas including the carbon dioxide, methane and nitrous oxide. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol Corporate Standards 2004 states that to calculate greenhouse gas emission, companies should multiply activity data by emission factors, while the US EPA emission factors for greenhouse gas inventories 2022 emphasize the importance of using appropriate emission factors. Emission factors are representative value that attempts to relate the quantity of a pollutant released to the atmosphere with an activity associated with the release of that pollutant. The International Government Panel on Climate Change and IPCC guidelines for natural greenhouse gas inventories 2006 provides guidance on calculating emission. That is, emission can be calculated by multiplying activity data by an appropriate emission factor. The primary greenhouse gas emitted through stationary combustion is carbon dioxide, and potent greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. Example of these category encompasses the burning of fuels at fixed locations such as power plant and industrial facilities. The power plant are a major contributor to scope 1 emission from stationary combustion. Coal-fired and the natural gas-fired power plant in particular release substantial amount of CO2 into the atmosphere during the combustion process. Efforts to reduce emission from power plant often involve transition to cleaner energy source like renewable energy like solar, wind or hydro, and improving the efficiency of existing power plant. While the industrial facilities also play a crucial role in stationary combustion related emission, processes such as steel making, cement production, and chemical manufacturing often involves the burning of fossil fuels, leading to significant CO2 emission. Industries can mitigate their emission by adopting more energy efficient technology, switching to low carbon fuel, and capturing and storing carbon dioxide. In conclusion, addressing stationary combustion emission is essential for mitigating climate change. Reducing emission from power plant, industrial facilities, and commercial building requires a combination of technological advancement, policy change, and investment in renewable energy source. By transitioning to a low carbon economy, we can reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and limit the negative impact of climate change. Now we shall discuss about the mobile combustion as scope 1 direct emission source. The mobile combustion covers emission from combustion of fuels in company owned or controlled vehicles such as car, trucks and aircraft. These emission occurs when an organization uses vehicle for transportation of goods, services or employees. Similarly to stationary combustion, the primary greenhouse gas emission released are CO2, CH4 and N2O, with the amount varying based on the fuel type and vehicle efficiency. Reducing mobile combustion emission can involve transitioning of electric vehicles or improving fuel efficiency. The US EPA notes that mobile source emissions are those that result from the combustion and evaporation of fuels from vehicles and other mobile sources. That is EPA 2022. This category includes emissions from vehicles and mobile equipment owned and or controlled by the companies such as cars, trucks, ships and airplanes. The formula for calculation largely rely on three factors such as distance traveled by the fuel efficiency multiplied by emission factor. Alternatively, it can also be calculated taking account of fuel consumption and emission factors. Mobile combustion is a critical component of an organization's carbon footprint, especially for companies with large fleet or significant logistic operation. The emission can vary widely depending on the types of vehicle used, their fuel efficiency, and the distance traveled. Organization can reduce emission from mobile combustion by adopting more fuel efficient vehicle using alternative fuels such as biodiesel or ethanol, electric vehicle, and optimizing route to minimize travel distance. Regular maintenance of vehicle to ensure they operate efficiently can also help low emission. By understanding and managing mobile combustion emission, companies can make informed decisions that contribute to sustainability goals, improve energy efficiency, and reduce overall environment impact. Now we shall discuss about the process emission under Scope 1 direct emission sources. The process emission occurs during chemical reaction necessary for industrial production, excluding combustion. These are typically found in sectors such as cement manufacturing, where CO2 is released during the conversion of limestone to lime. Other example includes emission from steel production and the chemical industry. These emissions are intrinsic to the manufacturing process and can be reduced through technological advancement or process modifications. The greenhouse gas protocol explained that the process emission are emission from physical or chemical process rather than from fuel combustion. These emissions result from the physical or chemical processes other than the combustion, such as cement production, chemical manufacturing, or metal smelting. The general formula for calculating emission from process combustion is emission is explored as a quantity of material process either as input or output with process emission factor. Process combustion refers to greenhouse gas emission resulting from the chemical or physical transformation of material during industrial process. These category falls under scope 1 emission, which includes direct emission from source that an organization owns or controls. Unlike stationary or mobile combustion, where the primary purpose of fuel burning is to generate energy, process combustion involves burning fuel as an integral part of a manufacturing or production process. The common industries that generate greenhouse gas emission through process combustion include cement production, steel manufacturing, food processing, paper pulp supply, metal production, and the chemical industries. For example, in cement production, limestone, that is calcium carbonate, is heated to high temperature in a kiln, resulting in the release of carbon dioxide as the limestone decomposes into lime, that is calcium oxide, and carbon dioxide. Similarly, in steel manufacturing, the reduction of iron ore in blast furnaces release significant amount of carbon dioxide. Managing process combustion emission is a challenging because they are intrinsic to the production process. However, organization can reduce these emissions by adopting more efficient technology, improving processes control using alternative material with lower carbon content, or capturing and utilizing emitted CO2. Understanding and accurately reporting process combustion emission is crucial for companies looking to minimize their environmental impact and meet regulatory or voluntary greenhouse gas reduction targets. Now we shall discuss the most important scope 1 direct emission source is fugitive emission. Fugitive emission refers to unintentional release of greenhouse gas during industrial process, often due to leak of equipment such as valves, pipelines, or storage tank. These emissions are common in industries like oil and gas, where methane leaks from pipeline or during drilling operation can significantly contribute to an organization's scope 1 emission. Proper maintenance and monitoring of equipment are essential to minimize the fugitive emission. The IPCC 2006 defined these as emissions that are not physically controlled but result from the unintentional or intentional release of greenhouse gases. The general calculation of emission is done knowing the amount of gas released with the global warming potential. However, fugitive emission occurs from the unintentional or intentional release of greenhouse gas, including leaks from equipment, refrigeration, or venting and flaring activities, whose calculations are as follows. The refrigeration leak here means emission from refrigeration leaks due to the operation of air conditioning and refrigeration equipments. The next is equipment leaks. Emission from leaks or other gas like methane or sulfur hexafluoride. The other here is main venting and flaring. Emission from release of gas through venting, that is intentionally released, or flaring, that is combustion of gas during operations. The example here shows that unlike emission from combustion, fugitive emission do not result from fuel burning but rather from leak equipment's malfunctioning or evaporation during the handling process and storage of gas and liquids. Managing fugitive emission is challenging due to their often invisible and unpredictable nature. However, organizations can mitigate these emissions by conducting regular maintenance and inspection using advanced detection technology like infrared cameras and implementing better seal and containment methods. Addressing fugitive emission is crucial not only for regulatory compliance but also for reducing an organization's overall carbon footprint and its contribution to the climate change. Owing to my previous slide, we have discussed stationary, mobile, process and fugitive emission largely based on industrial sector. Now we shall see agriculture emission under scope 1 direct emission as a source. Agriculture emissions are significant component of scope 1 greenhouse gas emission as they stem directly from activities on farms and other agriculture operations owned or controlled by an organization. These emissions arise from several key sources including anaerobic fermentation, manure management, and rice cultivation. Each of these processes contributes to release of potent greenhouse gas emission, primarily methane and nitrous oxide, which have much higher global warming potential than carbon dioxide. The US Environmental Protection Agency inventory of US greenhouse gas emission and sinks contain detailed information on emission factor and calculation method for agriculture activities. Now we shall take the first one is the anaerobic fermentation. The anaerobic fermentation is a natural digestive process in ruminant animal such as cattle, sheep and goats where microbes in the stomach decomposes and ferment food. This process produces methane as a byproduct which the animal then expel primarily through bleaching. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas emission with a global warming potential approximately 28 to 34 times greater than CO2 over 100-year period. Anaerobic fermentation is one of the largest source of agriculture greenhouse gas emission. The Food and Agriculture Organization Emissions Database offers data and tools for estimating agriculture emissions including anaerobic fermentation and rice cultivation. The formula for calculating emission from anaerobic fermentation is based on number of livestock multiplied by emission factor per animal. The second is related to manure management. The manure management involves the handling of storage and treatment of animal waste, which can release both methane and nitrous oxide. Methane emission occurs during the anaerobic decomposition of organic matter in manure, particularly when it is stored in lagoons, pits, or under anaerobic conditions. Nitrous oxide is released during the microbial process of nitrifications and denitrifications that occurs when manure is managed or applied as a fertilizer. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories provides a detailed methodology for calculating emission from antric fermentation, manure management, and rice cultivation. The formula for calculating manure management emission is amount of manure managed multiplied by the emission factor for manure. Next is related to the rice cultivation. The rice cultivation is another significant source of methane emission due to the anaerobic condition in flooded paddy field, which promote the decomposition of organic material. The process releases methane, which escape into atmosphere primarily during the growing season. The level of emission depends on the water management practice, soil type, and organic inputs. The formula for calculating emission from rice cultivation is based on area of cultivated rice field multiplied by emission factor, that is methane emitted per unit area of rice field. Now we shall discuss additional source, that is emission done by the land use changes under scope 1 direct emission sources. The land use activities such as deforestation and peatland drainage are significant source of greenhouse gas emission falling under the scope 1 emission. These emissions are considered direct because they result from activities that are organizations own or controls. Change in land use, particularly deforestation and peatlands drainage, lead to a substantial release of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas, contributing significantly to climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has identified land use change as a significant contributor to global greenhouse gas emission in its sixth assessment report. The IPCC estimated the land use change accounted for approximately 23% of the global anthropogenic greenhouse gas emission between 2010 and 2019. The formula for calculating emission due to land use change is based on area of the land converted multiplied by the emission factor for the land use change. The first is now related to deforestations. The deforestation involves the clearing or thinning of forests to make way for the agriculture, infrastructure, or other land use. Trees and forests act as a carbon sink, absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere through photosynthesis. When forests are cleared, the carbon stored in trees, vegetation, and soil is released back into the atmosphere as CO2, a process that can take place over a short period, that is burning of biomasses, or more gradually decomposing of organic matters. The formula used for calculating emission from deforestation is area deforested land multiplied by the carbon stock per unit area multiplied by deforestation. The next is related to peatland drainage. The peatlands are wetlands that store large amount of carbon in their waterlogged soils. When peatlands are drained from agriculture, forestry, or other purposes, the water table is lowered, leading to the oxidation of organic matter stored in the peat. This process releases significant amount of CO2 and some case methane into the atmosphere. The pet land drainage is particularly concerned because the pet soil contains for more carbon per unit area than the most other land type. The formula for calculating emission from pet land drainage is area of drained pet land multiplied by the emission factor of pet land drainage. While talking about the mitigation and management, managing emission from land use change involves avoiding deforestation, promoting reforestation, and restoring degraded peatlands. Companies can also adopt sustainable land management practices that maintain or enhance carbon storage. Understanding and mitigation these emissions is critical for organizations looking to reduce their carbon footprint and contribute to global climate goals. Here we want to point out that in our last 6 slides, the formula represents general approach to calculating scope 1 emission across various categories. Accurate data collection and appropriate emission factors are essential for reliable greenhouse gas accounting. The specific emission factor and data requirements can vary based on the industry, geography, and type of fuel or process involved. Now we shall discuss how scope 1 emission should be measured. Scope 1 emission, which are direct greenhouse gas emission from source owned or controlled by an organization, can be measured using various approaches. Each offers different level of accuracy and feasibility depending on the specific operational context. There are several approaches to measuring scope 1 emission, each with its own advantage and application. The three primary methods are: first is the direct measurement. Direct measurement involves the use of sensor and monitoring equipment to directly measure the emission from source. This method provides the most accurate data and is commonly used in facilities with a continuous emission monitoring system, especially in industries like power generation or large-scale manufacturing. Direct measurements are crucial for capturing real-time emission data and are often required for regulatory compliance and reporting purpose. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that is IPCC, notes direct measurement of emission can provide the most accurate result but is generally more expensive than other approaches. The next is based on the calculation-based approach. Calculation-based approach estimates emission using activity data such as fuel consumption and emission factor, which represent the average emission per unit activity. This method is widely used due to practicality and lower cost compared to direct measurement. For instance, emission from stationary combustion can be calculated by multiplying the amount of fuel consumed by its corresponding emission factor. While less precise than direct measurement, this approach is effective for routine reporting and can be improved by using more specific emission factors relevant to fuel type and combustion technology used. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol states that most companies will need to use calculation-based methodology to quantify their greenhouse gas emission. Further, the US EPA provides emission factor for various activities, and that states that EPA has developed emission factors for many industrial process and activity. The next is related to mass balance. The mass balance method calculates emission based on the principle of conservation of mass, where the amount of greenhouse gas entering and leaving a process is measured and the difference is attributed to emission. This approach is particularly useful in processes where greenhouse gas are inputs, outputs, or byproducts such as in chemical manufacturing. It provides a more comprehensive understanding of emission but requires detailed knowledge of the process and its input. The European Commission explained the mass balance approach can be useful when the inputs and outputs of the process are well known but direct emissions are difficult to measure. Each of these methods has its strength and is suited to different situations. In conclusion, we can say that organizations often use a combination of these approaches to comprehensively measure their scope 1 emission depending on the nature of their operation and the specific emission source involved. The choice of method of measuring scope 1 emission depends on balance between the accuracy, cost, and the specific requirement of the industry and regulatory framework. Now let us see an example of a scope 1 emission in manufacturing sector. The slide provides an example of breakdown of scope 1 emission for an emission from source owned or controlled by the company. The table shows three main emission sources. Natural gas boiler. These account for the largest portion at 5,000 ton CO2 emitted annually, representing 50% of total scope 1 emission. This likely comes from the stationary combustion used for heating or industrial process. The second is company vehicle. The second largest source is emission from the company owned vehicles, contributing 3,000 tons of CO2 or 30% of the total. This represents mobile combustion source. The third is process emission. These accounts for 2,000 tons CO2 emitted or 20% of the total scope 1 emission. Process emission typically comes from chemical or physical process involved in manufacturing separate from energy use. So the total scope 1 emission for this example company sum up to 10,000 tons CO2 emitted annually. This breakdown helps the company identify where their direct emissions are coming from, with stationary combustion from natural gas boiler being the most significant source of potentially target for reduction efforts. Now at the end, we shall now discuss about the strategies for reducing scope 1 emission. Reducing scope 1 emission, which are direct greenhouse gas emission from source owned or controlled by an organization, is crucial for achieving sustainability goal and mitigating climate change. Strategies for reducing scope 1 emission are crucial for organizations aiming to decrease their direct greenhouse gas emission. Companies can adopt several strategies to reduce these emissions, such as the first one is energy efficiency. Enhancing energy efficiency is one of the most cost-effective methods to reduce scope 1 emission. Energy efficiency improvement can be made across various areas including industrial process, building system, and equipment. For example, upgrading to energy efficient boilers, optimizing heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, and utilizing advanced control system can reduce fuel consumption. By consuming less fuel, companies directly lower their greenhouse gas emission from stationary combustion source. According to the International Energy Agency, that is IEA, improving energy efficiency in industry alone could reduce global CO2 emission by nearly 20% by 2030. Another method is fleet electrification. The fleet electrification involves replacing internal combustion engine vehicle with electric vehicle. This strategy is particularly effective in reducing emission from mobile combustion sources, which includes company-owned car, trucks, and other vehicles. EV produces zero tailpipe emission, directly reducing scope 1 emission. The transportation sector is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emission and is transitioning to EVs not only reduces the emission but also benefits from lower operating costs over time. A report by International Council of Clean Transportation highlights that electric vehicles have the potential to reduce fleet emission by up to 50% compared to the traditional vehicles. The next is process optimization. The process optimization involves improving industrial process to reduce waste, enhance energy efficiency, and minimizing emission. This can be achieved through various means such as adopting advanced manufacturing technologies, improving heat recovery, and optimizing reaction efficiencies. In industries like chemicals and cement manufacturing, process emissions are significant and optimizing these processes can lead to substantial reduction in scope 1 emission. For instance, using alternative raw material or adjusting chemical processes can reduce the need for high carbon inputs, thereby lowering emission. The World Resource Institute emphasizes the importance of process optimization in reducing industrial greenhouse gas emission, particularly in energy intensive sector. The next is on-site renewables. Installing on-site renewable energy sources such as solar panels, wind turbines, or biomass generation can replace or supplement fossil fuel-based energy. This strategy directly reduces the need for stationary combustion of fossil fuels, thereby cutting scope 1 emission. On-site renewable offers the added benefit of energy independency and can shield companies from energy price volatility. The US Environmental Protection Agency, that is EPA, notes that businesses adopting on-site renewable energy can achieve substantial emission reduction while also realizing long-term cost saving. The next is related to the leak detection and repair, that is LDAR. Fugitive emission often from equipment leak in industries like oil and gas can be a significant source of greenhouse gas, particularly methane, which has much higher global warming potential than CO2. Implementing a robust LDAR program helps identify and repair leak quickly, preventing these emissions from escaping into the atmosphere. According to the Environmental Defense Fund, effective LDAR program can reduce methane emission by up to 80%, significantly lowering overall scope 1 emission for companies involved in natural gas production and distribution. The Environmental Protection Agency, that is EPA, notes that LDAR program can result in significant emission reduction and cost saving by minimizing product losses. The next is related to the fuel switching. Fuel switching involves transition from high carbon fuels like coal and oil to lower carbon alternatives such as natural gas, hydrogen, or biofuel or ethanol. This strategy is especially effective in industries with high energy demand such as manufacturing, power generation, and transportation. Natural gas, for example, emit approximately 50% less CO2 than coal when burned. Moreover, the use of biofuel, which are derived from renewable organic material, can further reduce net carbon emission as they are considered carbon neutral over their life cycle. The International Renewable Energy highlights that fuel switching, particularly to renewable and low carbon option, is crucial for achieving decarbonization in energy intensive sectors. Lastly, the World Resource Institute suggests fuel switching, particularly to renewable or low carbon fuel, can be an effective strategy for reducing scope 1 emission. Implementing these strategies requires a comprehensive approach, including conducting a thorough emission audit, setting science-based reduction target, investing in technology and infrastructure, training employee and changing operational practice, and regularly monitoring and reporting progress. By adopting these strategies, the company can make significant progress in reducing their Scope 1 emission aligned with the global efforts to mitigate climate change and achieve sustainability targets. So while concluding, I would say in today's presentation, we have seen Scope 1 emissions from direct source are significant part of an organization overall greenhouse gas emission and requires targeted strategy to mitigate their impact on the environment. Besides, accurate measurement of Scope 1 emission is crucial for organizations to understand their direct climate impact and identify opportunities for reduction. Thus, we continue our journey. It is apparent to explore Scope 2 next. So stay tuned for our upcoming discussion on measuring and managing Scope 2 of greenhouse gas emission. Until then, bye-bye. Hello and welcome back. This is your host Harshish Nag, continuing from my previous episode of 2.2 on measuring greenhouse gas emission under Scope 1. And now we will discuss the same for Scope 2. Scope 2 greenhouse gas emission are crucial as they represent the direct emission from the consumption of purchased electricity, steam, heating and cooling by an organization. Although these emissions do not occur directly within the organization facilities, they are a significant part of its carbon footprint because they result from the generation of the energy it consumes. Understanding and managing Scope 2 emission is essential for companies committed to reducing their environmental impact and contributing to global climate change mitigation efforts. By addressing Scope 2 emission, organizations can influence their supply chain, particularly by choosing to purchase energy from low carbon or renewable sources. This not only reduces their carbon footprint but also supports the transition to more sustainable energy system. Furthermore, reporting the Scope 2 emission is often a requirement for compliance with the environmental regulations and standards, and it plays a key role in sustainability reporting framework like Carbon Disclosure Project. Reducing Scope 2 emission is also aligned with the corporate social responsibility goal, enhancing a company's reputation and meeting stakeholder expectations for environmental stewardship. Now let us explore in detail Scope 2 of greenhouse gas emission. Now we shall discuss Scope 2 emission from the purchased energy. Scope 2 emissions are indirect greenhouse gas emissions resulting from the consumption of the purchased energy such as electricity, steam, heating and cooling. While these emissions do not originate directly from an organization operation, they are significant contributors to all overall carbon footprints. Managing and reducing Scope 2 emission is crucial for organizations aiming to achieve sustainability goals and minimizing their environmental impact. The first is electricity. Electricity is the prime source of a Scope 2 emission for most organizations. These emissions occur at the power plant where electricity is generated, often from fossil fuels such as coal, natural gas, or oil. The carbon intensity of electricity depends on the energy mix used by the utility providers. For example, electricity generated from coal has a higher carbon footprint compared to all the produced from the renewable source like wind or solar. According to the International Energy Agency, electricity generation accounts for nearly 40% of the global CO2 emission, making it as a critical area for organizations to address when managing their Scope 2 emission. Companies can reduce these emissions by purchasing electricity from renewable sources, investing in energy efficiency measures, or participating in green power programs. Lastly, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol states For many companies, purchased electricity represents one of the largest sources of greenhouse gas emission and the most significant opportunity to reduce these emissions. The second is related with the steam. Steam is used in the various industrial processes, heating and power generation. When organizations purchase steam, the emissions associated with its production are categorized as Scope 2. Steam is typically produced using fossil fuels, contributing to greenhouse gas emission. The carbon intensity of the purchased steam depends on the fuel used in its production and the efficiency of the steam generation process. To reduce Scope 2 emission from steam, organizations can explore options such as sourcing steam from suppliers that use low carbon or renewable energy sources, improving the efficiency of steam use within their operation, or generating steam on site using cleaner fuels. The World Resources Institute recommends that companies track and manage steam-related emission as a part of their overall greenhouse gas inventory. We can see an example that US Environmental Protection Agency, that is EPA, notes steam can be a significant source of indirect emission, particularly in energy-intensive industries. Next is related to heating. Purchased heating, often in the form of hot water or direct heating services, is another source of scope emission. This emission arises from the energy used to produce and distribute heat, typically through the burning of fossil fuels. Organizations can reduce heating-related Scope 2 emission by improving building insulation, upgrading to more efficient heating systems, and using heat generated from renewable energy sources. For example, district heating systems that utilize waste heat from the industrial processes or biomass can significantly lower the carbon footprint associated with heating. The US Environmental Protection Agency suggests that companies explore such alternatives to reduce their Scope 2 heating emission. The International Energy Agency, that is IEA, highlights district heating system can provide an efficient and flexible option to decarbonize the heating sector. The next is related to cooling. The cooling, especially in the form of chilled water or air conditioning, also contribute to Scope 2 emission. The production of cooling energy typically involves electricity consumption, which, depending on the energy source, can have high carbon footprint. To reduce these emissions, organizations can invest in energy efficient cooling technology, optimize cooling process, and consider alternative cooling methods such as evaporative cooling or thermal energy storage. The use of renewable energy to power cooling system can further mitigate Scope 2 emission. The American Council for Energy Efficient Economy emphasized the importance of energy efficient cooling system in reducing overall energy consumption and associated emission. The United Nations Environment Programme states district cooling can significantly reduce energy consumption and associated emission compared to individual cooling system. Addressing Scope 2 emission is essential for organizations committed to sustainability. By understanding the source of these emissions, electricity, steam, heating and cooling, companies can implement strategies to reduce their carbon footprint and contribute to global efforts to combat climate change. Now we shall discuss the steps involved in measuring the Scope 2 emission. Accurate measurement is vital for developing effective mitigation strategies, reporting to the stakeholders, and compiling with the regulatory requirements. The first step is related to collect energy data. The first step in measuring Scope 2 measure emission is to collect accurate and comprehensive data on energy consumption. Organizations need to gather information on the quantity of the electricity, steam, heating and cooling purchased from the external providers. This data is typically obtained from utility bills, energy meters and other monitoring systems. Its importance to ensure that the data cover all relevant facilities and operations within the organization's boundaries. According to the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, maintaining consistent and accurate record of energy consumption is fundamental for calculating Scope 2 emission effectively. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol emphasizes that the company should collect activity data on energy consumed, preferably in kilowatts for electricity and in appropriate unit for steam, heating and cooling. The second step is related to determining the emission factor. Once energy consumption data is collected, the next step is to determine the appropriate emission factor. Emission factor represents the amount of greenhouse gas emission associated with each unit of energy consumed and vary based on the energy source and geographical location. For example, the emission factor for electricity depends on the energy mix of the local grid, which may include varying proportion of fossil fuels, nuclear and renewables. The United States Environmental Protection Agency and other organizations provide standardized emission factors that can be used to calculate emission from different energy sources. Organizations may also use location-based or market-based methods to account for specific emissions associated with the electricity they consume. The United States Environmental Protection Agency states that emission factors are representative value that attempts to relate the quantity of the pollutant released to the atmosphere with an activity associated with the release of that pollutant. The next step is related to calculate emission. After determining the emission factor, organization can calculate their Scope 2 emission by multiplying the energy consumed by the corresponding emission factor. This calculation should be done for each type of energy purchased, electricity, steam, heating and cooling, to obtain a comprehensive measure of Scope 2 emission. The results are typically expressed in metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, a standard unit for comparing emission across different greenhouse gas emissions. The greenhouse gas protocols outline the methodologies for calculating Scope 2 emission and emphasize the importance of the transparency in reporting these figures. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that is IPCC, notes that this approach is widely used and can provide reliable estimate when combined with the appropriate emission factors. The next step is related to consider green energy. To further refine the Scope 2 emission calculation and potentially reduce their reported emission, organizations should consider the impact of green energy purchase. The green energy refers to electricity generated from renewable sources such as wind, solar or hydro, which have lower or zero greenhouse gas emission compared to conventional fossil fuels based electricity. When organization purchases renewable energy certificates, that is RECs, or engage in power purchase agreement, that is PPAs, for green energy, they can account for these purchases in their Scope 2 emission calculation using the market-based method. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, integrating green energy into an organization's energy mix is a key strategy for reducing Scope 2 emission and supporting the transition to a low-carbon economy. The Carbon Disclosure Project advises companies should report on any contractual instrument used and ensure they meet quality criteria for Scope 2 accounting. The next is related to now reporting. After measuring Scope 2 emission, organizations must report their findings transparently and consistently. Reporting involves documenting energy consumptions, the emission factors used, and the total greenhouse gas emission calculated. This information is typically included in sustainability report, corporate social responsibility report or greenhouse gas inventories submitted to regulatory bodies. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol provides guidelines for Scope 2 reporting, recommending the use of both location-based and the market-based method. Transparent reporting helps stakeholder understands an organization carbon footprint and supports accountability in meeting climate-related goals. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol recommends dual reporting. Companies shall account for and report Scope 2 emission using both location-based and market-based method where quality data is available for both. The next step is now related to verifications. Verification ensures the accuracy and reliability of the Scope 2 emission data. The third-party verification involves independent auditors reviewing the data collection method, emission factors, and calculation to confirm their validity. Verification is often required by regulatory bodies or investors and enhance the credibility of an organization emissions reporting. According to the World Resources Institute, verified data provides stakeholders with the confidence that reported emissions are accurate and that the organization is committed to robust environmental management. The International Organization for Standardization (ISO) provides guidelines that verification can provide stakeholders with the increased confidence in the reported information. Now the next is related to continuous improvement. The continuous improvement is a critical aspect of managing Scope 2 and it is the last step for measuring the Scope 2 emission. Organizations should regularly review their energy use, explore opportunities to improve efficiency, and adopt greener energy sources. This ongoing process involves updating energy procurement strategies, investing in energy efficiency projects, and potentially increasing the share of renewable energy in the energy mix. By continuously improving their approach to measuring and reducing Scope 2 emission, organizations can not only meet regulatory requirements but also contribute to broader sustainability goals, such as reducing global carbon emission and combating climate change. The Science Based Target Initiative, that is SBTi, emphasizes more that the companies should regularly assess and update their Scope 2 emission calculation to ensure accuracy and identify reduction opportunities. In summary, measuring Scope 2 emission involves collecting accurate energy consumption data, determining the appropriate emission factors, calculating emissions, and considering the role of green energy purchase. These steps enable organizations to assess their indirect greenhouse gas emission and take action to reduce their carbon footprints. Now let us explore location-based methodology to explore Scope 2 emission. The first, location-based methods, is one of the two approaches recommended by the Greenhouse Gas Protocol for calculating and reporting Scope 2 emission. Scope 2 emission are indirect greenhouse gas emission from the consumption of the purchased electricity, heat, steam, or cooling. These emission occurs at the power plant where electricity is generated rather than at a point of consumption but are still attributable to the end user. Understanding the location-based method, the location-based method is commonly used in corporate greenhouse gas inventories as it provides a baseline understanding of emission based on the local energy context. It is especially used for organizations operating in regions where the grid emission factors are relatively stable or where the renewable energy options are limited. Next part is associated with the calculation. The location-based method estimates Scope 2 emission by using average emission factors associated with the electricity grid in the region where the energy consumption occurs. This approach reflects the average carbon intensity of the grid mix, which typically include a combination of the fossil fuels such as coal, natural gas and oil, nuclear energy and renewable energy source like wind, solar and hydropower. The formula used in the location-based method is generally based on the electricity consumption in kilowatt multiplied by grid emission factor in tons of CO2 emission per kilowatt hour. The next is related to the advantage of location-based method. The first advantage is related to simplicity and consistency. The location-based method is straightforward to implement because it relies on the readily available data such as electricity bill and published grid emission factor. This made it accessible for organizations of all sizes, from small businesses to large multinational operations. It provides a consistent approach that reflects the average impact of electricity consumption in specific location, making it easier to compare emission across different regions or facilities within an organization. The second part is related to reflects regional energy profile. This method accurately reflects the carbon intensity of the regional electricity grid, which can vary significantly between locations. For example, region heavily reliant on coal will have higher grid emission factor, leading to higher scope 2 emission, while region with a significant share of renewable will have lower emission. It can also highlight the importance of regional energy policies and grid decarbonization efforts in reducing an organization's carbon footprint. Now let us see what are the challenges and limitations. The first challenges and limitation is related to lack of recognition of renewable energy purchase. The location-based method does not account for the organization's efforts to purchase renewable energy or engage in green energy procurement strategy. If a company buys renewable energy certificate, that is RECs, or enter power purchase agreement, that is PPAs, for renewable energy, these actions will not influence the emission calculated using this method. As a result, it may not fully reflect an organization's commitment to sustainability. The other is related to dependency on the accurate emission factor. The accuracy of the location-based method relies heavily on availability and precision of regional grid emission factors. These factors can change over time as the energy mix evolves, requiring organizations to stay updated with the latest data to ensure accurate reporting. In summary, the location-based method under Scope 2 greenhouse gas emission is a practical and widely accepted approach that reflects the average carbon intensity of the electricity grid in a given region. While it offers simplicity and consistency, it may not fully capture the impact of renewable energy procurement, making it essential for organizations to consider both this method and alternative market-based method to get a comprehensive view for their Scope 2 emission. Now let us discuss market-based methodology for measuring emission under Scope 2. The market-based method is one of the two primary approaches recommended by the Greenhouse Gas Protocol for calculating and reporting Scope 2 emission. Scope 2 emission refers to indirect greenhouse gas emission from the consumption of the purchased electricity, heat, steam or cooling. Unlike the location-based method, which uses average grid emission factor, the market-based method considers the specific emission associated with the electricity that an organization has chosen to purchase. The market-based method is particularly useful for companies that actively engage in sustainable energy procurement and seek to influence their emission profile through their purchasing decisions. When reporting Scope 2 emission, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol recommends that organizations report both the market-based and location-based emission to provide a comprehensive view of their impact. The next is related to their calculation. The market-based method calculates Scope 2 emission based on the emission intensity of the electricity that an organization has procured through a specific contract or instruments. These instruments can include renewable energy certificate, guarantees of origin, or power purchase agreement or contract with the specific energy suppliers. The fundamental idea is that organizations have some degree of control over their energy supply and can therefore influence the greenhouse gas emission associated with their electricity consumption by choosing lower emission or renewable energy sources. The formula used in the market-based method is generally based electricity consumption multiplied by supplier-specific emission factor, that is carbon dioxide, that is CO2 in tons emitted per kilowatt. The next is related what are the advantages of market-based method. The first advantage is related to reflects specific purchasing decision. The market-based method allows organizations to reflect their specific purchasing decision in their greenhouse gas inventories. This means that if a company invests in a renewable energy through REC or PPAs or green tariff, their Scope 2 emission can reflect the lower emission associated with those purchases. This approach incentivizes companies to actively reduce their carbon footprint by choosing greener energy sources, as these decisions are directly reflected in their greenhouse gas reporting. The second is encourages market development for renewable energy. By allowing companies to account for their renewable energy purchase, the market-based method supports the development of renewable energy market. As more companies demand renewable energy, this can drive investment in renewable infrastructure, further reducing overall emission in the energy sector. The next advantage is related to alignment with the sustainability goal. For organizations committed to sustainability and climate action, the market-based method provides a way to align greenhouse gas reporting with their broader environmental goals. It enables them to showcase their efforts in procuring cleaner energy and reducing their resilience of fossil fuels. Now let us discuss about the challenges and limitations. The first challenge is related to the complexity of the data availability. The market-based method can be more complex to implement than the location-based method, as it requires specific data on the emission factors of energy products purchased. Not all energy suppliers may provide this data, or it may not be available for all regions. The method also requires organizations to keep detailed record of their energy purchased and contract, which can add administrative burdens. The second is related to risk of double counting. There is a potential risk of double counting emission reduction if multiple parties claim the same renewable energy attributes, particularly with instruments like RECs. To mitigate these, the Greenhouse Gas Protocol provides a guidance on ensuring that claims are exclusively and accurately reported. The third is related to limited applicability in some regions. In regions where renewable energy markets are not well developed or where the energy procurement options are limited, the market-based method may be less applicable or result in less accurate reflection of organization's actual emission. In conclusion, the market-based method under Section 2 of Greenhouse Gas Emission offers a flexible and forward-looking approach that enables organizations to reflect their specific energy procurement strategy in their greenhouse gas reporting. While it presents some challenges, particularly in terms of data availability and complexity, it plays a crucial role in driving the transition towards a lower carbon economy by encouraging the use of renewable energy. Now let us discuss what will happen if we use both methods, that is location and market base. The scope 2 emission represents the indirect greenhouse gas emission from the consumption of purchased electricity, heat, steam or cooling. Under the greenhouse gas protocol, two primary methods are recommended for calculating the reporting these emissions, the location based and the market based. Both methods provide a distinct but a complementary insight into an organization's energy related emission, making it important to consider them together for comprehensive understanding of an organization's environmental impact. To ensure comprehensive reporting, organizations are generally encouraged to report their scope 2 emission using both location-based and the market-based method. The differences in the result can highlight the impact of an organization's energy purchasing decision and the potential benefits of sourcing electricity from lower emission or renewable sources. Let us see what are the key considerations of using both methods. The first is related to data accuracy. Accurate data on electricity consumption is critical for calculating scope 2 emission. This data is often obtained from utility bills, metering system or energy management systems. The next is related to emission factors. The choice of emission factor is crucial for the location-based method. National or regional grid emission factors are typically used, while for the market-based method, emission factors can vary based on the specific contract or certificates. Renewable energy purchasing. If a company purchases renewable energy certificate, that is REC, or a similar instrument, these should be considered in the market method to potentially reduce the reported scope 2 emission. Let us see the importance of both the methods. Both methods are essential for comprehensive understanding of an organization's scope 2 emission. The location-based method offers insights into the broader environmental impact based on the regional energy mix, while the market-based method emphasizes the impact of a specific procurement choice. Together, these methods enable organizations to report their emission transparently, track progress in reducing carbon footprints, and make informed decisions about the future energy strategy. Now let us look what are the key benefits by using both methods. This includes improved accuracy. Combining both methods can provide a more accurate assessment of scope 2 emission as they complement each other's strength and weakness. Another is related to enhanced transparency. Using both methods can improve transparency and accountability in reporting scope 2 emission. Another is related to the target emission reduction. By understanding the emission associated with a specific energy source, organization can develop target strategies to reduce their scope 2 footprints. Now let us see what is important to note, that the choice of method may depend on various factors, including the first is data availability. The data availability on the emission intensity of a specific electricity source may influence the choice of method. Other is organization goal. An organization's specific goal and priorities may determine which method is most appropriate. And the last one is regulatory requirement. Some jurisdictions may have a specific requirement for calculating scope 2 emission, which may influence the choice of method. By using both the location-based and the market-based method, organizations can make informed decisions about their energy procurement and emission reduction strategies. Now let us discuss an example for scope 2 emission in IT sector. In this example, we consider an IT service company that consumes both grid electricity and renewable energy. The table shows annual energy consumption, the emission factor of each energy source, and the total emission calculated. The grid electricity consumed by the company results in a significant emission due to the high emission factor associated with the energy mix of the grid. This factor reflects the carbon intensity of the electricity generated, which in this case is around 0.82 tons CO2 emission per megawatt of hectare consumed. The total emission from the grid electricity amount to 41,000 tons of CO2 emission annually. The company also consumes 10,000 megawatt for renewable energy, which has an emission factor of 0 tons of carbon dioxide per megawatt. This indicates that the energy source from the renewable contributes no direct emission, resulting in total of 0 ton of CO2 emission from this energy source. This example highlights how different energy sources contribute to the overall Scope 2 emission of a company. By increasing the proportion of renewable energy in its energy mix, the company can significantly reduce its Scope 2 emission, supporting its sustainability goal. The example also emphasizes the importance of selecting low carbon energy source in reducing a company carbon footprint. At the end, let us now discuss the strategy for reducing Scope 2 emission. Scope 2 emission which stem from the indirect emission associated with the purchased electricity, heating and cooling is critical for organizations aiming to lower their carbon footprint. Several strategies can be implemented to achieve this reduction, and we are going to discuss some of these. The first is related to the renewable energy procurement. Procure renewable energy is one of the most effective ways to reduce Scope 2 emission. Organizations can invest in power purchase agreement, that is PPA, or purchase renewable energy certificate, that is RECs, to ensure that their electricity consumption is sourced from renewable energy. This shift not only reduces the carbon intensity of their energy use, but also supports a broader transition to a low carbon energy grid. The next is related to energy efficiency measures. Improving energy efficiency is another crucial strategy. By optimizing energy usage through the implementation of energy efficient technology such as LED lighting, high efficiency system, and energy management system, organization can reduce the amount of energy they need to purchase. This in turn directly lowers Scope 2 emission. Regular energy audit and the adoption of energy saving practice further enhance the efficiency, resulting in both environmental and the cost benefit. The next example is green building design. Incorporating green building principle in design and construction of facilities can significantly reduce energy consumption and consequently Scope 2 emission. Green building uses passive design elements such as natural ventilation or daylighting and integrate energy efficient system to minimize energy usage. Certification standards like LEED, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, provide the framework for designing buildings that are both energy efficient and environmentally sustainable. By focusing on these strategies, organizations can effectively reduce their Scope 2 emission, contributing to their overall sustainability goal while promoting the use of cleaner energy and more efficient practice. Well, this is the end of my presentation. In conclusion, today in the presentation we have covered the source, management and strategies for reducing Scope 2 emission along with the example for each. By accurately calculating Scope 2 emission using these methods, organizations can better understand their indirect energy-related emission and make informed decisions to reduce their overall carbon footprint. As we continue our journey, it is clear that we need to explore Scope 3 emission next. So stay tuned for our upcoming discussion on measuring and managing Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. Until then, goodbye.
Continuing my series on greenhouse gas emission, now let us discuss on Scope 3 emission. Scope 3 emission are crucial in understanding companies' full environmental impact because they encompasses all indirect emission not covered by the Scope 1 and Scope 2 occurring across the value chain. These emissions often represent the largest portion of a company's carbon footprint, including activities such as purchase goods and services, business travel, waste disposal, and use of sold products. Addressing Scope 3 is essential for companies aiming to achieve comprehensive carbon reduction goal and for driving sustainability throughout their supply chain. By focusing on Scope 3, companies can influence upstream and downstream processes, encouraging suppliers, customers, and partners to adopt greener practice, thereby amplifying their overall impact on global climate action. In essence, tackling Scope 3 emission is a key to achieving a truly sustainable business model.
Here we discuss about the introduction of the Scope 3 emission. The first is indirect value chain emission. Scope 3 emission represents the indirect greenhouse gas emission that occurs across a company's entire value chain, excluding the direct emission covered by Scope 1 and Scope 2. These emissions are generated by activities and assets not owned, directly controlled by the company, but are consequences of its operation. Scope 3 emission covers a broad range of sources from purchased goods and services to employees commuting, business travel, waste disposal, and the use of sold product. Due to their extensive research, Scope 3 emissions are often considered the most challenging aspect of companies' carbon footprints. The next is related to largest source of emission. For many organizations, Scope 3 emissions constitute the largest portion of their total greenhouse gas emission. In sectors like retail, technology, and manufacturing, the majority of the company's carbon footprint can stem from the upstream production of raw material, logistic, and downstream use of the products by consumers. As such, ignoring Scope 3 can result in a significant underestimation of the company's true environmental impact. Addressing these emissions is essential for companies seeking to make meaningful progresses towards sustainable goals. The next is related to the complex to measures. The complexity of measuring Scope 3 emission lies in extensive data collection and coordination required across the entire value chain. Unlike Scope 1 and 2, where emission sources are more directly controlled, Scope 3 involves multiple stakeholders, each contributing to different aspects of the total emissions. Variability in the data accuracy, transparency issues with suppliers, and the need to estimate emission for end-user activities add layers of complexity to measurement process. The next is related to the critical for the comprehensive strategy. Despite of the challenge, integrating Scope 3 emission into companies' greenhouse gas reduction strategy is critical for a comprehensive approach to sustainability. Addressing Scope 3 allows companies to influence broader industries practice, promote suppliers' sustainability, and create more sustainable products. By doing so, companies not only reduce their carbon footprint but also position themselves as the leaders in corporate responsibility and driving positive environmental impact across their entire value chain. A focus on Scope 3 is increasingly seen as essential for companies committed to achieving long-term sustainability and meeting global climate targets.
Now we shall discuss 15 categories of Scope 3 emission, or we can say we will have a summarized information related to 15 categories of Scope 3 emission. Scope 3 emission, also known as indirect emission, are those that occurs outside an organization direct control but are linked to its value chain. These emissions can arise from the activities such as purchase goods and services, transportation, waste disposal, and business travel. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol has identified 15 categories of Scope 3 emission as narrated in the figure, providing a framework for organizations to assess and manage their indirect emission. Understanding the significance of these 15 categories is crucial for organizations seeking to reduce their overall carbon footprint. By identifying and quantifying their Scope 3 emission, organizations can develop targets, strategies to mitigate their environmental impact. These categories provide a comprehensive framework for organizations to assess their entire value chain emission, enabling them to identify hotspots and prioritize reduction efforts. Further, these 15 categories are critical because as they provide a structured approach to identify, measuring, and managing the emission across an organization's entire value chain. Addressing Scope 3 emission is vital for companies aiming to achieve comprehensive sustainability and the carbon reduction goals. Since Scope 3 emission often constitute the largest portion of a company's total greenhouse gas emission, they represent significant opportunities for impact reduction. Managing these emissions can lead to more sustainable supply chain, reduced operational cost, and enhanced corporate reputation. Lastly, it is important to note that not all categories will be relevant to every company. The World Resources Institute advised that companies should focus on the most relevant and the significant categories for their business and value chain. In this slide, we discuss about the upstream activities under Scope 3 categories. Upstream Scope 3 categories are indirect greenhouse gas emission that occurs in a company value chain before the operational activities. These categories are crucial for organizations to understand and manage their overall environmental impact. The first is related to the purchase goods and services. It encompasses all emissions related to the production of the goods and services brought by the reporting company. This includes raw material, components, and finished product, as well as professional services. To calculate these emissions, companies must consider the entire life cycle of the purchased item from extraction of raw material to manufacturing and transportation. Strategies to reduce emission in this category include supplier engagement, sustainable procurement policies, and redesigning product for the lower environmental impact. The next is related to the capital goods. It refers to final products that have an extended life and are used by the company to manufacture a product, provide a service, or sell, store, and deliver merchandise. Example includes machinery, equipments, buildings, and vehicles. Emissions in these categories are associated with production of these capital goods. Companies can mitigate these emissions by investing in energy efficient equipment, extending the lifespan of existing assets, and considering the circular economy principle in procurement decision. The next is related to fuel energy related activities. It covers emissions related to production of fuel and energy purchased and consumed by the reporting company, which are not included in Scope 1 and Scope 2. This category includes extraction, production, and transportation of fuels, as well as electricity transmission and distribution losses. To reduce emission, companies can implement energy efficiency measures, switch to renewable energy sources, and optimize their energy procurement strategy. The next is related to upstream transportation and distribution. It involves emission from the transportation and distribution of products purchased by the reporting company in vehicles and facilities not owned
or controlled by the company. This includes inbound logistic, third-party warehousing, and any intercompany transportation. Strategies to decrease emission in this category includes optimizing transportation route, using more efficient vehicles, consolidating shipments, and collaborating with the suppliers to improve logistic efficiency. Continuing from my previous slide, the next is related to the waste generated in operation. This category accounts for emission from the treatment and disposal of waste generated by a company's operation. It includes all types of waste such as solid waste, hazardous waste, and wastewater, and their subsequent treatment methods such as landfilling, recycling, or incineration. The emission arises from the decomposition of organic waste, the energy used in waste treatment facilities, and the transportation of waste. Proper waste management strategy such as reducing waste at the source, improving recycling rates, and opting for low emission disposal methods can significantly reduce these emissions. The next is related to business travel. The business travel refers to emission generated by employees' travel for work-related purpose. This includes travel by air, rail, car, and other modes of transportation. Air travel in particular is a major contributor to Scope 3 emission due to high carbon intensity of flights. Emissions are calculated based on the distance traveled and the mode of transportation used. Companies can mitigate these emissions by encouraging virtual meeting, using less carbon intensive modes of transportation, promoting the use of public transportation, and supporting carbon offset program. The next is related to employee commuting. Employee commuting covers the emission from employees traveling between their homes and to the workplace. This category includes all forms of transportation used by employees such as car, buses, train, bicycles, and walking. The emissions are influenced by factors such as the distance traveled, the type of vehicle used, and the frequency of commutes. Companies can reduce these emissions by offering incentives for carpooling, providing public transit pass, encourage flexible working arrangements like telecommunicating, and supporting the use of low emission vehicle. The other is related to upstream leased assets. Upstream leased asset refers to emission from the operation of asset leased by the reporting company, where the emissions are not included in Scope 1 and Scope 2. These could include office building, vehicle, or equipment leased from third parties. The emissions are attributed to the lessee based on their use of the assets. Companies can manage these emissions by choosing energy efficient leased assets, negotiating with the lessors for green energy supply, and implementing operational efficiency to reduce energy consumptions. Now we shall discuss downstream Scope 3 emission, that refers to indirect greenhouse gas emission that occurs after a product or services has left a company's control. These emissions are crucial to understanding the full environmental impact of a company's activities and product. Key downstream Scope 3 categories include use of sold products, end of life treatment of sold products, downstream transportation and distribution, and franchises and investment. Now the first is related to the use of sold product. This category includes emissions that result from the use of goods and services sold by a company. For many companies, especially those in manufacturing or energy sector, this can represent a significant portion of their carbon footprint. For example, an automobile manufacturing would account for the emission produced by the vehicle it sells throughout their operational lifetime. Reducing these emissions involves designing more energy efficient products and encouraging
customers to adopt low carbon practice. The next is related to end of life treatment of sold product. This category accounts for emission associated with the disposal and treatment of products after their useful life. This includes activities such as recycling, landfilling, and incineration. Companies can mitigate these emissions by designing products that are easier to recycle, reduce waste, and promoting circular economy practice where products are reused or repurposed rather than disposed of. The next is related to downstream transportation and distribution. Emission in this category comes from the transportation and distribution of products after they have been sold. This includes emission from the logistic and transportation provided that deliver product to end customers, including retail distribution. Companies can reduce these emissions by optimizing their supply chain, improving the efficiency of distribution network, and using lower carbon transportation options. The next is related to processing of the sold product. This category covers emissions generated during the processing of intermediate product sold by company before they reach the final consumer. For instance, if a company sells components that are later assembled into a final product by another company, the emission from that assembly process would fall under this category. These emissions are significant because they often involve energy-intensive manufacturing process. Companies can reduce these emissions by working with their customers to encourage energy efficiency and the adoption of low carbon technologies in processing of these products. Continuing from my previous slide, downstream of Scope 3 categories. The next is related to downstream leased asset. Emission from downstream leased assets refer to those generated by assets that the company owns but lessee to other parties. This could include vehicle, machinery, or building. Since the company retains ownership, it is responsible for the emission associated with the operation of these assets, even though they are operated by the third party. Companies can manage these emissions by implementing energy efficient practice in the leased asset, offering training and guidelines for the lessee, and investing in low emission technology. The next is related to franchise activity. This category involves emission from franchise operation, where a company allows another party to operate a business using its brand, name, and business model. Although franchise operate independently, the parent company is responsible for the associated emission since they directly benefit from the franchise activity. Reducing emission in this area can be challenging due to the decentralized nature of franchises. However, companies can implement standard environmental policies, offer incentives for energy efficiency, and provide sustainability training to franchise to help mitigate these emissions. The next is related to investment activity. Investment related emissions are those associated with the financial investment a company makes, including equity, debt, and other financial instruments. These emissions are particularly relevant for financial institutions and investment firms, as the activity of these entities in which they invest contribute to their overall carbon footprints. Managing these emissions involves conducting a thorough assessment of the carbon intensity of potential investment and prioritizing investment in low carbon or renewable energy projects. Additionally, investors can engage with the portfolio company to encourage sustainable practices and carbon reduction initiatives. By actively managing downstream Scope 3 emissions, companies can significantly enhance their environmental stewardship and contribute to global efforts to mitigate climate change. Addressing emission from these downstream activities is crucial for companies to fully understand and reduce their Scope 3 emissions. By focusing on these areas, businesses can significantly impact their overall carbon footprint and contribute to global efforts to mitigate climate change. Furthermore, Managing these emissions can enhance a company's reputation, align with the investors and consumer expectation, and lead to long-term cost saving and business resilience. Now we shall understand challenges in measuring Scope 3 emission. Measuring Scope 3 emission is a complex yet essential aspect of a company's sustainability efforts. These emissions, which occurs along the entire value chain, can be challenging to quantify due to issues such as data availability, boundary setting, double counting, and calculation complexity. The first is related to data availability. One of the prime challenge in measuring Scope 3 emission is the availability of the quality of data. Unlike Scope 1 and Scope 2, emissions which are directly within a company's control, Scope 3 emissions are dispersed across the supplier, customers, and other external entities. This dispersion often leads to incomplete or inconsistent data, making accurate measurement difficult. Companies may rely on estimates, generic emission factors, or industry average, which can reduce the precision of the calculation. To improve data accuracy, companies need to engage with suppliers and other stakeholders to obtain specific and reliable data. The next is related to boundary setting. Defining the boundaries for the Scope 3 emission is another significant challenge. Company needs to decide which activity within their value chain should be included in their Scope 3 reporting. This involves determining the relevance of each emission source to their overall carbon footprint, which can vary significantly depending on the industries and the company's specific operation. The decision-making process can be complex as it requires balancing completeness with the materiality and feasibility. Improper boundary setting can lead to underreporting or overreporting of emission. The next is related to double counting. Double counting occurs when emissions are inadvertently counted more than once within a company's inventory or across different entities' inventory. This is a common issue in Scope 3 reporting, particularly in shared supply chain where multiple companies may claim the same emission. For instance, if both a supplier and a manufacturer report emission from the same activity, the total emission could be inaccurately inflated. To mitigate these, companies need to clearly define ownership and responsibility for emission within their value chain and coordinate with the other stakeholders. The other challenging part is calculation complexity. The complexity of calculating Scope 3 emission can be daunting. Emission factor, data from suppliers, and various calculation methodologies are contribute to the difficulties for generating accurate Scope 3 estimate. The variability in process, geographical location, and technology used by different suppliers further complicates these calculations. Companies must often use complex model and assumption which can introduce uncertainty into result. Addressing these challenges requires a concreted efforts involving better data management, clear communication with the stakeholder, and the use of standardized methodologies. Now we shall discuss what are the strategies for measuring Scope 3 emission. Measuring Scope 3 emission is crucial for organizations to understand their full environmental impact and identify opportunities for reduction. Effective strategies can help overcome the challenges associated with the complex tasks. The first is related to prioritize categories. Not all Scope 3 categories are equal, relevant, or significant for every organization. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol recommends prioritizing the category based on their size, influence, risk, stakeholder, and sector guidance. By focusing on the most material category, companies can allocate resources more effectively. For instance, a technology company might prioritize purchased goods and services and use of sold products, while the financial institute might focus on investment. The next is engaging suppliers. Collaboration with the suppliers is key to obtaining accurate primary data. The CDP suggests implementing suppliers engagement program which can include survey, workshop and incentives for data sharing. For example, Walmart project Gigaton engage suppliers to report and reduce emission, demonstrating how large companies can leverage their influence to improve value chain data quality. Another is related to using industry average. When primary data is unavailable, the industry average can provide a starting point for emission calculations. The Global Logistic Emission Council framework offers standardized methodologies and emission factor for logistic related activities. Similarly, Quanti's Scope 3 Evaluator tool provides sector-specific emission factors for quick estimation. The next is related to investing in robust system, or we can say implement data management system. Implementing sophisticated data management system is crucial for handling the complexity of Scope 3 emission. The Science-Based Target Initiative emphasizes the importance of investing in tools that can collect, manage and analyze emission data across value chain. For instance, Microsoft Clouds for Sustainability exemplify how technology can streamline emission data management and reporting. These strategies should be implemented as a part of comprehensive approach to Scope 3 measurement. The World Business Council for Sustainability Development recommends step-by-step processes, identify relevant Scope 3 activities, determine the scope of data collection, collect data, apply emission factor and assess data quality. As organizations progress in their Scope 3 measurement journey, they should aim to continually improve data quality and expand the breadth of their inventory. This iterative process, as described by the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, allows companies to start with estimates and progressively refine their approach as they gain more insight and access to better data. This slide discusses an example for Scope 3 emission in retail. The slide presents a breakdown of Scope 3 emissions for what appears to be a retail company. Scope 3 emission refers to indirect greenhouse gas emission that occurs in a company value chain outside of its direct operation. Here are a summary of the data as shown in the slide. The first is related to the purchased goods and services. This is by far the largest category, accounting for 5 lakh tons CO2 emission, tons of a carbon dioxide equivalent annually, or 60% of the total Scope 3 emission. This likely represents the emission associated with production of goods the retailer sell. The second is related to the use of sold products. The second largest at 2 lakhs ton CO2 emitted, or 24% of the total. This represents emission from customer using the product sold by the retailer. The next is related to transportation and distribution. This accounts for 1 lakh ton CO2 emitted, or 12% of the total emission. This likely includes both upstream and downstream logistics. The other is related to other categories. These make up a remaining 33,000 tons of CO2 emission, or 4% of the emission. The total Scope 3 emission for this company add up to 8,33,000 tons of CO2 emitted annually. This breakdown is typical for many retailers where the majority of the emissions occurs in the supply chain, that is purchased goods and services, and from the use of product they sell. It highlights the importance of working with the suppliers and influencing consumer behavior to significantly reduce overall emissions. Now we shall discuss what are the strategies for reducing scope 3 emission. Reducing scope 3 emission, which occurs throughout a company's value chain, is essential for comprehensive climate action. These emissions often represent the largest portion of a company's carbon footprint. Effective strategies for reducing scope 3 emission include supplier engagements, product design optimization, transportation optimization, and adopting circular economy initiatives. The first is related to supplier engagement. Engaging with the supplier is crucial since a significant portion of the scope 3 emission originate in the supply chain. Companies can work closely with their suppliers to encourage the adoption of low carbon practice, improve energy efficiency, and transition to renewable energy sources. This can be achieved through collaboration, setting sustainability criteria in procurement process, and offering support for supplier sustainability initiative. For instance, major corporations like Walmart and Unilever have launched programs to reduce emission across their supply chain by collaborating with their suppliers. According to the Carbon Disclosure Project, supplier engagement is one of the most effective strategies for reducing scope 3 emission. The next is related to product design. Optimizing product design for sustainability is another effective strategy. This involves designing products that are more energy efficient, require fewer raw material, and have a longer lifespan. Companies can also focus on reducing the environmental impact during the use of phase of the product by incorporating energy saving feature or promoting the use of low carbon alternative. For example, companies in the electronic industries have successfully reduced emission by designing products that importance of product designing in reducing the lifespan emission of goods and services. Another is related to the transportation optimization. Emission from transportation and distribution are significant contributors to scope 3 emission. Companies can reduce these emissions by optimizing their logistic network, improving fuel efficiency, and shifting to lower emission transportation modes such as rail or electricity vehicle. Additionally, companies can explore options like reducing the distance product travel, consolidating shipments, and choosing more sustainable packaging material. For instance, companies like ECA have implemented transportation strategy that includes maximizing the efficiency of ship container and investing in electric delivery truck. The Environmental Protection Agency, that is EPA, provides a guidance on transportation optimization as a key element in reducing emission. The next is related to circular economy initiative. Adopting circular economy principle can significantly reduce scope 3 emission by keeping products, material, and resources in use for as long as possible. Strategies include designing for recyclability, encouraging product take-back program, and promoting the reuse and refurbishment of products. Companies like Patagonia and Apple have pioneered circular economy initiative focusing on extending product life cycle and reducing waste. By implementing these strategies, companies can make significant progress in reducing scope 3 emissions, thereby contributing to the global efforts to mitigate climate change.
Well, with this, we conclude the series related to greenhouse gas emission. But there are many issues yet to be resolved. However, what next after the scope 1, 2, and 3? Wait, there is more serious issue related to these three scope of greenhouse gas emissions. Thus, next week we will dive into one more engaging topic that is, why greenhouse gas audit matters. Till then, I wish you all a happy and prosperous week ahead.
In an era of escalating climate change and growing environmental consciousness, greenhouse gas (GHG) audits have emerged as a critical tool in the global fight against climate change. These audits, which meticulously quantify and analyze an organization's GHG emissions, are far more than just a regulatory requirement or a box-ticking exercise. They represent a fundamental shift in how businesses, governments, and other entities approach environmental impact and sustainability efforts. This article delves into the multifaceted importance of GHG audits, exploring their role in driving meaningful climate action, enhancing corporate responsibility, and shaping a sustainable future. One of the primary reasons GHG audits matter is their role in driving climate action at both organizational and policy levels. By providing a clear, quantifiable picture of emissions, these audits are the foundation for setting science-based targets and developing effective climate strategies. Before delving into their importance, it's crucial to understand what GHG audits entail. Greenhouse gas (GHG) audits are becoming increasingly vital to Indian corporations. They provide valuable insights into a company's carbon footprint and environmental impact. This presentation explores the importance of GHG audits for corporate sustainability and financial success in detail. Assessment of an organization's greenhouse gas emissions. GHG audits are crucial for sustainability reporting and compliance with climate regulations. This slide identifies its definition, scope, and related environmental understanding. 1. Definition. Before delving into their importance, it's crucial to understand what GHG audits entail. A GHG audit, also known as a carbon audit or emissions inventory, is a comprehensive assessment of the greenhouse gases emitted by an organization's activities over a specific period. These audits typically cover the 6 main greenhouse gases recognized by the Kyoto Protocol: carbon dioxide, CO2, methane, CH4, nitrous oxide, N2O, hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, perfluorocarbons, PFCs, and sulfur hexafluoride, SF6. 2. Scope. GHG audits follow standardized methodologies such as the GHG Protocol Corporate Accounting and Reporting Standard, which categorizes emissions into 3 scopes. 1. Scope 1, direct emissions from owned or controlled sources. 2. Scope 2, indirect emissions from the generation of purchased energy. 3. Scope 3, all other indirect emissions that occur in a company's value chain. However, execution of the scoping process involves collecting data, calculating emissions, and reporting the results, often followed by verification by a third party to ensure accuracy and credibility. This we have seen in detail in the previous 3 presentations. 3. Environment responsibility. GHG audits play a crucial role in fostering environmental responsibility among organizations and individuals. By quantifying and analyzing an entity's greenhouse gas emissions, these audits provide a clear picture of one's carbon footprint and its impact on climate change. This tangible data serves as a powerful wake-up call, transforming abstract environmental concerns into concrete, measurable realities. The audit process itself encourages critical examination of daily operations and practices, prompting organizations to identify areas where emissions can be reduced. This introspection often leads to innovative solutions and a shift towards more sustainable practices. As companies set emission reduction targets based on audit results, they cultivate a culture of accountability and continuous improvement. Moreover, GHG audits facilitate transparency, allowing stakeholders to make informed decisions and hold organizations accountable for their environmental impact. This transparency can drive consumer choices, investor decisions, and regulatory policies, creating a ripple effect of environmental consciousness throughout society. Regulatory compliance for GHG audits involves adhering to government-mandated standards for measuring, reporting, and verifying greenhouse gas emissions. Companies must follow specific protocols such as the GHG Protocol or ISO 14064 and may be required to submit reports to regulatory bodies. The slide here explains regulatory compliance in current and future times at the global and national level with global alignment. 1. Current regulations. One of the most significant reasons GHG audits matter is their role in ensuring compliance with local, national, and international regulations. In the wake of global agreements like the Paris Agreement, many governments have introduced legislation requiring businesses to disclose their carbon emissions. In the current regulatory landscape, many countries have implemented mandatory GHG reporting schemes, such as the EU's Emissions Trading System, ETS, and the US EPA's Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program. These regulations require organizations to conduct regular GHG audits, ensuring accurate emissions data and compliance with emission reduction targets. Furthermore, they provide a basis for participating in carbon trading systems, where companies can buy or sell emission allowances based on their GHG audit results. In India, GHG audits are becoming increasingly important in shaping regulatory compliance as the country strives to meet its climate commitments. Currently, the regulatory framework includes the Energy Conservation Act of 2001, amended in 2010, which mandates energy audits for large energy-consuming industries. While not specifically focused on GHG emissions, these audits indirectly address carbon footprints. 2. Future trends. As climate change concerns intensify, future regulatory trends are likely to see more stringent emission controls and expanded audit requirements. Emerging regulations may extend to smaller businesses and additional sectors, necessitating more comprehensive and frequent GHG audits. There's also a growing push towards standardizing audit methodologies globally, as seen in the development of ISO 14064 standards for GHG quantification and reporting. The Perform, Achieve and Trade PAT scheme, implemented by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, requires designated consumers in energy-intensive sectors to conduct regular energy audits. These audits, while primarily focused on energy efficiency, contribute to GHG emission reduction efforts. Looking ahead, India's future regulatory trends are likely to see a more direct focus on GHG audits. The country's commitment to reduce the emission intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from 2005 levels as part of its nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement will necessitate more stringent GHG monitoring and reporting. 3. Global alignments in GHG regulations are becoming increasingly important, driven by international agreements like the Paris Accord. This trend is leading to the harmonization of audit practices across borders, facilitating more consistent reporting and comparison of emissions data worldwide. Initiatives like the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, TCFD, are promoting standardized climate risk reporting, further emphasizing the importance of robust GHG audits. India is also aligning with global standards, as evidenced by its participation in the International Solar Alliance and its support for the Paris Agreement. This global alignment may lead to the adoption of more comprehensive GHG audit requirements, similar to those in developed economies. The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has mandated sustainability reporting for the top 1,000 listed companies, which includes disclosure of GHG emissions. This trend is likely to expand, potentially leading to mandatory GHG audits for a broader range of companies. In essence, GHG audits are not just tools for compliance, but are shaping the very nature of environmental regulations, fostering a more unified, transparent, and effective global approach to combating climate change. GHG audits play a crucial role in enhancing operational efficiencies both globally and in India by providing a systematic approach to identify, address, and monitor energy consumption and emissions. This process not only contributes to environmental sustainability, but also often leads to significant cost savings and improved operational performance. 1. Identifying inefficiencies. Globally, GHG audits serve as a powerful tool for organizations to pinpoint areas of inefficiency in their operations. These audits typically involve a comprehensive analysis of energy consumption, process emissions, and other sources of greenhouse gases across the entire value chain. In developed economies, sophisticated software and IoT devices are increasingly being used to gather real-time data, allowing for more accurate and detailed audits. In India, where the industrial sector is a major contributor to GHG emissions, audits are particularly crucial. They help identify inefficiencies in energy-intensive processes, outdated equipment, and poor maintenance practices that lead to excessive emissions. For instance, in the steel industry, which accounts for a significant portion of India's industrial emissions, GHG audits have revealed opportunities for improvement in blast furnace operations and energy recovery systems. 2. Implementing solutions. Once inefficiencies are identified, organizations can implement targeted solutions to reduce emissions and improve operational efficiency. Globally, this often involves adopting cleaner technologies, optimizing processes, and shifting to renewable energy sources. For example, many multinational corporations are investing in AI-driven energy management systems to optimize their operations in real time. In the Indian context, implementing solutions often means balancing the need for emission reduction with cost constraints. However, many Indian companies are finding that efficiency improvements can lead to significant cost savings. For instance, in the cement industry, which is another major emitter, companies are implementing waste heat recovery systems and alternative fuel use driven by insights from GHG audits. The textile industry, a key sector in India, is adopting energy-efficient machinery and process optimization based on audit findings. 3. Monitoring progress. Continuous monitoring is essential to ensure the effectiveness of implemented solutions and to identify new areas for improvement. Globally, there's a trend towards continuous emissions monitoring systems, CEMs, that provide real-time data on GHG emissions. This allows for quick adjustments and helps in complying with increasingly stringent regulations. In India, while continuous monitoring is not yet widespread, regular GHG audits are becoming more common, especially among larger corporations. The government's PAT Perform Achieve Trade scheme has also incentivized regular energy audits in energy-intensive sectors, indirectly promoting GHG emission monitoring. In India, sectors like IT and pharmaceuticals, which are closely linked to global supply chains, are adopting international best practices in GHG auditing and management. This is not only improving their operational efficiencies, but also enhancing their competitiveness in the global market. As the world, including India, moves towards a low-carbon economy, the role of GHG audits in driving operational efficiencies will only grow. They will continue to be a critical tool in identifying inefficiencies, implementing targeted solutions, and monitoring progress towards a more sustainable and efficient operational model. For India, in particular, effective use of GHG audits can help in achieving its ambitious climate goals while supporting its economic growth aspirations. GHG audits have become an integral part of risk management strategies globally and in India, helping organizations identify, assess, and mitigate various risks associated with climate change and carbon emissions. These audits provide crucial data and insights that inform decision-making across multiple dimensions of risk management. Climate-related risk. Globally, GHG audits are essential in assessing an organization's vulnerability to climate-related risks. By quantifying emissions, these audits help companies understand their contribution to climate change and, consequently, their exposure to physical risks, such as extreme weather events, and transition risks, such as policy changes and market shifts towards low-carbon alternatives. In India, where climate change impacts are increasingly evident through events like severe heat waves and flooding, GHG audits are gaining importance in risk assessment. For sectors like agriculture, which is highly vulnerable to climate change, these audits can guide adaptation strategies by identifying major emission sources and potential areas for resilience building. Financial implications. The financial risks associated with high GHG emissions are becoming more pronounced worldwide. Carbon pricing mechanisms, such as carbon taxes and emissions trading systems, are being implemented in many countries. GHG audits provide the necessary data for companies to assess their potential financial liabilities under these schemes. In India, while a national carbon pricing mechanism is not yet in place, there's growing pressure from international investors and partners for emissions disclosure. Indian companies, especially those in energy-intensive sectors or with global operations, are using GHG audits to assess their financial exposure to potential future carbon regulations and to guide investments in low-carbon technologies. Reputation management. Globally, corporate reputation is increasingly tied to environmental performance. GHG audits provide transparency and credibility to a company's sustainability claims, helping manage reputational risks. Companies with robust GHG audit processes and demonstrated emission reductions often enjoy enhanced brand value and stakeholder trust. In India, where environmental awareness is growing rapidly, especially among urban consumers, GHG audits are becoming a tool for proactive reputation management. Companies in consumer-facing sectors, such as retail and automotive, are using audit results to demonstrate their commitment to sustainability, differentiating themselves in a competitive market. Supply chain. Resilience. GHG audits play a crucial role in managing supply chain risks globally. They help identify emissions hotspots along the value chain, guiding efforts to build a more resilient and sustainable supply network. This is particularly important as extreme weather events and regulatory changes in one region can have cascading effects on global supply chains. For India, a major player in global supply chains, GHG audits are becoming essential for maintaining competitiveness. Many multinational corporations now require their suppliers to conduct GHG audits and demonstrate emissions reduction efforts. Indian companies, particularly in sectors like textiles and manufacturing, are using these audits to secure their position in global supply chains and mitigate the risk of losing business to more sustainable competitors. Furthermore, GHG audits are helping Indian companies identify vulnerabilities in their own supply chains, particularly related to resource scarcity and energy security. This is crucial in a country where energy supply can be inconsistent and where climate change is exacerbating water scarcity in many regions. GHG audits have become increasingly crucial in shaping corporate reputation and enhancing brand value, both globally and in India. As environmental consciousness grows, these audits serve as a foundation for companies to demonstrate their commitment to sustainability, influencing consumer preferences, differentiating their brand, establishing authenticity, and supporting corporate social responsibility (CSR) initiatives. Consumer preference. Globally, there's a significant shift in consumer behavior towards environmentally responsible products and services. GHG audits provide companies with credible data to communicate their environmental impact and reduction efforts to consumers. This transparency can significantly influence purchasing decisions, particularly among younger generations who prioritize sustainability. In India, while price remains a primary factor in consumer decisions, environmental awareness is rapidly growing, especially in urban areas. Companies that conduct and publicize their GHG audit results are increasingly seen as forward-thinking and responsible. For instance, in the automotive sector, companies highlighting their reduced carbon footprint are gaining traction among environmentally conscious Indian consumers. Brand differentiation. In a globally competitive marketplace, environmental performance has become a key differentiator. Companies with robust GHG audit processes and demonstrated emissions reductions can set themselves apart from competitors. This differentiation is particularly valuable in industries where products or services are otherwise similar. For Indian companies competing on the global stage, GHG audits offer a means to align with international standards and expectations. In sectors like IT services and pharmaceuticals, where India is a major global player, companies are using their environmental credentials backed by GHG audits to differentiate themselves and appeal to multinational clients who prioritize sustainability in their supply chains. Authenticity. As greenwashing concerns grow worldwide, GHG audits provide a measure of authenticity to a company's environmental claims. These audits offer verifiable, quantitative data that can support sustainability narratives and build trust among stakeholders. In India, where there's often skepticism about corporate environmental claims, GHG audits conducted by reputable third parties lend credibility to a company's sustainability efforts. This is particularly important for Indian companies looking to attract international investors or partners who scrutinize environmental, social, and governance (ESG) factors. CSR initiatives, GHG audits, play a vital role in shaping and validating corporate social responsibility initiatives globally. They provide a baseline for setting emission reduction targets and help companies track and report their progress, which is often a key component of CSR reporting. In India, where CSR is mandated by law for certain companies, GHG audits are increasingly being integrated into broader CSR strategies. They help companies align their CSR activities with national and global climate goals, enhancing the impact and relevance of these initiatives. For example, large Indian conglomerates are using GHG audit insights to guide their investments in renewable energy projects, both for their operations and as part of their community development efforts. Moreover, GHG audits are helping Indian companies participate more effectively in global sustainability initiatives. By providing standardized emissions data, these audits enable Indian firms to benchmark themselves against global peers and participate in international sustainability rankings and indices, further enhancing their global reputation. The impact of GHG audits on reputation and brand value is also evident in the financial sector. Both globally and in India, there's growing interest in sustainable investing. Companies with comprehensive GHG audit processes and strong environmental performance are often viewed more favorably by investors, potentially leading to better access to capital and improved stock performance. GHG audits play a crucial role in shaping investment and financing decisions both globally and in India, particularly in the context of the growing emphasis on sustainable finance. These audits provide essential data for investors and financial institutions to assess climate-related risks and opportunities. Green bonds, GHG audits are fundamental in the issuance and valuation of green bonds. Globally, these audits help verify that the projects financed by green bonds genuinely contribute to emission reductions. In India, where the green bond market is rapidly growing, GHG audits provide the transparency needed to attract international investors and ensure compliance with global green bond standards. ESG integration, GHG audits are a key component of environmental, social, and governance ESG assessments. Globally, asset managers increasingly use GHG audit data to evaluate companies' climate risk exposure and mitigation strategies. In India, as ESG investing gains traction, companies with robust GHG audit processes are better positioned to attract ESG-focused investments, both domestic and international. Carbon pricing. As carbon pricing mechanisms expand worldwide, GHG audits become critical in financial risk assessment. They help companies and investors quantify potential carbon liabilities. While India doesn't have a national carbon pricing system yet, Many Indian companies operating globally or in carbon-regulated markets use GHG audits to assess their financial exposure to carbon prices. Furthermore, in both global and Indian contexts, GHG audits are increasingly influencing lending decisions. Banks and financial institutions are using audit data to assess climate-related credit risks and to design green lending products. This trend is pushing companies to improve their GHG accounting and reduction efforts to secure favorable financing terms. Now we shall see how GHG audit matters financial performance at India and global level. Let us start with revenue. Globally, companies with strong environmental credentials, as demonstrated through GHG audits, often enjoy increased market share and customer loyalty. This can translate into higher revenues, particularly in markets where consumers prioritize sustainability. In India, while this trend is still emerging, sectors like automotive and consumer goods are seeing a growing preference for eco-friendly products, driving revenues for companies that can demonstrate lower carbon footprints through GHG audits. GHG audits often reveal opportunities for cost savings through improved energy efficiency and process optimization. Globally, many companies have realized significant reductions in operational costs by addressing inefficiencies identified in these audits. In India, where energy costs can be a major expense for businesses, GHG audits have helped companies in energy-intensive sectors like steel and cement to identify and implement cost-saving measures, improving their bottom line. Valuation. Investor perceptions of a company's long-term viability and risk profile are increasingly influenced by its environmental performance. Globally, companies with lower GHG emissions and clear reduction strategies often enjoy higher valuations and better access to capital. In India, while this link is still developing, companies that proactively conduct and act on GHG audits are beginning to see positive impacts on their market valuations, particularly those listed on international exchanges or seeking foreign investment. Investment. GHG audits guide investment decisions both internally and externally. Internally, companies use audit results to prioritize investments in low-carbon technologies and processes. Externally, investors use this data to assess a company's long-term sustainability and resilience to climate-related risks. In the global context, many large investment funds now require comprehensive GHG disclosures before making investment decisions. In India, while such requirements are not yet widespread, there's growing interest from both domestic and international investors in companies that demonstrate proactive GHG management. Furthermore, GHG audits are becoming crucial for accessing certain types of financing. Globally, green bonds and sustainability-linked loans often require detailed emissions data. In India, companies conducting regular GHG audits are better positioned to access these growing pools of sustainable finance. In both global and Indian contexts, GHG audits are also helping companies prepare for potential future carbon pricing mechanisms. By understanding their emissions profile, companies can better assess potential financial impacts and make informed decisions about long-term investments and strategies. GHG audits play a crucial role in driving innovations and enhancing competitiveness for businesses both globally and in India. By providing detailed insights into emission sources and energy use patterns, these audits catalyze improvements in innovation drivers, cost reduction, and overall market competitiveness. Innovation drivers, GHG audits often reveal inefficiencies in existing processes, spurring innovations in process design. Companies use audit data to identify areas where emissions are highest and redesign these processes for greater efficiency. This can lead to breakthrough innovations in manufacturing techniques, logistics, and even product design. For example, in the global automotive industry, GHG audits have driven innovations in lightweight materials and electric drivetrains. In India, textile manufacturers have used audit insights to develop low-water, low-energy dyeing processes, improving both their environmental footprint and production efficiency. Lowering costs. one of the most direct impacts of GHG audits on competitiveness is through cost reduction. By identifying energy inefficiencies and waste, audits often point to opportunities for significant cost savings. This is particularly important in energy-intensive industries where fuel and electricity costs can be a major component of overall expenses. Globally, companies like Walmart have used GHG audit data to optimize their logistics networks, significantly reducing both emissions and costs. In India, steel manufacturers have implemented energy recovery systems based on audit findings, lowering their energy costs and improving their market position. Healthy competition. GHG audits foster healthy competition by providing a standardized metric for environmental performance. As consumers and investors increasingly prioritize sustainability, companies use their audit results to differentiate themselves in the market. This creates a race to the top in terms of environmental performance, driving industry-wide innovations. In the global context, tech giants like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon compete to achieve carbon neutrality, spurring innovations in renewable energy and carbon capture technologies. In India, companies in sectors like cement and paper are increasingly using their GHG performance as a competitive advantage, driving sector-wide improvements in energy efficiency and alternative fuel use. The impact of GHG audits on innovation extends beyond individual companies to entire supply chains. As large corporations set emissions reduction targets, they often require their suppliers to conduct GHG audits and improve their performance. This cascading effect drives innovation and competitiveness improvements across multiple industry tiers. In India, where many companies are part of global supply chains, GHG audits are becoming essential for maintaining competitiveness in international markets. Companies that can demonstrate strong environmental performance through these audits are better positioned to secure and retain contracts with multinational corporations. Furthermore, GHG audits are driving innovations in business models. Companies are using audit insights to develop new product lines or services centered around sustainability. For instance, audit data has led some energy companies to expand into energy management services, creating new revenue streams while helping clients reduce their emissions. Third-party verifications play a crucial role in GHG audits, ensuring the accuracy, completeness, and reliability of reported emissions data. These independent assessments are essential for maintaining the integrity of GHG reporting and supporting climate action initiatives across various sectors. 1. Data availability identification. Third-party verifiers help organizations identify and assess the availability of necessary data for GHG reporting. They review existing data collection processes, pinpoint gaps in data availability, and recommend improvements to ensure comprehensive coverage of emission sources. This step is fundamental in establishing a robust foundation for accurate GHG accounting. 2. Quality baseline data collection. Verifiers contribute significantly to enhancing the quality of baseline data collection. They assess the methodologies used for data gathering, ensuring they align with recognized standards and best practices. By scrutinizing data collection procedures, verifiers help organizations establish reliable baselines, which are crucial for measuring progress in emissions reduction over time. 3. Calculations and related complexity. GHG calculations often involve complex methodologies and factors. Third-party verifiers bring expertise in navigating these intricacies, ensuring that calculations are performed correctly and consistently. They review emission factors, conversion rates, and calculation methodologies to validate their appropriateness and accuracy. This scrutiny helps identify and rectify errors or inconsistencies in the quantification process. 4. Standardization. Verifiers play a key role in promoting the use of standardized approaches in GHG accounting. They ensure that organizations adhere to internationally recognized standards such as the GHG Protocol or ISO 14064. By enforcing these standards, verifiers facilitate comparability between different organizations' GHG reports and enhance the overall credibility of reported emissions data. 5. Integration with financial reporting. Third-party verification is crucial in the reporting phase, where verifiers assess the completeness, transparency, and accuracy of GHG disclosures. They ensure that reported information aligns with the collected data and perform calculations. Importantly, verifiers also examine the integration of GHG reporting with financial reporting, a growing trend as investors and stakeholders increasingly consider climate-related risks and opportunities. This integration requires verifiers to assess how organizations incorporate GHG-related information into their financial statements, management reports, and risk assessments. They evaluate the consistency between financial and non-financial disclosures, ensuring that climate-related impacts are appropriately reflected in financial planning and reporting. 6. Benefits of third-party verification. Third-party verifiers not only validate emissions data, but also assess the methodologies and processes used to collect and calculate the data. This helps identify any gaps or inconsistencies in the organization's data collection practices. For instance, emissions from certain operational areas might be underreported, or incorrect conversion factors might be used in calculating emissions. The verification process highlights such discrepancies and recommends improvements to enhance the quality and accuracy of future GHG audits. By improving data collection methodologies, organizations can more accurately track emissions trends, set meaningful reduction targets, and report progress over time. This also facilitates better resource allocation and operational efficiency improvements. The other benefits are as follows. Enhanced credibility. Independent verification lends credibility to GHG reports, increasing stakeholder confidence in the reported data. Risk mitigation. Verifiers help identify and address potential risks associated with GHG reporting, including regulatory non-compliance and reputational risks. Continuous improvement. The verification process often highlights areas for improvement in data management and reporting systems, driving ongoing enhancements. Stakeholder trust. Verified GHG reports build trust among investors, customers, and regulators, supporting the organization's sustainability claims. Compliance assurance. For organizations subject to mandatory GHG reporting schemes, third-party verification ensures compliance with regulatory requirements. 7. Challenges and considerations. While third-party verification offers numerous benefits, it also presents challenges. These include the cost of verification services, the need for organizations to allocate resources and time for the verification process, and potential disruptions to normal operations during on-site assessments. In conclusion, third-party verifications are integral to the GHG audit process, enhancing the quality, reliability, and credibility of emissions data. A greenhouse gas GHG audit is crucial for long-term strategic planning, providing organizations with key insights to address climate-related risks and opportunities. Scenario analysis. GHG audits help organizations explore potential future conditions, such as tighter carbon regulations or changing market demands due to climate concerns. By assessing how these scenarios impact operations, companies can develop strategies that mitigate risks and seize opportunities related to GHG emissions. Investment decisions. GHG audits provide data that support informed capital allocation toward low-carbon technologies and sustainable projects. Investors are increasingly focused on organizations that are transparent about their carbon footprint and have a plan to reduce emissions. A verified GHG audit can enhance an organization's attractiveness to environmentally conscious investors, helping secure long-term financial support. Product development. The product development benefits from GHG audits by identifying carbon-intensive processes within the product lifecycle. Organizations can innovate by designing products with lower emissions, improving energy efficiency, and aligning with consumer demand for sustainable solutions. This can lead to competitive advantages in an increasingly eco-conscious market. Adaptation planning, GHG audits highlight areas where organizations are most vulnerable to climate-related disruptions such as regulatory changes, resource scarcity, or supply chain vulnerabilities. With this data, organizations can create strategies to increase resilience, ensuring continuity in operations and long-term sustainability. Overall, GHG audits provide a roadmap for integrating emissions reduction and sustainability into the core of strategic planning, ensuring businesses can adapt and thrive in a low-carbon future. As we face the urgent challenge of climate change, GHG audits serve as a critical compass, guiding us towards a more sustainable and resilient world. They translate the abstract concept of climate impact into concrete, actionable data, enabling organizations to play their part in the global effort to mitigate climate change. GHG audits matter because they are not just a measurement tool, but a catalyst for transformative change. They provide the foundation for meaningful climate action, drive corporate responsibility and innovation, facilitate access to capital, and help prepare organizations for a low-carbon future. The importance of GHG audits will only grow as we move deeper into the climate crisis. Organizations that embrace comprehensive, regular GHG auditing will be better positioned to thrive in a future where environmental performance is inextricably linked to overall business success. In the end, GHG audits matter because they embody the principle that what gets measured gets managed. And in the face of climate change, there's nothing more important to manage than our impact on the planet. Continuing the series, next we are diving into an interesting topic. So stay tuned for upcoming topics on energy conservation. However, it will take a month to preparation of these topics. Meanwhile, enjoy some of my webinar recordings on various issues of ESG. Till then, we wish you a happy and safe life.
Hi, hello and welcome everyone to this interesting topic, importance of socioeconomic in development project. My journey into this topic began with the witness of distressing circumstances faced by migrant workers in India during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The experience profoundly shaped my understanding of development, especially in the socioeconomic realms. That it made me realize that true development cannot be measured solely by the GDP or infrastructure development. We need to focus on the project that improves the lives of people, create opportunities, and addresses the social inequality. In our discussion today, we will explore the concept of development not just as a term but as a multifaceted process. Development is often defined in various ways, and I will delve into some of these definitions in the upcoming slides. However, from my perspective, development transcends mere growth and encompasses both growth and transformative changes. The effectiveness of planning and execution strategy can significantly influence whether this change is positive or negative. Hence, contemporary times we perceive development not merely as the construction of physical structure to showcase progresses. Instead, it's about creating a meaningful advancement that positively impact the socioeconomic landscape. Considering a range of factors and a parameter. As we proceed with my presentation, I want to clarify that my approach will not focus on the theoretical model, ideology, or political perspective related to development. Instead, I aim to present a straightforward and focused view on the topic, the critical role of socioeconomic factors in the growth-oriented development projects. We will discuss definitions, scope, associated issues, challenges, and necessary reforms at both planning and policy level. Let's embark on this journey to understand and appreciate the complexity and nuances of socioeconomic development. Following India's independence, the government faced the monumental task of fostering socio-economic development in rural areas. To address these challenges, Government of India initiated various measures through institutions such as Planning Commission, Finance Commission and Panchayati Raj institutions. Both central and the state government launch numerous schemes underpinned by development projects aimed at stimulating socio-economic progress. There are different schools of thoughts that define development aspects in their way. Some relates to subjective and owing to the nature of the development process like economic development, social development, human development, environmental development, technological development, etc. There is no specific definition of development, but it is largely narrative from the subjective perspective, having a multitude of meaning attached to the idea of development. The term is complex, contested, ambiguous, and elusive. Perspective on development range from conservation of natural resources into cultural capital to improvement in the people's quality of life and socio-economic transformation. Some emphasize its dynamic nature, constantly evolving as a goal and context shift. Well, this slide shows some international perspective on development by some of the eminent experts. Looking at their viewpoint, development can be defined in many ways. It is largely related to socio-economic parameters. The highest level of ability, standard of living, gender perspective, and international opinion all lead to bring socio-economic changes that allow people to achieve their human potential. One can also say that the concept of development is intertwined with the enhancement of people's ability and living standard, with a particular focus on gender perspective and international viewpoint. However, a common thread in these diverse approach is the pursuit of socio-economic changes that empowers individuals to realize their full human potential deeply rooted in socio-economic factors. In contemporary discourse, development is often perceived as an event or occurrence, be it ongoing project or an eminent one that significantly impact current and future socio-economic activity or aspect. It encompasses the implementation of specific economic and technical strategies to effectively utilize available resources, aiming to spur economic growth and enhance the quality of life for people. A closer examination reveals that development strategy places a substantial emphasis on socio-economic parameters. This includes the formulation of specific policies and strategy designed to allocate resources judicially and facilitate socio and economic mobility across different strata of population. Thus today, development places more emphasis on socio-economic parameters such as specific policies and strategies to channel resources and enable economic mobility for various layers of population. The literature review reveals various approaches to development, which I have classified into three primary categories, particularly in context to infrastructure development projects aimed at the socio-economic advancement. Firstly, there is the welfare approach, which focuses on the well-being of the resident, those affected by the project, or incoming migrant population. This approach includes essential services such as housing, education, health, public utilities, etc. The provision of these services can be undertaken directly by the state through collaborative efforts with the professional agency in public-private partnership model, or even at the grassroots level, NGO can work on this aspect. The key here is the enhancement of the living condition and access to the basic amenities regardless of the services provider. Secondly, we encounter right-based services which are enshrined in Constitution of India. This includes human rights and fundamental rights. This approach often comes into play when the welfare model falls short in delivering the desired services or when the socio-economic benefits of projects are not equitably distributed. In such scenario, governance play a crucial role in ensuring that these constitutional provisions are upheld and effectively implemented. The third category emerges when it is established that the benefits of projects are being equitably shared and the necessary services are being provided to the affected population that comes under sustainable approach. This leads to the evaluation of measurable performance outcome of the socio-economic interventions. Such assessments are crucial to determine the impact of these interventions on key indicators like poverty eradication, growth in gross domestic product or per capita income, and the equitable distribution of benefits among the resident population. This stage involves scrutinizing the effectiveness of the state authority, projects proponent, or any appointed agency in achieving these socio-economic goals. My experience of working on projects related to dams, bridge, roads, water harvesting, soil conservation, etc. has shown that there is no substitute for dialogue with the farmers, villagers and resident population. It is important to maintain continued close relationship throughout the project tenure and learn from the people of the target area. Development project often requires demonstration before people can understand and envisage their effectiveness. Therefore, project authorities need to keep in mind the importance of people priorities and participation. The project approach should be tailored to the nature of the project. High caliber techniques provided a sophisticated way of doing projects like dam, canals or bridges, while simple projects like water harvesting or soil conservation require simple techniques that are easily adaptable. The former requires a specialized training and highly qualified workforce. Resource mobilization is an important aspect of project development. Depending on the nature of the project, the use of sophisticated or simple machinery generated demand for training. The classification of the project work will decide the type of raw material to be used, the manufacturing process, and the technique used. These are linked to the employment, which determine the type of workforce to be involved or hired, local labor, contract, or in migration of the workforce. Fixed work plans are meant to operationalize project activities within a time frame. For big projects like construction of dam, tunnel, mining, etc., a certain amount of delay is inevitable. However, in small projects like water harvesting, conservation projects, fixed work plan or a rigid target should not be set in the early stage of implementation. It is unrealistic to plan for all contingency and arrogant to assume that the techniques and approach planned from the outset cannot be improved. Learning from the experience and the interaction with the people is much better approach. Thus, flexibility should be written in both types of projects documents. Subsidies and incentives for big projects such as dam, canal and mining could be given indirectly. For example, in mining, subsidies are given to the local people about the use of water, while for canal projects, free or concessionary supply of water to their agriculture field could be provided. For small projects like water harvesting and toilet construction, subsidies are made through contribution from the beneficiary. Monitoring, evaluation and reporting are important aspects of project development. In the big project, there is sophisticated information and under project management professional PMP for the distribution of tasks and information management on Excel. However, in small projects like water harvesting, monitoring, evaluation and reporting are often weak spot. Too many project fails to collect data at even the most basic level. For example, crop yields and tree heights are often just estimated. It is also very rare to find any information on the frequency or depth of water harvested. Without a basic monitoring system, projects are starving themselves of data for evaluation. Without clarity, written reports widely circulated, projects are denying to provide others with the important information. Thus, monitoring and evaluation is an important to both types of project. Further, the primary socio-economic parameters in any development project is invariably related to land. Land is a critical element as the project's establishment hinges on it, with its nature and the capacity varying based on the project's requirement. A significant aspect of this is land ownership, making land acquisition a pivotal factor in the socio-economic development of the families residing in the region. The process inevitably leads to rehabilitation and resettlement activity, which are among the most crucial tasks in any development project. Accompanying these activities are issues related to the compensation and solidum. If a project is to be implemented on leased or rented land, challenges arise concerning the ownership of the outputs or benefits generated by the project. In such cases, owner or the stakeholder may show reluctance to invest in the project due to uncertainty about the returns of the benefits. The second critical aspect of socio-economic development projects involves establishing services that caters to the basic needs of the resident population or the project affected population. This includes the development of housing, colonies, public utilities, medical, health services, transportation, education, followed by area development, ancillary units and the market force. Another vital aspect is understanding the area's unique characteristics or barriers These encompasses the property of the geographical area, distinct socioeconomic differences among the various social groups, demographic profiles, and the primary occupation of the resident population. It involves understanding people's priority through need assessment survey, ensuring their participation, and considering vital indicators, gender, and equity. These aspects are typically covered in Chapter 3 of the Environmental Impact Assessment Report, where I describe the socioeconomic profile using the set of indicators. Lastly, an effective monitoring system includes a redressal mechanism is essential, though often missing in India. Having been the part of EIA team as field assessment expert in socioeconomic for over 200 projects, I have observed that while this clause is mentioned in the terms of reference and during the public hearing, it is rarely seen in action during the construction, commissioning, and even the regular operation phase of most of the development projects. The establishment of the robust and responsive redressal mechanism remains a significant gap in the execution of these projects. In my presentation so far, I have outlined various parameters of development projects. However, to effectively implement these parameters, a robust socioeconomic framework is essential. Based on my literature review and personal experience, I propose a classification of socioeconomic framework into 4 main parameters applicable across a range of projects and entities, each within its own set of challenges and probability. Firstly, as previously mentioned, land is a critical aspect of any project. While I have already discussed its importance, I want to emphasize the complexity involved in land acquisition under the existing law, the process of awarding compensation or solidify according to the legal or market rate, and the need of establishment safeguard policy for the resident or the project affected population. Achieving and implementing these aspects is often a challenging task. The second parameter involves the labor workforce. This aspect is implemented in various capacities across different types of entities. In government projects, social licensing to work such as under Manrega is common. For smaller projects, local labor contractors are typically involved, while larger projects often necessitate the involvement of external labor contract. Within this, the employment is further categorized into skilled and unskilled labor workforce. The third part of framework is welfare-based approach, which I discussed earlier. This involves establishing services to meet the basic needs such as housing, medical care, electricity, sanitation, education, etc. From my experience, these approaches is partially implemented and as of now is mostly restricted to very large projects irrespective of the entity involved. The fourth part, which I often overlooked, is a labor right based approach or social protection or for labor forces. The glaring example of this oversight was evident in the aftermath of the first COVID-19 lockdown, which exposed the dire condition of laborers working across the various sectors all over the country. Lastly, the fifth part of the framework involves governance policy. Currently, this seems like a distant dream within the implementation largely limited to top tier companies like Fortune 500 or Fortune 1000 companies. It's a sector that urgently requires the attention of policymakers. I remain hopeful that in future effective governance policy will be implemented across all types of projects and entities, but as of now, it remains largely unaddressed area. In our discussion on socioeconomic development, responsibilities for commercial entities, several key aspects stand out. Let's delve into these. Firstly, we have the right to fair compensation and transparency in the Land Acquisition, Resettlement and Rehabilitation Act of 2013. Under the RNR program, the Act comprises 13 chapters with 114 sections. As socioeconomic professional, our focus is primarily on Chapter 2, which covers the determination of social impact and the public purpose, encompassing Section 429. Our role involves creating two types of database, one related to the households or families and other to the area villages, particularly concerning the properties that will be submerged or otherwise affected by the development project. This information is crucial for calculating compensation and solidify using public documents as reference. The second aspect pertains to corporate social responsibility, as outlined in Section 135 and subsection 1 and 2 of Section 469 of the Companies Act 2013. Companies Policy Rule of 2014. Here there is a mandatory for company to allocate 2% of their average net profit for the last 3 years toward the CSR activities before it gain the profit. These activities listed under Schedule 7 are intended to align with the Millennium Development Goal and Sustainable Development Goal. Another important aspect in corporate environment responsibility as per the Office Memorandum dated 1st May 2018. This project based and involves budget allocation according to the various predefined slabs for the capital investment in a green and brownfield project, and it varies as per the time to time. Special provisions are also made for a specific population group, particularly focusing in the tribal population, other backward classes, scheduled caste and indigenous group. Additionally, there are special projects undertaken by the international NGOs and national corporate entities. Although only a small number of NGOs and corporations are actively engaged at the grassroots level development work, their contributions are also very significant. Before we proceed further, it is important to understand the difference between CSR and CER, as both are crucial for the socio-economic development. They serve different purposes and operate under different guidelines and objectives. CSR is a broader in scope encompassing a range of social initiatives, while CER more focused on environmental aspect of the corporate activities. The slide shows the difference between CSR and CER. It largely highlights the paradox of development environment duties versus social neglect. While environmental and social responsibility have dedicated framework like CER and CSR, socio-economic aspect often gets sidetracked in development. Corporate environment responsibility might seem robust project, specific clearance budget allocated, compliance report submitted, but is it enough? CER activities often temporary and packaged, lack long-term vision and moral commitment. They are driven by project clearance, not genuine environmental stewardship. Corporate environment responsibility might seem robust. Project-specific clearance, budget allocated, compliance report submitted. But is it enough? CSR activities often temporary and packed, lack long-term vision and moral commitment. They are driven by the project clearance, not genuine environmental stewardship. Contrast this with the corporate social responsibility mandated by laws. CSR demand 2% of the profit be directed toward the social upliftment. It has teeth, penalty clause and annual reporting hold companies accountable. Plus CSR embraces direct and indirect intervention, suggesting a more systematic and responsible approach. So, with seemingly strong framework in the place, why is the social economic aspect of the development the neglected stepchild? Why the persistent prioritization and commercial gain over social well-being? This lopsided focus breeds disparity, widen gaps between haves and have-not. It has raised questions. Are existing framework enough under development project, or do we need stronger enforcement mechanism for socio-economic consideration? Or how can we incentivize business to truly invest in the communities they impact beyond ticking compliance box? Or how can we shift the development paradigm from profit-driven to one that prioritizes the inclusive sustainable progress? Exploring these questions and advocating for a more balanced approach is critical. We need to move beyond mere compliance and towards a genuine commitment to improving the lives of those affected by development projects. Only then we can truly bridge the gap between the environmental duties and the social responsibility, building the future where the economic progress benefits. Commercial entities often prioritize revenue generation over socio-economic development, giving little weightage to the latter. They tend to approach socio-economic development in casual manner. Corporate environment responsibility is often confused with the SLAP system. The state committee defines the SLAP system differently from the proponent who take it as written in OM, Office Memorandum. The activities defined under CE are questionable and acceptable to the state committee. Another aspect raised by the proponent is that when a company is already doing corporate social responsibility, what is the need of doing it under the head of CER? And what is the significance related to it? Above all, what is the time duration of spending the said budget? Another problem is lack of need assessment survey which the proponent avoids doing and tries to manage according to their willingness. This results in more supply side management rather than understanding the local community demand. Documentation of social needs and missing links as observed in the EIA report is another important point. Chapter 3 is largely based on the baseline survey through the both primary and secondary data, and the conclusion drawn in this is related to the chapter 4, where its impacts and mitigation are well defined, which later could be planned under CSR activities in chapter 8. However, the quality aspect of the EIA report do not show these linkages, and each chapter is written treating on an island. Another important aspect is we give more weightage to the financial audit and keep aside the social audit. The financial audit report says that certain amount of money was spent doing the certain activity in the area. To address this issue of socio-economic development, it is important to ensure that activities are carried out in nearby villages where the green or brownfield project is coming. However, it is unclear that how it has been done, who the beneficiaries are, and whether they have received the real benefits of it. Another problem is lack of trained professionals who understand the meaning of development, how to assess, how to select samples, how to know the demand and methodology to identify the demand. Moreover, there is no interlinkages between the ministries, especially within the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and other Ministry of Environment, Education, Water, etc. This result in streamlining of the socio-economic demand is totally missing out. Well, to enhance the socio-economic status with the development project, the following are the recommendations. First is structural integration of the community or region demands. Establish a cohesive network among the various ministries linking state headquarters with district authorities to ensure that the community and the regional demand are integrated into the decision-making process. The second is pooling of resources, utilizing existing funds more effectively, such as district development funds or district mineral funds, to address the local need comprehensively. Third is strengthening the bottom-up planning. Focus on the rural infrastructure development, including panchayati infrastructure, school infrastructure, electrification, public amenities, etc., aligning with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Enhancing rural services by promoting skill development and developing school science laboratory, providing livelihood training, encouraging ecotourism, and supporting handicraft and household-based industry. Fourth point is defining the socio-economic framework. In corporate environment, social and governance (ESG) goal into the framework. Address the land and other related physical parameters. Implement workforce welfare-based approach, focusing on the well-being and development of the labor force. Ensure workforce right-based approach, safeguarding labor rights and ensuring fair treatment. Develop and enforce governance policy parameters to guide and regulate the socio-economic development activities, and emphasize sustainable growth parameters, ensuring the development is environmentally sustainable and socially equitable. To fortify the social sector, particularly in context of green or brown project, it's crucial to integrate environmental and social performance indicator with the governance structure as largely the base of ESG framework of operation of any project. This integration is not a procedural necessary but a strategic approach to ensure sustainable development. Here an elaboration to the above all 17 indicators. Integration of performance indicators. Environmental and social performance indicators should be seamlessly integrated into governance model of project. This seems that projects planning, execution and evaluation should not only consider financial and operational metrics but also how the project impact the environment and society. Next, for instance, environmental indicators might include measures of pollution reduction, resource conservation and biodiversity preservation, while social indicators could focus on community engagement, local employment and social equity. The second is very important is the development of healthy ecological setting. The environmental parameters of project play a pivot role in shaping a healthy ecological environment. This involves minimizing the negative impact on natural resources and ecosystem and potentially contributing positively to the environment. A project that respects and enhances the ecological setting contributes to the long-term sustainability of both projects and the surrounding environment, creating a harmonious balance between the development and the nature. The third is supporting the social culture milieu. Projects should be designed and executed with the understanding of social and cultural context in which they operate. This means respecting local cultural tradition and social structure and ensuring that development activities do not disturb but rather enhance the social fabrics. This means respecting the local cultural traditions and social structures and ensuring that development activities do not disrupt but rather enhance the social fabric. Equity is a key consideration here. Projects should aim to distribute benefits fairly among all community members, avoiding action that might lead to social disparity of injustice. Next is the balancing commercial operation. While commercial success is often primary goal for any project, this should not be achieved at the expense of environmental integrity and social welfare. The governance of these projects should therefore include mechanism to balance commercial objective with environmental and social responsibility. This might involve investing in sustainable technology, engaging in corporate social responsibility initiative, or adopting business practice that are both economically viable and socially beneficial. Last but not the least is a holistic approach of governance. Effective governance in context requires a holistic approach that considers the interdependency between the environmental, social, and economic factors. Decision-making process should be transparent and inclusive, involving stakeholders from various sectors, including local communities, environmental experts, and social activists, to ensure that diversified perspectives are considered and integrated. Continuing from the previous slide, allocation of CER funds according to the standard guidelines. For Greenfield project, the Ministry of Environment advocates specific allocation of corporate environmental responsibility fund. These allocations should adhere to standard guidelines tailored to each sector or should be dependent upon the committee level members. The focus of these allocations should be on environment-related activities such as creation of recreational gardens, groundwater recharge initiatives, water harvesting projects, ecological development plan, construction of check dams, and the development of ponds and lakes. Additionally, installation of pollution reduction instrument in the factory premises is also very crucial. These activities align with the several Sustainable Development Goals, including Sustainable Development Goal 6, Clean Water Sanitation, Sustainable Development Goal 7, that is affordable and clean energy, Sustainable Development Goal 13, that is climatic action, and Sustainable Goal 14, life below the water. The allocation of CER funds should be strategically planned to contribute effectively toward these global goals, and moreover, it should be demand generated during the public hearing from the community. Advocacy for need assessment survey. It is essential to advocate for the need assessment survey conducted by the NABERD certified professional. These surveys are critically in understanding the specific socio-economic needs of the community affected by industrial projects. The insight gained from these surveys can guide the development of the community development program that are more aligned with the actual need and aspiration of the local population, ensuring these interventions are both relevant and effective. Last is enhance the follow-up and monitoring system. To ensure the effectiveness of the development program implemented by the industry, there is a need for more trained and accredited professionals who can conduct through social audit. These audits should include individual benchmarking, categorizing the professional as C, B, A, E or H category to assess the impact and effectiveness of each project. Individual social audits are crucial for providing a detailed and nuanced understanding of how development initiatives are impacting the social fabric of the communities. These audits help in identifying areas of success, those needing improvement, and ensuring accountability, continuous improvement in developing practice. In summary, strengthening the social sector in context of green and brown projects necessitate a comprehensive approach that integrates environmental and social consideration into the governance framework. This approach not only ensures the sustainability of the projects but also fosters the harmonious relation between the economic development, environmental health, and social well-being. Today's presentation largely highlights race against time between commercial and social activity. We give much impetus to the commercial activities, giving flexibility in export policy, granting subsidies, income tax rebate, etc. That in turn brings revenue to the country and affects the GDP of the country. While the surrounding socio-economic parameters are lagging, both the policy and the resource are not equally shared or distributed among the resident population or the project affected population, which directly affects the sustainable goal of the country. Just see the graph of the World Bank showing increasing order variation of GDP over the years, and the same is also true if we see the figures of SDG. Global rank of India is 110 position in 2016, which later slipped down to 117 ranks in the world. See the difference that the GDP shows progressive growth on the upward side, while the vice versa situation is witnessed in SDG. But ideally, a country stated should be progressive, that is, both the commercial and socio-economic development should parallelly progress in the given region, that is, the regional dynamics for the development. This could be judged from GDP and SDGs, so the real fruits of any development project should come along with the socio-economic sector. However, this is a great challenge for the implementers and the policy makers. Lastly, I would say that the presentation aims to create a more integrated, resource-efficient and community-focused approach to socio-economic development, ensuring that the benefits of growth and progress are equitable, distributed and aligned with the broader sustainability goals of all types of development projects. The research for this presentation spanned from 2011 to 2020 and was finalized in my studio on 15th April 2020 during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Later in the year, on 17 October 2020, I had the privilege of presenting this topic at first virtual conclave celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Quality Council of India. Now I am eager to hear your feedback, your reaction and any suggestion. Encouraged by the enthusiastic response and increasing interest in this field, I have created an interesting topic on issues and challenges of ESG in the development economy of India. This presentation is designed for new aspirants for making career in ESG and working professional of ESG in the various industries. So stay tuned for the upcoming interesting topic on my channel next week that will delve into ESG in Indian context only. Till then, best wishes and bye-bye until your next interaction. Hello and welcome to another episode of ESG series. Today I am going to introduce to an interesting topic on nurturing communities, social stewardship in ESG perspective. The social pillar of ESG is steadily gaining in prominence in India as companies realize their wider role in society beyond profit. Key social parameters include labor rights, working conditions, diversity and inclusion, community upliftment, and consumer protection. India has enshrined extensive labor rights and protections in Factories Acts, Minimum Wage Acts, Contract Labor Act, and other legislations. Standards exist for workplace safety, minimum wages, hours of working, social security benefits, collective bargaining, and more. Companies are increasingly auditing facilities and suppliers to ensure compliance. Leading firms are providing additional benefits like health insurance, retirement plans, and medical check to promote worker welfare beyond legal minimums. Investing in training and upskilling also empowers employees. Strict zero tolerance policy towards any child labor or forced labor childs are imperative. Ensuring safe, healthy and inclusive workplace is rising as a priority area. Providing creche for newborn children, policies against the sexual harassment and amenities for the disabled employees foster diversity. Confidential grievance redressal system which gives employee a voice, educating staff on wellness, mental health and work-life balance is gaining prominence. Giving back to communities they operate in allow companies to create shared values. Initiatives like healthcare camps, supporting local business, skill training, livelihood mission, sanitation drives and disaster relief aid societal progress. Strategies for corporate social responsibility or corporate environmental responsibility projects that align with the core competency make a lasting impacts. Responsible marketing, transparent communication, data privacy, fair pricing and quick redressal for consumer complaints are other key aspects for social responsibility. Stringent quality control and safety testing of product is vital. Thus, India's robust legislation combined with evolving voluntary action by ethical companies are strengthening the social pillar within the ESG. Growing awareness of the strong business case of social responsibility is an encouraging trend. Workers, communities, and consumers are all stakeholders. To truly embedded social consciousness in corporate DNA, companies must go beyond compliance to create a value for all. In the reliance of sustainable business practice, the environmental, social, and governance framework has emerged as a beacon of hope. The S in ESG, representing the social, is a testament of the growing consciousness of companies toward the social issues. This slide dwells into the significance of the social aspect in the ESG framework of India. The social in ESG pertains to the company's commitment to worker welfare and their rights. It is no longer a peripheral concern but a core business strategies. Companies are investing in their workforce, ensuring fair wages, safe working conditions, and respect of labor rights. They are recognizing that a content and secure workforce is integral to long-term success. Today, companies are more conscious of broader social issues like poverty reduction, hunger eradication, health and well-being, quality education, and gender equality. These issues, once considered the sole responsibility of governments or NGOs, are now being embraced by the corporate sector. Companies are stepping up, realizing their role in shaping a more equitable society. Social programs are evaluated through inputs, process, output, and outcome indicators as identified by the United Nations 7 Sustainable Development Goals indicators as shown in the slide. These indicators represent the social issue within and outside the commercial entity, ensuring the financial viability of the money spent for the social program. The reach of these programs extended beyond the confines of manufacturing unit. They permeates the resident community surrounding the manufacturing center, fostering a symbiotic relation between the company and the community. Companies are not just creating a job, they are building community, driving local economy, and contributing to the societal well-being. Overall, the social in ESG is a powerful force driving sustainable business practice in India. It reflects a shift in the corporate ethos from profit-centric to people-centric, from growth to any cost to sustainable and inclusive growth. The social in ESG is not just about doing good, it is about doing well by doing good. In the ever-evolving landscape of sustainable investment and corporate responsibility, the S in ESG holds a profound significance in India. Social factors are at the core of this framework, encompassing a company's approach to social interaction, welfare, capacity building, work management, and human rights. Beyond the corporate walls, it emphasizes relations with the employees, customers, suppliers, communities, and the broader political environment. Let's delve into the essence of the S in ESG and understand how it aligns with India's business principle. At the heart of the S in ESG is a company's commitment to fostering the positive relationship. These relationships extend beyond mere transactions. They represent the fabrics of the company's existence. It begins with the treatment of employees. Principle 3, as defined by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, emphasizes the importance of respecting and promoting the well-being of all employees, including those in value chain. In a rapidly changing world, employee welfare transcends traditional notions of salary and benefit. It includes creating a safe, inclusive, and motivating work environment, fostering personal and professional growth, and acknowledging the diverse talent and perspective of the workforce. Respecting and promoting human rights as articulated in Principle 5 is another cornerstone of social in ESG. Companies must not only adhere to international human rights standards but also take a proactive steps to ensure that their operations do not infringe upon the rights of the employees, suppliers, or the community in which they operate. This principle recognizes that companies bear a responsibility to safeguard human dignity and equality irrespective to their geographic location or industry. Principle 8 underscores the role of business in promoting inclusive growth and equitable development. It acknowledges that the company's success should not come at the expense of the wider community. Companies must engage with the social communities in a manner that benefits both parties, thereby contributing to sustainable development growth. These principles align with the broader goal of achieving economic prosperity without compromising social and environmental well-being. ESG brings a clarity and accountability to these principles by translating them into quantifiable goals and performance indicators. It takes concepts like sustainability and social responsibility and transforms them into tangible actions and measurable outcomes. Companies must set targets related to worker welfare, human rights, and inclusive growth and regularly assess their progress. This not only guides their action but also allows investors and stakeholders to track their commitment to social responsibility. Social factors in ESG encompasses not only the relation within a company but also those outside it. Companies are expected to manage their relation with the customer, consumer, suppliers, and financial stakeholders with the integrity and transparency. Furthermore, they must actively engage with the local communities in which they operate, recognizing the interdependence and the impact they have on each other's well-being. In conclusion, I can say that the S in that is social in ESG is a testament to India's commitment to responsible, sustainable business practice. It goes beyond the superficial philanthropic and token gesture of corporate social responsibility. It dwells deep into the fabric of the company interaction, relationship, and responsibility. By adhering to the principle that promotes employees' well-being, human rights, and inclusive growth, companies in India are not just seeking profit, they are actively contributing to the betterment of society. ESG, with its quantifiable goals and performance indicators, serve as a compass guiding business towards a future where profits and purpose coexist harmoniously, creating a more equitable and sustainable world for all. Now let me explain you approaches of social framework in ESG. The social melee in ESG in India is largely engulfed with the three approaches as perceived in the Constitution of Republic of India. In India, the welfare approach views inclusive development as a public's good that the state must provide like education or healthcare. This approach believes providing essential welfare services can alleviate poverty and empower the marginalized. Under the ESG, companies embrace the ethos by supplementing the government efforts to uplift vulnerable communities. Initiatives like nutrition program, mobile health camps, skill training, and livelihood creations are supplied through collaborative efforts between the corporate, non-profit, and communities. Companies act as an enabler to invest financial resources and expertise to expand social security and opportunity. By supporting welfare services that develop human capital and reduces inequality, companies align with the India's development needs. This emphasis on equitable access to basic services reflects the nation's constitutional values and social pillar of ESG. Welfare thereby ceases to be just a state responsibility, rather combine the public-private effort, foster inclusive growth where companies look beyond profits to enable lives and livelihood. The right-based approach in India ESG framework views development as interconnected with the human rights. It emphasizes the state obligation to strengthen the vulnerable group by enabling self-sufficiency. Companies supplement these efforts by aligning social programs with a right lens. Initiatives like accessible education, healthcare, services, fair wages, and inclusion aims to uphold dignity and justice. Besides meeting basic needs, companies focus on empowerment by building capacities of self-determination, skilling youth and women, supporting farmer-producer organization, and incubating green enterprises create avenue for economic participation. By considering vulnerable communities as right holders entitled to equitable opportunities, companies act as an enabler to expand capabilities. This fulfills the constitutional value of equality and fraternity. The right-based approach thus catalyzes the development as freedom where equitable access to right and resource allows every individual to achieve their full potential and shape their destiny. Companies thereby fuse social progress with principles of liberty, justice, and solidarity. India's ESG framework aligned with the sustainable development approach of meeting present needs equitable without compromising the future. Industrialization and modernization have raised concern regarding resource depletion and environmental issues. Sustainable model demands integrating ecological effects into economic planning to uphold intergenerational equity. Companies in India supplement government efforts on sustainable development goals related to poverty, hunger, health, education, gender equality, and reduce inequality. Initiatives like nutrition program, renewable energy projects, livelihood creation, and skill development aims to uplift the marginalized while protecting the planet. By tracking progress through national indicators and SDG framework, companies ensured balanced social, economic, and environmental outcomes. This triple bottom line approach creates a shared value. Companies thus act as stewards who enable inclusive human progress through sustainable models that preserve natural capital for posterity. The sustainable development approach thereby provides an ethical compass for social pillar of ESG in India. Concluding, these three approaches define the scope of social in the ESG framework. Well, this slide discusses about the status of welfare and the right-based industries. We do have welfare and right-based approach in Indian industries, but its implementation is at stake. Environmental, social, and governance criteria have gained prominence as a way of companies to demonstrate responsible and ethical operation. For Indian factories, adopting ESG policy could significantly impact the welfare and the right of workers both within the premises and beyond. Within the factory premises, ESG component like occupational health and safety directly improve the physical workers' welfare. Indian factories implementing strictly safety standards, machine safeguard, protective equipments, and training programs in the line with the ESG framework would vastly reduce on-job injuries and fatalities. Proper ventilation, noise reduction, and chemical hazard protection also falls under the ESG umbrella. ESG standards for workers' rights within the factories advocate freedom of association, collective bargaining, and alternative dispute resolution mechanism. Indian companies allying and collaborating with the independent trade unions under ESG would support labor advocacy and self-determination. ESG also pushes equal opportunity and anti-discrimination, pressing factories to address gender pay gaps, promote women to management roles, and install protections against the harassment. Beyond factory walls, ESG focuses on the supply chain ethics, aims to improve welfare and the rights even for informal workers. Factory sourcing from home-based produce could provide training, ensure fair pay, and give benefits like health insurance otherwise absent. Companies embracing ESG would also take steps to eliminate child and forced labor among the suppliers. Practices like responsible downsizing and surveillance policy would be applied to contract workers as well. Broader community development and engagement under ESG also uplift factory workers' families' access to education, healthcare, safe housing, and other services. Pollution control contribute to the healthier environment inside and outside the factory. Transition assistance helps workers adapt the environmental or technological change affecting job. In essence, the ESG represents the holistic model whereby corporations integrate broader worker and community welfare, not just shareholders' financial interests. Although adopting ESG has cost, Indian factory taking this approach can drive positive change for labor rights and human development. With proper internal accountability and auditing mechanism, ESG standard could be path to uplift Indian factory workers in the line of principles of ethics, sustainability and human rights. Now let us discuss the problems of implementing social parameters in ESG framework. While India has made strides in implementing the social parameters of ESG, several challenges present roadblock into the effective implementation. First is lack of awareness and understanding. Many companies, particularly smaller ones, lack sufficient understanding of the importance and intricacies of ESG, especially the social pillar. This leads to superficial compliance or neglecting it altogether. The second is related to data inconsistency and lack of standardization. Measuring social impact can be complex and standardized metrics are often lacking. Companies may use different methodology, making comparison and evaluating progress difficult. Third is the inadequate enforcement mechanism. While regulation like the Companies Act mandate CSR spending, monitoring and enforcement mechanisms remain weak. This incentivizes greenwashing of tokenistic efforts instead of genuine social impact. Another is informal sector challenges. A significant portion of India's workforce operates in the informal sector, making it difficult to reach them with a social initiative and ensure their rights are protected. While another is related to skill gap and capacity deficit. Implementing effective social programs requires specific skill and expertise. However, there is often gap between the needed and available expertise, particularly in areas like impact assessment and the community engagement. Another is fragmented and solid approach. Social initiatives are often treated as separate activities rather than integrated into the business strategies. This leads to limited impact and missed opportunity for synergy with the other ESG pillars. Sustainability concern of many CSR initiatives focus on immediate needs or short-term projects, neglecting the long-term sustainability and community capacity building. This can create dependency and hinder lasting positive change. Another is related to resistance to change. Traditionally, mindset within both companies and communities can resist changes or view societal initiative with the suspicion. Addressing these concerns through effective communication and engagement is very crucial. Corruption and unethical practice, instances of corruption within the CSR implementation can erode trust and hinder genuine social impact. Robust accountability mechanism and transparency are vital to address these issues. Despite these challenges, there are promising efforts to overcome them. Initiatives like capacity building program, collaboration platform, and technological-driven solutions are emerging to improve data collection, reporting, and impact measurement. Additionally, increased awareness and stakeholder pressures are pushing companies to take the social pillar of ESG more seriously. So let us discuss setting up an industry. Over the years, a key insight in the development of industrial projects, whether they are categorized as a green or a brown project, is the initial step of an industry establishment. These steps typically involve land acquisition, recruitment of local skilled and unskilled labor, securing power supply from the local grid station, and arranging water sources through municipal connection, industrial pipeline, or bore well. Such activities often disrupt the ecological balance of the region. Industry proponents justify these actions as necessary for boosting the nation's economy or gross domestic product. sometimes overlooking the associated social culture and environmental consequences. This process frequently leads to infringement in two distinct realms of the regional social culture fabric within the factory premises and in the surrounding community. The specific issue within the factory premises will be detailed in the subsequent slide. However, I would like to highlight the attached figure with illustrated in the slide. The core and the buffer zone extended 5 and 10 km respectively from the factory or the project site. This depiction is significant for understanding the project area of influencing, establishing baseline survey data, and assessing the impact on biotic and abiotic factors due to the project operations and their effects. One requirement for industries is allocation of the 2% corporate social responsibility budget or the specified budget in corporate environmental social responsibility within the project associated region, specifically with the radial distance of 10 km from the project site. While medium and small scale industries may engage in such activity with a varying level of commitment, observation indicates that some larger company, particularly with the pan-India presence, tends to give minimal attention to this obligation. They often execute these activities based on their preference or willingness, providing justification to sidestep the mandatory project specification conditions. Now in this slide, I am sharing my experience as a part of a team member being an environmental and social expert for nearly 200 environment impact assessment projects done under the National Accreditation Board for Education and Training in association with the Quality Council of India. For each project, the observation is based on the both quality and quantitative and then rating their probability of implementing it under the 4 categories as high with a dark green, sustainable with a light green, moderate with a brown, and low with red. Today, the business sustainability approach for the social factor under the ESG framework of India covers product responsibility, that is manufacturing, developing, packaging, labeling, raw material supply, that is quality after recycling, logistic support system related to the packaging and transportation, and related good practices. However, industries are now more inclined to product responsibility and logistic support systems. As a matter of labor welfare, a scheme is being witnessed largely under the Factory Act, while the services set up for basic needs has a moderate to low response. This observation was restricted to medium and small scale industry, while the right-based approach by and large is implemented. However, the scale varies as per the type and how big is the industry setup. Now looking at the human right aspect, there is a gross violation of working hours followed by the establishment of the female grievance cell. Restriction of minimum age to work is seriously considered and is considered while recruiting the factory workforce. Overall, a mixed response is noted for the social indicators under the ESG framework. Thus, with the potential for implementation of social parameters under the ESG framework, India needs a continued focus on raising awareness, strengthening regulation, improving data availability and standardization, and fostering the collaborative approach that ensures sustainable and impactful social development. Continuing from the previous slide, though our country has the right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation and resettlement of 2013 Act, there is always a conflicting situation arising out of the acquisition of land, its compensation or solidum paid to the affected or displaced family, especially for the big project, while medium and the small scale industry much practiced manipulation and adjustment with the local influence leading to injustice and inequality in the society among have and have-nots. Some industries are exceptional in this regard and create a success story parallel with the social cause or need as a corporate business responsibility towards social and environmental aspects under the designated budget of corporate social or environmental responsibility. Another interesting aspect is related to the community need assessment survey, which is either overlapped or articulated or manipulated to only the supply side rather than understanding the demand side of the resident community in the radial distance of 10 km from the factory site at the factory location. Social licensing to work in the designated area of the development project should be largely as a priority for the local workforce. However, the contractual manpower supply at the majority discards the local and focuses a huge migration of the skilled and unskilled workers from other parts of the country. This creates ambiguity and distress among the local, creating a point of conflict. Despite the rules and regulation under the factory and other welfare or right laws, their implementation is highly fragmented approach by making the social factor extend beyond the confines of the corporate office to address the critical societal challenges. However, with the advent of the ESG concept in India, countable listed entities have now compelled companies to reassess their responsibilities beyond their financial bottom line to actively contribute to the betterment of the society at large. Thus, today in India, corporate sector has taken center stage and rapidly evolving business landscape to the concept of sustainability. Though the pace of change is slow, now the corporate world is no longer evaluated solely based on their financial performance. Rather, they are increasingly scrutinized for their commitment to environmental, social, and governance factors. Well, this is a great beginning for Indian industry in India. Now let us discuss a way out gearing up the challenges of the word social in ESG. The integration of social aspect within the ESG framework in India faces several challenges, to which some suggestions are herein discussed. First is diverse socio-economic context. India's vast socio-economic diversity make it challenging to create a standardization social criteria that are applicable across different region and community. This diversity requires a nuanced approach to social issues, taking into account local customs, needs and challenges. Second is related to measurement and reporting. Quantifying social impact is inherently complex. Unlike environmental metrics, which can be measured more tangible, social metric often involves qualitative assessment such as employee satisfaction or community impact. This makes it difficult to standardize reporting and measures progressively effectively. Thus, social audit should be given equal weightage along with the financial audit impact assessment. To quantify social impact, an indicator-based approach should be done using input, process, output, and finally outcome as a social audit indicators. Third is related to regulatory compliance and enforcement. India's regulatory environment around social issues within business is evolving. Ensuring compliance with the various regulations and enforcement thereof can be challenging for companies, especially when policies and guidelines are subject to change. Balancing profit and social goals. Business often struggle to balance profitable and social goals. The pressure to generate financial returns can sometimes overshadow social objectives, leading to a comprehensive in social responsibility. Another is related to cultural attitude and awareness. There can be lack of awareness of resistance to social initiative within the corporate culture. Changing mindset and attitudes toward the social responsibility is a gradual process and requires both top-down and bottom-up approach within the organization. Resource allocation. Allocating resources for social initiatives can be challenging, especially for a smaller business with limited budgets. There is often a conflict between short-term financial pressures and long-term social investment. Another is related to stakeholder engagement. Effectively engaging various stakeholders, including employees, customers, suppliers, and local community is crucial but challenging. Different expectations and interests need to be managed while aligning them within the company's social objective. Scalability and sustainability. Initiatives that work well on the small scale face challenges when scaled up, particularly in maintaining their social impact. Furthermore, ensuring the sustainability of these initiatives over the long term is a significant challenge. Today, there is a need for more robust social metrics. To date, lack of standardization metrics to demonstrate social returns of investment hard to convince social holders to focus on the financial returns. Addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach involving collaboration between business, government, and civil society, and a commitment to continuous learning and adaptation.
Taking the lead from this, my next presentation will be on balancing acts, the social elements in ESG stewardship. So stay tuned for next week for continuing with this interesting topic.
Continuing my previous presentation on social aspect of ESG, this presentation will focus on the social elements in ESG. Traditionally, business were primarily concerned with the profit margin and shareholder values. However, the evolving awareness of social issues has compelled companies to reassess their responsibility beyond their financial bottom line. The S in ESG encompasses various facets ranging from ensuring the well-being of the employees to actively contributing to the betterment of the society at large. It's important to note that the specific social issues under the ESG framework are not yet standardized in India and can, depending on the sector's size and the location of the company. However, the overarching focus is on the company's responsible and ethical engagement with its employees, communities, and stakeholders, fostering a sustainable and inclusive future for all. In the Indian context, the social pillar of the ESG framework encompasses a broader range of issues related to a company's impact on people and society. The social aspect of this framework is particularly noteworthy as it reflects the strong focus on the workforce within the factory premises and the community outside the factory premises, both embedded with the human rights aspect. The business scenario has now changed in the corporate world of the India. When considering the social pillar in ESG framework, it is not found in any one piece of the legislation but comes under the various pieces of legislation including the Factory Acts of 1948, Environment Protection Act of 1986, EIA notification of 2006 and subsequent changes made in the law concerning to the payment of the minimum wages, bonus, gratuity, welfare activities, health, the National Guidelines of Responsible Business Conduct, which were issued by the Government of India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, in the background of emerging global concern, the Sustainable Development Goals and safety, etc. The introduction of business responsibility and sustainability reporting and the Companies Act of 2013 plays a significant role in the social aspect of the ESG framework. Thus, it becomes apparent looking at the social elements both within and outside the company factory premises engulfed with the social pillar of the ESG framework in India is also reflected in the board reports, which discloses CSR related details and casts duties on a director of a company to act in good faith to promote the objective of the company for the benefit of its members as whole and in the best interest of the company, its employee, the shareholders, the community, and for the protection of the environment. This slide discusses the elements of social in ESG for responsible business that revolves around the 5 key parameters that are common and both influential about its operation, ideology, and the key players associated within and outside the factory premises. But one must know that the activities conducted in the factory premises are the main business activity and the activity outside the factory site will only be possible when earning profits. Thus, the activities outside the factory premises in the community development are a subset of the main activity within the premises. The business setup would be small or proprietor, partnership, LLP or private limited or limited business entity and is operated as per the existing commercial laws at various levels for different types of entity. The development activities are operationalized either directly by the business's owner or its subdivision registered under the non-profit entity as a trust, society or non-profit company under Section 135. The internal activities involve various stakeholders like owners, shareholders, governing bodies, suppliers, and clients, local and other concerned authorities, and internal department configuration as per the activities like production, logistics, marketing, sales, finance, safety, R&D, etc. And also with the type of employee category like core team, middle level management, manager, supervisor, worker, both skilled and unskilled. The social elements that revolve around them are employee welfare with the diversity and equity, labor practice, orientation and training, grievance cell, women's safety and other operational safety standards embedded with the human right aspects. The external activities involve various stakeholders in the surrounding community like the surrounding population within the 10 kilometers radial distance from the factory site, covering both affected and the general population are likely to be covered and synchronized for all development social activities engaging in the initiative aimed at reducing the poverty by showing the way of increasing livelihood, eliminating hunger, promoting good health and well-being, ensuring quality education, environmental protection and striving for the gender equality. These initiatives reflect a broader commitment to social responsibility and sustainability. These social elements in ESG should be demand-based, largely mandatory with a need assessment survey in the community. Incorporating the social program within the ESG framework requires a comprehensive approach to measurement and evaluation. Thus now, companies are adopting standard input, process, output and outcome indicator to assess the effectiveness of their social initiatives. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals provide a valuable roadmap in this regard as perceived by our national level think tank concerning all 17 Sustainable Development Goal, 169 targets and 306 national indicators. Now in the next slide, each social element under ESG will be elaborately discussed. This slide discusses the business activities management. Principally, there are 9 pillars for managing business activity. First is related to the corporate policy document. In today's corporate landscape, the management of business activities demands a holistic approach. A robust corporate policy document serves as the Bible for business ethics, embodying the principles that ensure the integrity and transparency in every transaction. Business protocol and standards are the pillar that uphold the operational excellence, fostering reliability and consistency in service delivery. Commercial responsibility is a cornerstone entailing a steadfast commitment to shareholders' value while balancing the profitability with the ethical practice. Social responsibility extends the corporate ethos into the community, reflecting an organization's commitment to societal and environmental stewardship. Finally, documentation good practices are the threads that bind these elements together, ensuring that every action and decision is recorded with the precision and clarity, enabling the accountability and facilitating the continuous improvement. The second is related to the internal and external stakeholders in India. Under the social aspect, the ESG framework effective management of business activity significantly involves internal stakeholders. A pivotal element is the establishment of the welfare department, ensuring employees' well-being and satisfaction. This department plays a crucial role in creating a supportive workplace environment, contributing to overall productivity and morale. Additionally, a grievance cell is essential for addressing employees' concerns and fostering a culture of open communication and trust. The environment, health and safety cell is another crucial component, prioritizing the workplace safety and environmental stewardship. Optional units like research and development and certified laboratories can further empower the business, driving innovation while adhering the high safety and ethical standard. Collectively, these elements not only enhance the employees' engagement and satisfaction, but also bolster the company's reputation as a social responsible entity. In an organization, product responsibility is now the core issue under the social aspect of ESG framework, and for now managing business activities involves a strong focus on product responsibility, encompassing marketing, labeling, packaging and design interface. Ethical marketing is a paramount, ensuring that products are represented honestly and without exaggeration, fostering the consumer trust. Accurate labeling is crucial for informed consumer decision, including information about the product's environmental impact and ethical sourcing. Sustainable packaging, reducing waste and promoting recyclability is a growing priority in India's environmental consciousness. Lastly, the design interface must consider user accessibility and environmental impact, striving for innovation that align with the sustainable principles. This comprehensive approach not only enhances the customer satisfaction but also position companies as socially responsible leaders in the market. Effective management of raw material supply under India's ESG framework demand a strategic approach. Materiality assessment through stakeholders' engagement is central to this, identifying the most significant environmental and social aspect of raw material. It involves collaborating with all levels of the supply chain to improve the sustainability practice. Supply support is essential, focusing on sourcing from suppliers who adhere to ethical and environmental standards. Maintaining high-quality raw material is the key to ensuring product sustainability and consumer safety. Furthermore, adopting extended producer responsibility (EPR) principles such as recycling and responsible waste management is critical for minimizing the ecological footprints of raw materials. These practices are integral for businesses striving to align with the social aspect of the ESG framework, ensuring the responsible and sustainable raw material management. Under the social aspect of the ESG framework in India, the management of business activities increasingly emphasizes the integration of technology interfaces. This includes a balanced approach to adopting both national, that is called Swadeshi, and international technology. Swadeshi or self-invented technology fosters self-reliance and innovation within the Indian market, supporting local economies and reducing dependency on the foreign technology. However, international technology are often indispensable for their advanced feature and the global standards. Businesses must judiciously combine these technologies, leveraging the strength of both to enhance the efficiency, productivity, and sustainability. This approach not only aligns with the ESG framework but also supports a diversified technological ecosystem, encouraging innovation and global competitiveness. In India, under the ESG framework, the adoption of the green logistics support system is crucial for sustainable business management. This approach encompasses eco-friendly practices in storage, warehousing, and material handling. It involves implementing energy-efficient storage solutions and reducing the carbon footprint of warehousing operations. In packaging and transportation, the focus is on use of sustainable material and optimizing route to minimize emission. The handling, storage, and disposal of goods must adhere to the environmental standard, reducing the waste and promoting recycling. Additionally, an efficient inventory and tracking system such as LIFO, last in, first out, or FIFO, first in, first out, enhance the management of stock, reducing overproduction and wastage. These practices collectively contribute to a sustainable supply chain, aligning business activity with the social and environmental goal of the ESG framework. In India, under the ESG framework, businesses are increasingly focusing now on obtaining various certifications to demonstrate their commitment to the quality, accreditation, green technology, sustainability, and governance. These certifications, both national and international, serve as a benchmark for operational excellence and social responsibility. Quality certifications like ISO ensure the adherence of the international standard, enhancing product and service reliability. Accreditation certificate validate the credibility and the competency of the businesses. Green technology certification highlights the adoption of eco-friendly practice, while sustainability certificate attests to a company's commitment to environmental and social stewardship. Governance certificate meanwhile ensure transparency and ethical business conduct. Collectively, these certifications not only enhance the reputation of the business but also align it with the global sustainable goals, making it competitive and responsible in evolving market landscape. Effective business management necessitates the progressive approach to human workforce management under the ESG framework. Capacity building is the key, focusing on the development of the both permanent and contractual employees. A dynamic reward system encompasses promotion policies and recognition like annual Best Employee Award, foster a culture of appreciation and motivation. Employment strategy should embrace diversity, offering equitable opportunity across various demographics including gender and disability. The strategy should balance the retention of experienced staff with fresh appointments, managing exits with sensitivity. In the event of the factory accidents, a rapid response to mitigate material and human loss is critical, prioritizing the welfare of the injured or bereaved. Encouraging the workforce interaction through regular meetings and surveys promotes transparency and collaboration. Additionally, safeguarding the right to raise grievance with the access to specialized complaint cell and external arbitration is vital for maintaining a fair, respectful, and inclusive workplace environment. The last and the most important under the ESG framework is related to business management involving advanced information system practice. The use of licensed software stands as a testament to a company's commitment to legal compliance and ethical operation. Implementing electronic systems such as ERP or SAP facilitate streamlined, efficient management of business operation. The type of data generated internally must be handled with utmost security, considering the sensitivity of the business intelligence and the personal data. When it comes to disseminating data in public domain, companies must navigate the fine line between the transparency and data protection. Establishing a web domain and publishing data online requires a strategic approach, ensuring that all information shared is accurate, timely, and reflective of the company's ESG value. This practice not only enhances the stakeholders' trust but also solidify the company's reputation as a socially responsible entity. Now let us discuss the external social elements in ESG for India. The management of business activities under the social aspect of the environmental, social and governance framework in India requires multifaceted approach involving various stakeholders. These collaborative efforts ensure regulatory compliance, build a strong reputation and foster a sustainable business model. Owners, shareholders, regulators, financiers, technological experts, suppliers, and local administration play a crucial role in shaping strategic decision, promoting ethical practice, ensuring legal compliance, supporting sustainable initiatives, and aligning business operation with community needs. Additionally, a dedicated corporate social responsibility cell or department potentially linked with the non-governmental organization or non-profit companies drives social initiatives that resonate with the company's values and stakeholders' expectations. Businesses in India are expected to go beyond profit making and addresses social issues such as poverty, education, and health through community development and sustainable practice. This approach enhances the brand reputation, fosters consumer loyalty, and drives long-term growth. Companies are adopting green technology, reducing waste, and conserving resources, acknowledging the interconnection between the social responsibility and environmental sustainability. Prioritizing employment and workplace responsibilities such as ensuring safe, respectful and empowering work environment, equitable opportunities, professional development, and work-life balance contributes to organizational success and societal well-being. Effective management under the ESG framework requires business to closely align their operation with societal needs, demonstrating a commitment to ethical practices, social equity, and community well-being. Infrastructure support is a strategic aspect of managing business activities within the social framework of ESG. Businesses can contribute significantly to societal well-being through the construction and maintenance of essential infrastructure like toilets, roads, electricity, and water supply system. Initiatives such as building new facilities, repairing existing structure, and establishing check dam, asylum center, and hospital reflects a comprehensive commitment to societal progress and aligned with the national development goals. The social aspect of ESG framework has significantly impacted community services in India, including education, healthcare, livelihood, skill development, food security, and microcredit scheme. Businesses are incorporating social responsibility into their core strategy, ensuring their operation positively affect society. This includes supporting household ancillary industries, promoting green belt development, skill development programs, educational support, and healthcare services. However, managing business activities under the social aspect of ESG framework often faces opposition from the activities who challenge companies to adopt more responsible practices, respect human rights, and environmental standards. These groups advocate for transparency, accountability, and prioritizing the sustainability and social equity, urging business to address issues related to labor rights, environmental degradation, and community displacement. Overall, the management of the business activities under the social aspect of ESG framework in India requires a collaborative efforts involving various stakeholders addressing social issues, prioritizing the sustainable practice, infrastructure support, community service, and addressing concerns raised by the activities. This comprehensive approach fosters a sustainable business model that aligns with the societal needs and promotes inclusive growth. Now let us look what are the common social elements in ESG execution. The social aspect of the environmental, social, and governance framework plays a crucial role in shaping responsible and sustainable business practice in India. It encompasses three key elements: legal compliance, adherence to national and international guidelines, and the adoption of the welfare-based and right-based approaches. Firstly, the business in India are maintained to comply with the comprehensive legal framework that covers factory operations, environmental conservation, employee welfare, land acquisition, international business law, trade regulations, and intellectual property protection. Adherence to these laws is not merely about avoiding legal repercussion but about building a foundation for responsible and sustainable business practices. Successful navigation of these legal requirements positions companies as leaders in corporate responsibility and sustainability, ultimately securing a competitive advantage in the global market. Secondly, the management of the business activities under the social aspect. The ESG framework is guided by the principles and standards such as National Guides on Responsible Business Conduct, the Global Reporting Initiatives, and the Security and Exchange Board of India Business Responsibility and Sustainability Reporting Framework. These guidelines emphasize corporate, social, and environmental responsibility, urging businesses to adopt practices that ensure sustainable development and equitable growth. Aligning with these standards, enhance the transparency, accountability, and ESG rating, attracting investors keen on sustainable and responsible investing. Thirdly, the business in India are adopting welfare-based and right-based approach under the social aspect of ESG framework. The welfare-based approach focuses on employees' well-being and within the factory premises and community welfare outside. This translates into better healthcare, education opportunities, improved working conditions, and community development projects such as building infrastructure, supporting local education, and providing healthcare services. The right-based approach aims to empower employees within the factory premises and advocate for the right of the community outside. This approach is grounded in the recognition of the universal human rights and involves creating a work environment that upholds labor rights, promotes equality, and protects against the discrimination. Outside the factory, companies engage in community initiatives that support the right of education, access to clean water, and environmental justice. By prioritizing human rights, business not only comply with the international standards and local regulation but also build trust and loyalty among their stakeholders, contributing to the sustainable and equitable development model that values people over profit. In conclusion, the social aspect of ESG framework in India is robust and continue to evolve, supported by various legislation, regulations and guidelines that mandates corporate social responsibility activities and disclosures, thereby promoting social responsibility among the corporations. This also led to surge in ESG investing, reflecting the growing importance of social consideration in the Indian corporate landscape. Well, this slide discusses the challenges to social in ESG among industries. The adoption of ESG framework within the Indian industry highlights a pressing dilemma, the struggle of social enterprises to balance purpose over profit with the need of financial sustainability and scalability. This model, while fostering the community development and addressing environmental concerns, often result in lower profitability, rendering these enterprises less appealing to traditional investment channels. These fundamental challenges threaten the very essence of the social enterprises which aim to harness business tools to address societal issues effectively. The crux of this problem lies in the misconception that financial success and social impact are mutually exclusive. For social enterprises to have a transformative, effective society, they must scale their operation, requiring a sustainable financial model that attracts investment without compromising their social objective. Achieving these balance demands innovative approach to business and funding, including impact investment, which value both social and financial return, and strategic partnership that enhance operational efficiency and market research. Moreover, the difficulty in integrating the balanced approach to ESG disclosure adds to another layer of complexity. The companies that are under pressure to provide transparent and meaningful reporting on their social and environmental aspects alongside their financial performance. This challenge is called for a sophisticated strategy that leverages ESG reporting as a tool for demonstrating the company's comprehensive value propositions, encompassing ethical governance, social responsibility, and environmental stewardship. To navigate these challenges, social enterprises must embrace creativity in their business model, seek outside non-traditional funding sources, and commit to rigorous and transparent ESG reporting. By doing so, they can reconcile the pursuit of purpose with profitability, ensuring their sustainability and enabling them to make a significant impact on society. Now let us discuss the unaddressed issues and challenges of social in ESG. In India, the integration of social aspect into the environmental, social and governance framework present a unique set of challenges, particularly for industries outside the Fortune 1000 listed companies. While these businesses contribute significantly to product export and GDP, their approaches to ESG, especially the social component, often lack depth and is plagued by several unaddressed issues. One of the primary challenges is prevailing mindset that view social responsibility as a form of a sanction or a punishment rather than an integrated part of the business ethics. This perspective leads to minimal engagement with social initiatives, treating them as a checkbox activity rather than a core aspect of business strategy. Consequently, there is a disproportionate emphasis on businesses and financial aspects with less weightage given to the social service sector and sustainable development goal. Furthermore, the failure of corporate environment funds under the corporate social responsibility initiate highlights a significant gap in technical expert related to measuring and managing carbon and water footprints. Many companies struggle to integrate an effective environment management plan with CSR budget primarily due to lack of technical know-how. Another critical issue is the approach to assessing the socio-economic needs of the project affected population. Companies often conduct these assessments with a supply side bias, focusing on what they can offer rather than what the community truly needs. This top-down approach neglects the demand aspect, leading to initiatives that may not fulfill addresses the community real challenges or contribute effectively to their development. Additionally, the documentation of social needs and integration of these findings into ESG reports remain underdeveloped. There is an overemphasis on financial audit with little attention given to measuring the outcomes of corporate social responsibility or corporate environment responsibility and environment social governance initiative based on the social impact. This financial-centric approach to auditing overlooks the importance of social audit, which are crucial for assessing the real impact of corporate initiatives on societal well-being and sustainable development. The lack of trained and accredited professionals capable of conducting through social audit exacerbate these challenges. The absence of expertise in accurately assessing and reporting on the social impact of business activities leaves a significant gap in the ESG framework effectiveness, undermining the credibility and reliability of the ESG disclosure. Addressing these challenges requires a paradigm shift how businesses perceive and integrate social responsibility into their operation. It calls for a more balanced approach to ESG that places equal importance on social, environment, and governance aspects. Businesses must cultivate a deeper understanding of socio-economic context in which they operate, develop technical expert in environmental management, and prioritize the genuine engagement with the community needs. Investing in training and accreditation for professionals in social auditing will enhance the quality and transparency of ESG reporting, ensuring that the social impact of the business's activity is accurately captured and communicated. Ultimately, overcoming these hurdles necessitates a concreted efforts from business regulatory bodies and professional organizations to reframe social responsibility as a cornerstone of corporate strategy. By doing so, they can ensure that their contribution to society and the environment are meaningful, measurable, and aligned with the broader goal of sustainable development. Now, this last slide discusses the policy implication for implementing social parameters in ESG framework of business operation for equity and sustainability. The evolving landscape of business operation in India is increasingly being sculptured by the imperative integration of environmental, social, and governance framework. Among these, the social parameters stand out of the beacon of transformative potential, guiding enterprises towards a future where equity and sustainability are not just an aspiration but foundational pillars of business strategy. The policy implications for weaving these social parameters into the fabrics of corporate conduct are both profound and pivotal, charting a course of business to become agent of societal change and guardian of sustainable development. First, at the heart of this transformative journey is the harmonization of the business practice with social equity and environmental stewardship. The policy encourages businesses to adopt practices that bolster economic growth while fortifying the social fabric by embedding social consideration into every layer of business decision making, from supply chain logistics to product development, employee welfare, and community engagement. Second, to navigate this journey, policies must guide businesses towards responsible corporate conduct, championing social welfare and advocating for fair labor practice, diversity, inclusion, and human rights protection. The narrative needs to shift from viewing social responsibility as a hurdle to embracing it as a competitive advantage, lightening the path to innovation, brand loyalty, and long-term prosperity. Third, catalyzing the change requires incentivizing business to embed social equity and sustainability. Policy framework should reward pioneering companies integrating social parameters through tax benefits, subsidies, preferential market access, and public recognition. These incentives nudge social responsible practice and position businesses as trailblazers for sustainable corporate future. Fourth is related to promoting the transparency and accountability through rigorous social audit and ESG reporting illuminates business social footprint, fostering accountability. This transparency empowers stakeholders' decision and encourages continuous social performance improvement. It weaves trust between corporation, communities, and the environment, strengthening their bonds. Sixth is policy should empower the business as engines driving social innovation and sustainable development by supporting capabilities and strategies addressing social challenges innovatively, fostering collaboration between business, government, civil society, and academia, create an ecosystem catalyzing shared value creation benefiting society. Next is related to the partnership creates synergy for scale and lasting change. NGO collaboration combines business resource with the grassroots level network. The tri-sector initiative bring government, community, and private sectors together by aligning interests, shared goals, propel progress exponentially. Another is related to reward system that must reinforce behavior that grows the pie together, not compete or slice. Performance metrics should track inclusion, empowerment, and equality indicators. Leaders with high EQ and systems thinking skill requires profits and social impact can coexist and uplift communities. Stakeholder dialogues and collaboration also underpin successful policy design and implementation. Government, companies, and community representative co-creating ESG roadmap can enhance public trust and compound social impact. Platforms for two-way engagement are invaluable. Last but not the least is embedding social parameters with the ESG marks a new area where business transcend economic roles, becoming pillar of the social equity and sustainability. Embracing these policies allows corporations to create legacy measured by societal and planetary impact, not just for profit. This integrates equity and sustainability into economic success, heralding a future where doing good is inseparable from business thriving. Overall, addressing these challenges requires a multifaceted approach involving collaboration between responsible business within and outside the factory premises that tend to commit to continuous learning and adaptation. Taking lead from this, my next presentation will be on ESG governance. So stay tuned for the next week with the interesting topic on my channel. Till then, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back. This is your host Harshit Sinha, continuing with the ESG series with an interesting topic on governance. To make the environmental and social element successful under the ESG, as pointed out in my previous presentation, it becomes apparent to look at the intersection of the traditions and the modernity. India's corporate sector is embracing a transformative approach to business, one where the governance component of the ESG framework is emerging as a pillar of trust and sustainability. In the rapidly evolving landscape of business and finance, the concept of environmental, social, and governance has emerged as a powerful force reshaping the way organizations operate and stakeholders evaluate their performance. India, as a rapidly growing economy and a global stakeholder, is at the forefront of this paradigm shift, recognizing the imperative to embed ESG principles into its governance framework and business practice. In today's business world, governance has become a blueprint for corporate conduct in the array of embedding the ethical practice, transparency, and accountability into the DNA of the business. It is the critical element that ensures companies not only aim for profitable but also navigate their growth journey with moral compasses firmly in hand. However, governance, the often overlooked pillar of the ESG triad, is a critical component that underpins the successful implementation and integration of environmental and social initiatives. Strong governance practice ensure that organizations have robust system, process, and structure in place to manage risks, promote transparency, and align their operation with ethical and sustainable principles. Thus today, governance is the cornerstone of the ESG framework in India, acting as the foundation upon which the business can build sustainable and ethical operation. As India continues to carve out its place on the global economic stage, the emphasis on the strong governance practice will undoubtedly play a decisive role in shaping the future of its corporate sector. By prioritizing governance, India businesses are not just committing to growth but a growth model that is responsible, sustainable, and inclusive, marking a new chapter in the country's illustrious economic story. Now we shall see corporate governance as a concept. The corporate governance framework has evolved over the years, adapting changing market conditions, regulatory environment, and societal expectations. While the specific detail may vary across jurisdictions, the overarching principles of corporate governance emphasize responsible leadership, ethical decision making, risk management, and the protection of stakeholder interests. Effective corporate governance practices are widely recognized as essential for fostering long-term business success, maintaining investor confidence, and contributing to overall economic growth and stability. In this regard, three major evolutionary concepts of corporate governance emerges. The first is the Cadbury Committee, established in the United Kingdom in 1991, which played a pivotal role in promoting the corporate governance of best practice. Its report, known as the Cadbury Report, emphasizes the importance of accountability, transparency, and the separation of responsibilities between the board of directors and the management. The report introduced the concept of independent non-executive directors and recommended the establishment of audit committee to enhance the financial reporting and internal control mechanism. The second is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, has also been a driving force in corporate governance. In 1999, the OECD released its principle of corporate governance, which have become a global recognized benchmark. These principles covers areas such as right and equitability treatment of shareholders, the role of stakeholders, disclosure and transparency, and the responsibility of the board. The OECD principles are regularly reviewed and updated to reflect the emerging best practices and challenges. Equally in India, the Confederation of Indian Industry has played a significant role in promoting the corporate governance practice. The CII's Desirable Corporate Governance Code, first introduced in 1998 and subsequently revised, guides on issues such as board composition, executive composition, and stakeholder relation. The code aims to enhance the transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct within the Indian corporation. In this slide, I am highlighting two major definitions of governance that focuses on the system by which companies are directed and controlled, encompassing the process, policies, and the law that governs the relationship between the various stakeholders, including the stakeholders management, board of directors, and other relevant parties. Several influential bodies have contributed to shaping the principle and practice of corporate governance worldwide. The first definition emphasizes strong ESG governance, typically involving the crucial role of the board of directors for strategic direction, monitoring performance, and ensuring accountability for ESG matters, followed by clear policy, code of conduct, and standard operating procedure.
to guide their approach to ESG issues such as environmental management, human rights, and ethical business practices. Besides, well-defined roles, responsibility, and reporting lines are established to ensure ESG considerations are integrated into decision-making process and performance is regular monitored and reported. Effective ESG governance involves proactive engagement with the key stakeholders to understand and address their concerns and expectations. However, it is equally important to assess the ESG risk management, which includes those related to climate change, social impact, and governance failure, which are systematically identified, assessed, and mitigated through robust risk management process. The second definition emphasizes the board composition and independence, followed by issues related to transparent executive compensation practice and shareholder rights. Ethical conduct and compliance for implementing robust code of conduct, anti-corruption policies, and compliance program to promote ethical behavior and adherence to law and regulation, and to provide clear and comprehensive disclosure on financial performance, risk management, corporate governance practice, and ESG related matters. Besides, effective governance practice aims to balance the interests of various stakeholders, ensures accountability, promote long-term value creation, and build trust and credibility with investors, customers, and society at large, given much importance. In this slide, we will just briefly discuss meaning and definition of governance. By implementing strong ESG governance practice, organizations aim to enhance their overall sustainability performance, build trust and credibility with the stakeholders, and create long-term value for their business and society. Taking the lead from this, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has outlined guidelines with 9 principles on responsible business conduct, of which 3 are related to governance that encapsulate good governance practice for business in India. Principle 1 emphasizes integrity, ethics, transparency, and accountability as core attributes of corporate governance. This underscores the need for robust internal control, audits, risk monitoring, and disclosure policies. Principle 4 highlights that companies must acknowledge the interest of all stakeholders like employees, customers, communities, etc. Governance mechanisms should be oriented towards recognizing stakeholders' concerns and incorporating them into corporate decision making and strategy. Principle 7 advises that when engaging with the public policy, companies must do so responsibly and transparently. This expectation of ethical lobbying and advocacy compel governance systems that promote compliance, anti-bribery, and transparent political engagement. Overall, the MCS principle in India affirm the foundation of good governance as integrity, transparency, accountability, and stakeholders inclusiveness. Aligned governance system empower and obligates the companies to pursue financial objectives responsible, and other 6 elements which I have already discussed in my previous definition strengthen the meaning of governance in ESG. In this slide, we will try to explore the word governance in ESG with SDGs. The ESG framework, especially in context to Sustainable Development Goal for businesses in India, is pivotal in steering the corporate sector towards sustainable development. The G in ESG encapsulates a broader spectrum of practice and principle designed to ensure accountability, transparency, responsiveness, and broad-based participation, among others. This facet of ESG is instrumental in embedding sustainable practices into core of business operation, aligning them with the ambitious targets set by the United Nations SDGs. Governance in realms of ESG goes beyond mere corporate management. It pertains to structures and processes that foster accountability, transparency, and inclusiveness in decision making. This includes the distribution of rights and responsibility among various stakeholders within the corporate entity, such as board of directors, managers, stakeholders, and other stakeholders. The focus on the governance is not just about ensuring legal compliance but also about promoting the ethical business practice that contributes to sustainable economic development. This strategic effort is essential for the growth of economy with a particular emphasis on manufacturing sector, which is often at the heart of discussion on industrial sustainability. The integration of governance with SDG presents a two-tiered approach to sustainable development. At the industrial level, governance intersects with the several SDGs, notably responsible consumption and production, that is SDG 12, peace, justice, strong institution, that is SDG 16, and partnership for the goal, that is SDG 17. This intersection highlights the importance of governance principle in achieving the sustainable development target. For instance, SDG 12 emphasizes the need for efficient resource use and reduction in waste principle that are closely aligned with the good governance practice such as accountability and transparency in resource management. Corporate governance, directed and controlled by governing body of an entity both within and outside of it, plays a crucial role in operationalizing the SDGs. Good governance practice ensures that corporations not only pursue their economic objective but also consider the social environmental impact of their operation. This involves adhering to principles that promote equity, empowerment, and participation, ensuring that benefits of economic growth are distributed widely and contribute to the overall well-being of the society. In the Indian context, where corporate landscape is diverse as its culture, the role of governance in ESG became even more critical. Indian business are increasingly recognizing the importance of incorporating ESG principles into their operation, driven by the combination of regulatory pressure, investors' demand, and genuine commitment to sustainable development. The emphasis on governance within this framework ensures that these efforts are grounded in practice that are not only economically viable but also socially responsible and environmentally sound. Moreover, the focus on governance within the ESG framework of SDGs underscores the interconnectedness of economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. By adopting governance practice that prioritize transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness, businesses can play a significant role in advancing SDGs, contributing to a sustainable future for all. Overall, the G in ESG in context to SDG for business in India is not just a component of corporate strategy but a fundamental principle that underpins sustainable development. As Indian business continue to evolve in their sustainability journey, the integration of robust governance practice will be the key to achieving the SDGs, making a new era of responsible and sustainable business conduct. Continuing my discussion with the previous slide, it will be worth saying that the governance driving India's sustainable development goal success. Achieving the ambitious UN Sustainable Development Goal requires coordinated efforts from government, businesses, and communities. Robust governance mechanisms are indispensable to steer national policies and corporate action towards realizing the meaning and importance of sustainable development goals. The 17 SDGs and their 169 target encompasses complex economic, social, and environmental objectives like no poverty, zero hunger, good health, quality education, clean water, affordable energy, decent work, reduce inequality, sustainable production, climate action, etc. For government, realizing SDGs necessitates the strategic alignment across budget,
policies, implementation plan, and monitoring system. Budgets must allocate resources towards priority SDGs programs like health, education, and livelihood. Policies and regulation needs to integrate SDG target through supportive framework for ESG practice, public disclosure, community engagement, and sustainable resource use that minimize harm to the future use of resources. Detailed, versatile planning or action plan with the assigned responsibility, timelines, and milestones enable execution. Extensive indicators, spanning inputs, outputs, and outcome allow tracking measurable progress rather than superficial efforts. Business also needs governance structure that embedded all 17 SDGs within corporate purpose, strategies, and operation. Leadership commitment, sustainability council, and incentive system that incorporate ESG, KPIs, orient or organizational culture and behavior towards SDGs. Partnership with civil societies and communities can fill gaps in resources, outreach, and expertise. Open communication channel help balance stakeholder interest and co-create solutions. Overall, governance capability in foresight, integrated planning, ethical orientation, performance management, and stakeholders coordination are vital for sustainable development. Governance guide reconciling economic growth and ecological sustainable and social equity, the core SDGs challenges. India robust governance initiatives can catalyze faster SDG achievement. The NITI Aayog oversee SDG implementation and monitoring supported by advocacy, training, and data system. States are formulating aligned policies and action plan. Businesses are also embedding SDG into responsible business conduct practice. With visionary leadership, transparent systems, participative process, and technological innovation, India's public and private governance capabilities are still the country towards achieving the SDGs and establishing the global benchmark. This slide will focus on emphasizing governance to a broader spectrum in ESG. In today's business scenario, both domestic and international investors increasingly weighing governance as a key factor in their investment decision. Companies that exhibit strong governance practice are viewed as beacon of reliability and sound management, attracting capital and partnership that fuel not only the financial growth but also societal progresses. This trend underscores the evolving nature of the investment perspective, where sustainability and ethics are critical as financial returns. So now two main components encompasses the governance of listed business entities at macro level. In the evolving paradigm of a corporate responsibility, the ESG financial and economic aspect denoted as ESG in bracket F and E provide a more holistic view and sustainability in business operation. This expanded framework not only emphasizes the environmental stewardship and social responsibility but also underlines the critical roles of the financial status and economic progress, aligning closely with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, largely dependent on the strategic management under the governance of individual entities. The F in ESG pertains to the financial status of entities, a critical determinant in assessing a company's eligibility for financial assistance and investment. The analysis of an entity's financial health begins with scrutinizing its total turnover, which offers insight into the industry's statutory and sustainability potential. This evaluation extends over the base year, typically the last 3 to 5 years, examining the expense under the various categories as per the standard classification of the finance audit system adopted by Republic of India. Such financial scrutiny is indispensable as it lays the groundwork for understanding a company's capability to engage in sustainable practice and its resilience against economic downturn.
The E in ESG signifies economic progress defined as enhanced capacity of an industry to produce goods and services of higher value using the same or equivalent resources. This aspect of ESG framework is intricately linked to sustainable development as it encompasses healthy production and sales figures, industrial innovation, and partnership that drive forward economic sustainability. Economic progress, as analyzed in this context, directly supports the achievement of specific SDGs, highlighting the importance of sustainable economic growth as a driver for overall development. The inclusion of the financial status and economic progress within the governance framework directly correlates with the several SDGs, including Goal 8, decent work and economic growth, Goal 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure, and Goal 17, partnership for the goals. These connections underscore the necessity of the robust financial foundation and continuous economic innovation for achieving sustainable development. By fostering industrial growth that is both economically viable and socially responsible, business can significantly contribute building a sustainable future. Thus, in context to India, ESG framework offers a comprehensive approach to sustainability that transcends environmental and social consideration to include financial and economic dimension. This broader perspective is crucial for addressing the unique challenge and leveraging the opportunity within India's dynamic economic landscape. By integrating financial status and economic progress into the governance of business practice, companies can ensure that their growth is not only financially sound but also contribute to the broader goal of sustainable development as outlined by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In doing so, businesses can forge a path towards a future where the economic prosperity, social equity, and environmental sustainability are intersectionally linked, creating lasting value for all stakeholders involved. Now we shall discuss the major international development of corporate governance. The corporate governance has witnessed significant development at the international level, driven by the various influential organizations and their initiatives. In this regard, the Cadbury Committee report. This report laid the foundation for the modern corporate governance principle, emphasizing the importance of accountability, transparency, and the separation of responsibilities between the board and the management. It introduced the concept of independent non-executive director and recommended the establishment of audit committee. This is followed up by the OECD principle of corporate governance. These principles, developed by the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, have become a globally recognized benchmark for corporate governance best practices. They covers areas such as shareholder rights, stakeholders rules, disclosure of transparency, and board responsibility. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act, enacted in response to major corporate scandals, SOX aimed to restore public trust in corporate governance and financial reporting. It introduced stringent requirements for auditor independence, enhanced financial disclosure, and established personal responsibility for corporate executives. The Global Reporting Initiative (GRI) standards, launched in 2000, the GRI provides a comprehensive set of standards and guides for organizations to report on their economic, environmental, and social impact. The GRI standards have become widely adopted framework for sustainability reporting and disclosure. International Integrated Reporting Council, established in 2010, the IIRC promotes the concept of integrated reporting, which combines financial and non-financial information to provide a holistic view of an organization's performance, strategy, and value creation over time. United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. The UNGP provides a global standard for preventing and addressing the risk of adverse human rights impact linked to the business activity. They outline the corporate responsibility to respect the human rights and the need for effective governance and due diligence process. Last but not the least, while the other regional level contribution of various international reports have shaped corporate governance practice worldwide, promoting transparency, accountability, ethical conduct, and the integration of environmental, social, and governance consideration into business strategic and decision making process is also an important step. Continuing my discussion from the previous slide, now we shall discuss the major national level development of corporate governance. In India, the journey towards good corporate governance practice began with a small step taken up by the Confederation of Indian Industry. In 1996, the CII released the first voluntary code corporate governance, highlighting the importance of transparency, accountability, and ethical business practice for Indian companies. These initial efforts by CII paved the way of various committees to be constituted by regulatory bodies and industrial associations to provide recommendation on strengthening corporate governance norms. Notable among these were Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee, appointed by the Securities and Exchange Board of India (SEBI). This committee recommended the implementation of corporate governance practice in listed companies, such as appointment of independent directors, the establishment of audit committee, and enhanced disclosure. Another is related Naresh Chandra Committee, constituted by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This committee reviewed various aspects of corporate governance and suggested measures to improve transparency, accountability, and stakeholder protection. Other was related with the Narayan Murthy Committee, formed by SEBI. This committee provided recommendation for enhancing corporate governance practice, including the role of independent directors, audit committees, and related party transition. These committees highlighted the significance of constituting the corporate board in a manner that would enable them to manage the affair of the company with a greater accountability and transparency. These initiatives laid the foundation for subsequent regulatory reforms and adoption of comprehensive corporate governance practice by Indian companies, aligning them with the global best practice while considering the unique challenge and opportunities of the Indian business landscape. Now, before I discuss the role and initiatives taken up by the MCA and SEBI and their allied bodies, let us compare the progress of governance regulation with the introduction of ESG governance protocol. Slide gives a detailed overview of the progress of regulation related to corporate governance and environmental, social, and governance factors in India. It highlights the key developments and initiatives taken by various regulatory bodies, industry associations, and international organizations over the years. The journey of corporate governance regulation began with SEBI introducing the substantial acquisition of share and takeover regulation in 1997 to promote transparency and fairness in acquisition and takeover. The Confederation of Indian Industry released the Desirable Corporate Governance, a code, in 1998 providing voluntary guidelines. SEBI Clause 49 of Listing Agreement in 2000 mandates a listed company to disclose corporate governance and practices. Several committees such as the Naresh Chandra Committee in 2002 and Narayan Murthy Committee in 2003 provided recommendations to enhance governance practice. SEBI revised Clause 49 in 2004, introducing requirements like independent directors and code of conduct. Ministry of Corporate Affairs released the Draft Companies Bill in 2004 to update corporate laws. The Companies Act of 2013 was a significant milestone, introducing comprehensive governance requirements, including provision for independent directors, board committees, auditor independence, and enhanced disclosure. SEBI aligned its regulation with the new Act, further strengthened the governance norm for listed companies.
While the progress of governance in ESG for India has seen a steady evolution, driven by the various regulatory and voluntary initiatives. Here an overview of the key development regarding the progress of ESG governance. The MCA issued National Voluntary Guideline (NVGs) on corporate social responsibility in 2009, providing a framework for responsible business practice. The United Nations Human Rights Council endorsed the guiding principle for business and human rights in 2011, outlining responsibilities for respecting human rights. SEBI introduced the Business Responsibility Report in 2012, mandating its disclosure for listed companies and expanded its scope over time. The Company Acts of 2013 formalized the CSR regulation requiring companies to allocate profits for CSR activities. India aligned its policy with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal in 2016, promoting sustainable development across sectors. The MCA released guidelines on social, environmental and economic responsibility of business in 2018 and National Guideline Responsible Business Conduct in 2019, aligned with the international standards. Efforts were made to link the Global Reporting Initiative (GRI) standards with SEBI, the BRSR framework in 2022, promoting harmonized ESG reporting, while in 2023, the Balanced Framework for ESG Disclosure, Rating and Investing aimed to standardize and enhance the ESG disclosure and investment practice. The development of regulation of governance along with the introduction of the governance charter in the ESG framework of India demonstrate the India's commitment to promoting transparency, accountability, ethical conduct and sustainable business practice, while aligned with the global standards and addressing the unique challenges and opportunities of India's business scenario. Well, this slide discusses the regulatory framework on corporate governance in India. For our country, a comprehensive framework has been established to promote and enforce the robust corporate governance standards, driven by the efforts of the various regulatory bodies and professional institutions. Embedded with the framework are the four pillars of corporate governance: people, process, performance, and purpose, which collectively uphold the integrity and sustainability of business practices within environmental, social, and governance framework. At the forefront, the organizational framework of the corporate governance initiatives in India consists of two main bodies. One is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, that is known to be as MCA, and the Security of Exchange Board of India, known to be SEBI. SEBI monitors and regulates the corporate governance of the listed companies in India through Clause 49, while the MCA deals largely with the corporate affairs governance with its quasi-bodies such as ICSI, ICAI and NFCG. I shall explain in brief the role of each pillar of the corporate governance. The first comes with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs plays a pivotal role in shaping and enforcing corporate governance norms in India. As the nodal agency responsible for drafting and amending the corporate laws, the MCA has consistently updated the Companies Act to keep the pace and evolving governance standards and global best practices. It issues clarification circulars and notification to ensure effective implementation and compliance with the corporate governance regulations. The MCA also constitutes various committees and task forces to study and provide recommendations on emerging corporate governance issues. This recommendation serves as the guidelines for companies to adopt best practices and stay ahead of the curve. Additionally, the MCA organizes the training program, workshop and seminar to enhance the awareness, understanding of corporate governance practice among the directors, professionals and stakeholders. Monitoring and enforcement are the key aspect of MCA mandate. It has authority to initiate the disciplinary action and impose penalties for non-compliance or violation of the corporate governance regulation. The MCA also collaborates with the international organization and participates in the global forum to align Indian corporate practice with the international standard and the best practices. The second is complementary the Companies Act is the Security and Exchange Board of India, which regulates the responsible for overseeing the corporate governance practice of the listed companies. SEBI guidelines, known as the Listing Obligation and Disclosure (LODA) regulations, mandate a range of disclosure and compliance requirements aimed at promoting transparency and protecting investors' interest. One of the SEBI's significant contributions to corporate governance has been the revision Clause 49, now incorporated into LODR regulation. This revised clause has redefined the criteria of independent directors, strengthened the responsibility of audit committee, and mandates the formal codes of conduct for companies. It has also stringent requirement for CEO and CFO certification of financial statement, ensuring that the top management bears direct responsibility for accuracy and integrity of the financial reporting. Now I shall give you a brief about the other quasi bodies which some or the other way are linked with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The Institute of Company Secretaries of India (ICSI) and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India (ICAI) play a crucial role in promoting and advocating the corporate governance practice in the country. The ICSI has issued a secretarial standard and guidance note to guide companies on the various aspects of the corporate governance, such as board meeting, general meeting, and meeting about the dividends. Additionally, it conducts various programs and confers the ICSI National Award for Excellence in Corporate Governance to recognize and encourage companies that exemplify best practices. The ICAI, on the other hand, provides a high-quality accounting standard to reduce the uncertainty and increase overall efficiency and investor confidence. The accounting standard issued by the ICAI covers areas such as disclosure of accounting policies, valuation of inventories, amalgamation and interim financial reporting, related party disclosure, and more. These standards ensure consistency, transparency, and comparability in financial reporting, which is a cornerstone of effective corporate governance. The National Foundation of Corporate Governance, established by the MCA in partnership with the industry body and professional institute, acts as a nodal agency for evolving corporate governance principles in India. Its objectives include creating awareness about the importance of the good governance practice, encouraging research in the field, collaborating with the regulatory authorities and private sector, and aligning with the global standard and practices. This multifaceted corporate governance framework in India is a testament to the country's commitment to promoting the ethical, responsible business practice. It provides a robust set guidelines, regulation, and standards that companies must adhere to ensure that they operate with the integrity, transparency, and accountability towards all stakeholders. By mandating stringent disclosure requirements, strengthening the role of the independent directors, and emphasizing the corporate social responsibility, this framework encourages companies to go beyond mere profit seeking and contribute to the broader goal of sustainable development, environmental protection, and societal well-being. Moreover, the framework emphasizes on the shareholder democracy, minority shareholder protection, foster an environment of trust and confidence in the Indian corporate sector, attracting both domestic and foreign investment. It sends a strong signal that the companies operating in India prioritize good governance, which is essential for long-term growth and value creation. In a rapidly globalizing business environment, where corporate scandals and governance failure can have a far-reaching consequences, India's comprehensive corporate governance framework serves as a bulwark against the unethical practice and a beacon of transparency and accountability. It not only strengthens the foundation of the Indian economy but also positions the country as a responsible and progressive player on the global stage, setting an example for the other emerging markets to follow. This is the last slide of this presentation, which will be highlighting why governance matters to investors in ESG. With the advent of ESG, there is a lot of information related to the word governance. Then guess what could be the reason for it? I tell you now, investors are associated deeply in the business perspective with the emergence of ESG, making business with the responsibility a core concept for sustainable growth. Governance is a pivotal of ESG investing in India, and the governance is a key factors for investors assessing Indian companies on ESG parameters, as it indicates how ethical, accountable, and transparently a firm operates. The G covers how business decisions are made across the ecosystem, from governmental policy to allocation right and duties amongst the corporate board, management, shareholders, and stakeholders. A strong governance system allows investors to identify Indian companies mitigating ESG risks through appropriate accountability, disclosure, and compliance practice. Governance demonstrate the integration of ethics, regulation, and stakeholders' interests, just as the environmental and the social aspect. ESG reporting framework mandate that Indian companies reveals governance details like anti-bribery policy, ethical lobbying, board independence, audit committees, and stakeholder engagements. Assessment also gauge whistleblower protection, insider trading control, and executive pay linkage to sustainability target. Robust governance assists investors in avoiding Indian companies with a higher financial risk due to irresponsible environmental or social conduct. For instance, a lack of emission control often signals broader misgovernance that can negatively impact profitability. However, adopting the sound governance in India has challenges like climate change, environmental harm, energy overuse, expanding regulation, and demographic shift requiring ethical strategies. Data privacy and security issues also necessitate the stringent cybersecurity governance. So far, I have discussed the evaluation, importance, meaning, definition, system of governance, and the pillar of governance with the concern of the investors in promoting the concept of the responsible business in the existing India. In my next presentation, I shall elaborate on the elements of the governance, where ultimate governance play a crucial role in the emergence of the ESG, making the business with responsibility a core concept for sustainable growth and with the commercial profit-making activities. So, stay tuned next week to listen this interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to continue our previous discussion on governance systems and their role in enabling ethical, transparent, and accountable business operation. We explored how professional bodies formulate rules and regulation that amended responsible practice into the core business. Governance is critical in ensuring companies not only pursue profitable but also navigate their commercial journey responsibly, considering environment and social responsibilities. Today, corporate governance is evolving globally, emphasizing responsible leadership, ethical decision making, and stakeholder protection. In India, the corporate sector is embracing governance as a pillar of trust and sustainable within the environmental, social, and governance framework. Integrating ESG principle into corporate framework is essential for sustainable business practice. Governance in particular ensure ethical conduct, transparency, and accountability, aligning business with sustainable principle while navigating growth responsibly. It is crucial to understand business operation linked meaningful with country's ESG framework. This can help craft strategy that achieve not only commercial profitability but also environmental and social responsibilities. Such an approach provides a performance score at the stock exchange, easing investors' selection for better long-term investments and expanding business growth economies. Before describing the elements of governance for ESG strategies, please allow me to share my 2 decades of industrial experience in evaluating environment impact assessment and corporate social responsibility as an environment and social expert approved under the QCI NABET scheme. My observations from these activities are now linked with corporate governance principle, facilitating an understanding of governance elements in context to the ESG framework. Let me share my experience over the last 2 decades from 200 environment impact assessment projects, highlighting incidents that illustrate the governance practice observed in the various companies under the different circumstances. Company A. There was a lack of decentralization as even routine work required approval from the head office in Mumbai, leading to inefficient and decision-making process. Company B. It is a listed company. There was a lack of transparency and ethical practice. The company refrained from sharing profit figures which were necessary to finalize the corporate social responsibility budget. Company C. It is also a listed company. While conducting a social impact assessment survey, company insisted on not to disclosing its name, indicating the lack of transparency and accountability. Company D. There was no authorized complaint redressal mechanism as evident from the employee's response regarding the poorly maintained workers' toilets. Company E. The company was unwilling to spend on environmental responsibility initiative as mandated by the terms of reference for their EIA report, showing a lack of priority towards the sustainability. Company F is an automobile company. The practice of the Quality Circle Committee involving employees from all levels promoted inclusively and decision making for operation improvements. Company G. There was positive community participation as the company agreed to construct a paved road using the CSR budget addressing our local needs. Company H is a multinational company. The company demonstrated the true leadership, agreeing to construct toilet in surrounding villages based on need assessment survey findings. Company I is a medium-sized company. The company followed a strong governance practice by recruiting local workers and supervisors for its expansion unit, contributing to the societal progress. Last but not the least is a company J. The company positively influenced the external stakeholder by decorating at Crossroads Circle with its brand philosophy with the permission of the local authorities. Overall, if you see, the journey across the various enterprises has revealed both strength and weakness in the current governance practice within India's industrial environment. The lesson learned underscored the need for business to internalize the principle of good governance, transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness as they chart their paths forward. Embracing their principle will not only drive financial growth but also contribute meaningful to societal progress, aligning corporate success with social welfare within the ESG framework. This slide discusses the elements of governance for industries. As an Indian industry adopt ESG framework, implement robust governance mechanism is imperative. Governance provides the guiding policies, process, and structure that steer companies towards sustainability alongside financial growth. Key governance indicators like leadership, transparency, ethics, accountability, responsiveness, and regulatory compliance can drive improved ESG performance. Visionary leadership is vital to ingrain ESG commitment throughout the organization. Board must set the tone at the top through messaging, incentives, and leading by example. Executive compensation linked to the ESG goal alongside financial target reinforce priority. Appointing Chief Sustainability Officer evaluate focus on the ESG matters. Transparency and disclosure enabled informed stakeholder decisions. Integrated reported combining financial and ESG data along with the third-party audit built trust. Transparent political lobbying and advocacy also uphold governance credential. Embedding ethical orientation across operation is crucial. Codes of conduct, ethics training, and confidential reporting channel helps institutionalizing integrity. Responsible taxation and zero tolerance for corruption and bribery should be enforced. Accountability for ESG failure is critical through frameworks like national voluntary guidelines, internal control, risk monitoring, audit and governance mechanism boost compliance. Standards like the Global Reporting Initiative, that is GRI, and the Business Responsibility Sustainability Reporting, that is BRSR, providing reporting benchmarks. Responsive to societal needs cements ESG legitimacy. Two-way community engagement guides corporate community programs, human rights impact assessment, identify issues. Inclusive initiative uplift vulnerable groups. Influencing regulators and policymakers responsibly is expected. Industry association must balance members' interest and with national priorities when advocating. Constructive policy dialogue add value to it. While ESG commitment remains voluntary, some mandating regulations build foundation. Compliance with factory, environmental and labor laws is non-negotiable. Mandates like corporate social responsibility, that is CSR, spending and sustainability reporting will gain prominence. Effective and efficient ESG implementation demonstrate credibility. Data-driven monitoring, ESG-linked executive pay, and lean management optimize resource utilization and impact. Digital tools can strengthen information and system. Fairness and inclusivity lead to equitable outcomes and enduring partnership. Fairness and inclusivity lead to equitable outcomes and enduring partnership. Responsible supply chain practice enables small vendors' growth. Gender and disability diversity indicates opportunities for all. Multi-stakeholder participation enable co-creating solutions. Platforms for employees, communities, and civil society interaction generate new insights. Investor briefing provide strategy update. Overall, the Indian industry must embrace governance as a strategic priority for successful ESG adoption. Indicators like leadership, transparency, ethics, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusivity should steer policy, process, and structures to balance profit and purpose. Visionary governance can make India's sustainable trailblazer. This slide discusses the 4 pillars of corporate governance. In the ever-evolving business landscape, corporate governance has emerged as a pivotal framework for ensuring organizational integrity, ethical conduct, and long-term sustainability. At its core, effective corporate governance is built upon 4 fundamental pillars: people, process, performance, and purpose. By aligning these 4 elements, organization can foster a culture of transparency, accountability, and responsible decision-making, ultimately driving sustainable growth and value creation for all stakeholders. At the heart of every successful organization are its people. One can say, in the realms of corporate governance, people are undoubtedly the most valuable asset. Another way one can express that people are the heart and the soul of any organization, and their role in shaping the corporate governance cannot be overstated. From the board of directors to top management, employees, and stakeholders, each individual play a crucial part in upholding ethical standards and promoting responsible business practice. Thus, corporate governance emphasizes the importance of competent and diverse board of directors, executives, and employees. Effective governance mandate that individual possesses not only the requisite skill and expertise, but also commitment to upholding the ethical standards and fiduciary responsibility. From the boardroom to the frontline employees, every individual play a crucial role in driving the organization towards its objective. Effective corporate governance recognizes the importance of nurturing the diverse and inclusive workforce where the talent is recognized, develop, and empower. Robust process and system are the backbone of effective corporate governance, providing a structured approach to ethical decision making, risk management, and performance monitoring. Robust process are the arteries through which corporate governance flows. Well-defined policies and procedures ensure consistency, mitigate risks, and foster operational efficiency. From financial reporting to risk management, effectiveness of processes determine the organization's ability to adapt to changing market dynamics and regulatory requirements. Efficient processes are the lifeline of the corporate governance, ensuring that decisions are made promptly, risks are managed effectively, and compliance requirements are met. Robust processes lay the groundwork for sound decision-making, transparency, and accountability, thereby mitigating likelihood of governance failures. Corporate governance is not a static concept. It requires continuous monitoring and evaluation to ensure that organizations are meeting their goals and objectives while upholding ethical standards and stakeholders' interests. Thus, measuring and managing performance lie at the core of the corporate governance. Shareholders and stakeholders alike rely on accurate performance metrics to assess the company's health and sustainability. From finance metrics like return on investment (ROI) to non-financial indicators such as social and environmental impact, performance evaluation shaped strategic decision-making and drive organization growth. Thus today in the corporate world, performance is ultimate barometer of the corporate governance effectiveness, reflecting the organization's ability to create long-term value for its stakeholders. It encompasses financial metrics, operational efficiency, innovation, and social responsibility. A well-governed organization sets clear performance metric aligned with its strategic objective, regularly monitor progress, and takes corrective action as necessary. In today's socially conscious business environment, organizations must move beyond a singular focus on profitable and embrace a broader purpose that align with the societal value and stakeholders' expectation. Beyond profit maximization, corporate governance underscores the importance of serving a broader societal purpose. Companies are increasingly expected to align their business strategies with societal needs and environmental stewardship. A clear sense of purpose not only enhances the brand reputation but also attracts talent and fosters customer loyalty. Thus today, the heart of the corporate governance lies the organization purpose, a clear articulation for its reason deter beyond the profit making. Purpose-driven organizations are guided by a set of core values and principles that shapes decision-making and behavior. Ethical leadership characterized by the integrity, accountability, and the commitment to stakeholders' interests is fundamental to fulfilling the organization's purpose. Embedding the purpose into the corporate culture instills a sense of meaning and direction, inspiring employees to align their action with the organization's broader objective. Moreover, organizations that prioritize purpose over short-term gain are more resilient to crises and better equipped to navigate turbulent times, earning the trust and the loyalty of their stakeholders. Now we shall discuss about the elements of the governance under the critical framework of evaluation. In the ever-evolving business scenario, corporate governance has emerged as a critical framework that shapes and guides the behavior of corporations based on two main elements. One is related to the governance lens and other is related to the governance policy. In the current slide, we will elaborate governance through the board lens, fostering corporate business accountability. In the realms of the modern corporate governance, the board of directors plays a pivotal role in shaping the behavior of organization. Acting as a governance lens, the board scrutinizes the action and decision of the CEO, top management, and the role of independent directors and employees, ensuring adherence to ethical standards, transparency, accountability. This comprehensive approach not only safeguard stakeholders' interest but also foster a culture of responsible and sustainable business practice. The CEO serves as a strategic leader, public face of the organization, setting the tone of corporate behavior. The board's governance lens closely examines the CEO's decision-making process, leadership style, and alignment with the company's value and long-term objective. Through the regular performance evaluation, executive compensation, incentives, and open dialogue, the board can hold the CEO accountable for upholding the ethical conduct, promoting transparency, and driving sustainable growth incentives. The board governance lens is extended beyond the CEO, encompassing the action and initiative of the entire top management team. The board evaluates the effectiveness of the management strategic planning, risk management strategies, and execution of the corporate policy. By fostering an environment of open communication and constructive challenges, the board can provide guidance and oversight, ensuring that top management's efforts are aligned with the organization's governance principle and stakeholder interest. Effective governance recognizes that employees at all levels play a crucial role in shaping corporate behavior. The board lens focuses on cultivating a corporate culture that encourages ethical conduct, fosters employees' engagement, and empowers individuals to speak up against any unethical or illegal practices. This includes evaluating the implementation of robust training programs, whistleblower policies, and grievance mechanisms, ensuring that employees feel safe and supported in upholding the organization's values. The independent directors brings an outside perspective to the boardroom, providing an objective and impartial lens on the corporate governance. These individuals, appointed from diverse background and expertise, can challenge the state quo, asking probing questions and offer fresh insight into the organization practice. Independent directors play a vital role in mitigating conflicts of interest, promoting transparency, and ensuring that the board decisions are made in the best interest of the stakeholder. Strengthening a diverse and well-composed board is better equipped to provide effective governance oversight by encouraging diversity in terms of gender, ethnicity, professional backgrounds, and perspective. The board can leverage a wealth of knowledge and experience. The diversity fosters a robust discussion, challenges, ground thinking, and enhance the board's ability to navigate complex governance challenges effectively. In our evolving corporate landscape, the board governance lens must remain sharp and adaptable. Continuous education and development program equip board members with the latest knowledge and the best practices in the areas such as sustainability, risk management, cybersecurity, and emerging regulatory trends. This ongoing learning process ensured that the board remains well informed and capable of providing strategic guidance and effective oversight. Effective governance extended beyond the boardroom encompasses open and transparent communication with stakeholders. The board's lens should prioritize the regular stakeholder engagement, fostering dialogue with shareholders, employees, customers, and the broader community. By actively listening to diverse perspectives and concerns, the board can better understand the impacts of corporate decisions and ensure that the organization action align with the stakeholder expectation and societal responsibilities. In conclusion, the board of directors serve as a crucial governance lens, scrutinizing corporate behavior from multiple perspectives. By holding the CEO, top management, and employee accountable, fostering a culture of ethical conduct, and leveraging the expertise of independent directors, the board play a pivotal role in shaping responsible and sustainable business practice. This is a comprehensive approach, not only enhancing organizational integrity and reputation, but also contribute to longer-term value creation for all stakeholders. In the ever-evolving landscape of modern business, effective governance policy have emerged as a crucial catalyst for driving sustainable growth and fostering a responsible corporate culture. These policies serve as a comprehensive framework that encompasses a broad range of principles and practice, ensuring that the organization operates with transparency, accountability, and deep commitment to environmental and social responsibility. Adherence to the rule of law, formation of the foundation of effective governance policy. Organization must ensure strict compliance with relevant environmental regulation, labor law, and human rights standards, setting a stage of responsible and ethical business practice. This not only mitigates legal risk but also demonstrates a genuine commitment to upholding the values of just and equitable society. Governance policy that encourages active participation from all stakeholders, including employees, local communities, civil society, organizations, and regulatory bodies, foster a collaborative and inclusive decision-making process. By embracing diversified perspective, companies can better understand and address the unique challenges and concerns of their stakeholders, fostering trust and credibility. Transparency is a cornerstone of effective governance, enabling organizations to build trust and foster accountability. Companies should adopt robust reporting mechanisms, disclosing their environmental and social performance, governance structure, and decision-making process. This transparency empowers stakeholders to make informed decisions and hold organizations accountable for their action. Effective governance policy promotes decentralization, empowering the local team and subsidiaries to make informed decisions that address context-specific challenges. This approach is enhanced, responsive, and enables tailored solutions to meet the unique needs of diversified stakeholders, fostering a more agile and adaptive organization culture. Governance framework must be responsive to the evolving needs and concerns of stakeholders. Establishing robust governance, redressal mechanisms, and feedback channels ensure that issues are promptly addressed, fostering trust and credibility. This responsiveness not only strengthens the stakeholders' relationship but also enables organizations to proactively address potential risks and challenges. Governance policy should strive the consensus-oriented decision-making where diverse perspectives are considered and compromise as reached in a collective interest of all stakeholders. This approach fosters a sense of shared ownership and commitment, ensuring that decisions are well informed and aligned with the organization's long-term sustainability goal. Effective governance policy prioritizes robust redressal mechanism and grievance cell. These channels empower stakeholders to voice concern, address issues transparently, and foster trust in an organization's commitment to accountability and responsiveness. Promoting equity and inclusiveness is essential for creating a just and equitable society. Governance policy and prioritize equal opportunity, non-discrimination, and the empowerment of the marginalized group, ensuring that no one is left behind in the pursuit of the sustainable development. This commitment to inclusivity not only enhances the organization's reputation but also fosters a diverse and innovative workforce. Governance policy must be designed for effectiveness and efficiency, optimizing the resource allocation and maximizing the positive impact. Continuous monitoring, evaluation, and adaptation are necessary to ensure that the policy remains relevant and responsive to evolving challenges. By adopting lean management practice and leveraging the digital tools, organizations can streamline process and enhance the overall operational efficiency. Environmental and social framework. At the core of effective governance policy lies a strong environmental social framework. This entails integrating principles of environmental stewardship, climate resilience, social responsibility, and human rights into a core organization. Strategies and operation. By aligning these practices with these principles, companies can contribute to creation of a more sustainable and equitable world. Implementing comprehensive governance policy that encompasses these critical elements is not merely a compliance exercise but a strategic imperative long-term success that will be later discussed in detail in the consecutive slides. The other concern issue is today's business scenario is related to strong governance policy, emphasizing the importance of moral integrity and ethical business practice. Companies should implement robust codes of conduct, ethics training program, and confidential reporting mechanism to encourage employees to uphold the highest standard of integrity and report any unethical or illegal activities. Besides, effective board oversight is critical for ensuring accountability and allowing organizations prioritize with the stakeholders' interest. Many governance frameworks advocate for split between the roles and CEOs and board chair, promoting independence and preventing potential conflicts of interest. Further, the governance policy should protect and promote the shareholders' right, including the right to nominate the board candidates and actively participate in decision-making process. This fosters transparency and accountability and aligning the interests of shareholders with those of organization. It often addresses stock buyback practice, ensuring that such activities are conducted transparently and in the best interest of shareholders and the long-term sustainability of the company. Accurate record keeping and robust auditing processes are essential components of effective governance. Companies should maintain comprehensive records of financial transactions, operational activities, and decision-making process, subject to regular internal and external audit to ensure compliance and transparency. Further, good governance policy should mandate the sharing and publishing of relevant information, including financial reports, sustainability performance, and governance structures. This transparency enables stakeholders to make informed decisions and hold organizations accountable. Continuing governance policy should extend beyond mere complex with legal and regulatory requirements. An activity-based approach to governance ensures that organizational practice, strategies, and decision-making process are aligned with the ethical principle, sustainability goal, and stakeholder interest. By implementing these comprehensive governance policy that addresses these critical elements, organization can cultivate a culture of trust, integrity, and responsible business practice. This not only enhances their reputation and credibility but also contribute to long-term sustainability growth and positive societal impact. This slide explains the responsibility towards the planet, emphasizing business entity responsibility towards controlling the environmental parameters. Today, all over the world, each business's entity production unit have exerted a significant toll on the environment, threatening the delicate balance of our planet's ecosystem. Carbon emission and greenhouse gas emission from production facilities contribute significantly to climate change, leading to global warming, sea level rise, and extreme weather events. The concept of the carbon credit and offset has emerged as a potential solution, encouraging companies to reduce their carbon footprint and invest in sustainability initiatives. However, achieving net zero emission remains a formidable challenge that requires collective efforts from all stakeholders. Natural resource management, particularly regarding the water and land, is another pressing concern. Industrial activities often deplete and contaminate these vital resources, jeopardizing the sustainability of our ecosystem and the well-being of local communities. Responsible resource management practices such as water conservation, efficient land use, and sustainable exploration methods are crucial for mitigating these impacts. Pollution control measures are essential to address the air, water, and noise pollution generated by the industrial operation. Effective waste management strategies, including the proper handling and disposal of hazardous waste, are crucial to safeguarding the public health and preserving the integrity of our environment. energy conservation and adoption of the renewable energy sources such as tidal and ocean wave power, wind and solar offer promising alternative to the fossil fuel. By transitioning towards the clean energy, industries can reduce their carbon footprint and contribute to a more sustainable future. Biodiversity efforts, including the establishment of green belt, green logistic and the use of green raw material, not only preserve the natural habitat but also promote the ecosystem resilience. Additionally, local level innovation in products and services can significantly reduce environmental impact of industrial activities. Addressing the ill effects of the industrialization requires a multifaceted approach involving government policies, corporate responsibilities, and individual action, largely based on the pattern of individual entity governance strategies. The governance strategy involves all pairs with the roles and responsibility in the hierarchy set up right from the board of directors to CEO to top and middle level management, each exercising their power in setting up the desired objective, for example, reducing carbon emission or footprint and allocating budgets. Understanding the current production process, that is a very technical, is crucial, based on which the upper level management make a decision about adopting technology and methodology for evaluation such as TCFD, GRI or CDSB for pre and the post benchmarking and data collection of carbon emission. Subsequently can enumerate the benefit of the technology and its impact, which may be rewarded by the governing system of our country as well as within the entity by disseminating result at both level, national and international level. After setting the target to reduce the carbon emission within the specific time frame and narrating the long-term policy implication, upper level management play a vital role. It is very difficult to set a clear guidelines for governance strategy concerning the ESG framework of evaluation for the environment. However, based on experience, an attempt has been made to present this hypothetical model, which will help business entities with some ideas to set up the governance strategy for controlling the environmental parameters under the ESG framework. Within the environmental, social, and governance framework, the social dimension necessitates a comprehensive governance approach aimed at enhancing well-being and improving quality of life. In this regard, we delve into key social elements under the purview of various social sectors. Governance policy should center on fostering a supportive and inclusive work environment conducive to employee well-being and professional growth. This entails implementing fair labor practice, ensuring gender equality, and facilitating opportunities for skill enhancement and career progression. Beyond the organization, responsible governance extended to positively impacting the life of external stakeholders, particularly local communities, employing demand-based approach to identify community needs and concern, allowing tailoring of CSR initiative effectively. This not only builds trust and goodwill but also contribute overall community development. Welfare and right-based approach, upholding the human rights and promoting gender equality and fundamental social sustainable principles. Governance framework should mandate adherence to international human rights convention and national level law, ensuring fair treatment, non-discrimination and equal opportunity for all stakeholders. Establishing robust grievance redressal mechanism and open communication channel empowers employee to voice concern and seek timely resolution. Companies should aim to obtain relevant certification and recognition, showing their commitment to ethical and social responsible practice. Addressing the infrastructure and service need of the local community is crucial. Companies contribute to develop essential amenities such as healthcare facilities, education institutions, and transportation network, thereby enhancing residents' overall quality of life. Collaborative efforts with local authorities and stakeholders facilitate sustainable and impactful initiatives. Robust mechanism for resolving conflicts and addressing grievance related to environment and social issues are imperative. Establishing dedicated channel for stakeholders feedback, mediation process and clear lines for accountability can mitigate potential conflict and foster trust among all involved parties. Proactive engagement and transparent communication are essential for effective disputes prevention and resolution. Thus, comprehensive governance strategies for addressing social elements under ESG framework should encompass several key areas. Now it becomes apparent to devise a separate corporate social policy to show commitment for creating positive social impact. Thus, through strategic partnership, employee volunteering initiative and target social investment to uplift underprivileged section and drive inclusive growth. Prioritize employee well-being, fair labor practice, non-discrimination and a safe working environment, establishing grievance mechanism, promote diversity and inclusion and often competitive benefits and professional development opportunities. Implement robust policies on business ethics, code of conduct and zero tolerance for corruption and bribery, offer regular training and whistleblower protection and transparent report mechanism to foster an ethical corporate culture. Encouraging employee participation and engagement through open communication channels, suggestion scheme and platform for voicing concern and idea. This fosters ownership and contribute to employee well-being and productivity. Outline clear performance metrics and benchmark for social responsibility includes employee satisfaction, community impact and human rights compliance. Regular monitoring, audits and third-party assessment ensure accountability and continuous improvement. Prioritize community engagement, need assessment and demand-based social responsibility initiatives. Regular consultation, impact assessment and transparent reporting build trust and strengthen the company's social licensing to operate. Mandate the collection, analysis and sharing of data related to social performance, including workforce, demographic, community impact and human right due diligence. Transparent reporting and disclosure foster accountability and stakeholder trust. Include protocol for identifying and mitigating potential social conflict, grievance redressal mechanism and mediate process. Proactive stakeholder engagement, impact assessment and collaborative problem solving can help prevent and resolve antagonistic situation. Overall, effective governance strategy for addressing social element under the ESG framework necessitate a holistic prioritizing employee and community well-being, ethical conduct, participation, performance benchmarking, community engagement, data transparency, and proactive management of conflict and antagonism. Now we shall discuss governance performance under the ESG framework for evaluation. Implementing robust governance mechanism is imperative as Indian industries adopt ESG framework. Governance provides policy, process and structure guiding companies towards sustainability alongside the financial growth. Key indicators like leadership, transparency, ethics and participation in action of being actively involved in any desired task within and outside the production unit. It is equally as responsive where it is quick action towards the demand of people that are influenced to make change through direct or indirect strategy, but usually important way. Thus, responsiveness to societal needs, fair supply chain practice and multi-stakeholder participation enhance the ESG legitimize. The governors strongly support regulatory or rule by law to the control or direction of any operational activity in adherence to the set of rules, laws, etc. mentioned in the Company Act of our country. Here it is also include accountability is a crucial through framework like NVGs supported by internal control and grievance mechanism. Further, the corporate governance gives much impetus to outcome which is judged with effectiveness, efficiency, producing a desired result that is expected from a capable or efficient players in the company. All these elements of governance leads to equity that ensures the company process and program are impartial, fair, and provide equal possible outcome for every individual. The sad description is very fundamental nature of governance. However, it remained unanswered, or one can say that there is a lot of ambiguity on how companies can implement ESG into their corporate governance framework. The first is related to the formulating the policy for implementing ESG into corporate governance framework to establish a clear policy that outlines the company's commitment to ESG principles. This policy should articulate the company's ESG priorities, goal, and metrics for measuring progress. To develop an effective ESG policy, companies should engage with stakeholders to understand their expectation and concern. Besides, there should be clear objective to set ESG into corporate governance framework with the provision of a sufficient budget to execute the ESG policy into actionable strategy to achieve the desired result of the set targets of environment and social tasks, articulating with the governance strategies. Another is the company top level management should prepare an extensive plan having the knowledge and expertise needed to assess the ESG risk and opportunities. This can be operationalized by providing training on ESG issues, appointing directors with the certified ESG experts, and establishing an ESG committee to oversee ESG related risk and opportunities. The top level management should have a clear strategy about the type of information collected with the advent of the technology set as per the objective to know the impact of the pre and the post data collected using scientific method. Report the ESG performance regularly with the concerned stakeholders and concerned authorities. This can include disclosing ESG risk opportunities and performance metrics in annual reports and other communication. The company should also keep a provision to disclose the ESG information at the international level using internationally recognized ESG reporting frameworks such as GRI or SEBI. This will help to ensure that companies are disclosing relevant and comparable information. Further, regular engagement with both internal and external stakeholders on ESG issue can help companies to build trust and enhance their reputation. Besides, bodies like NGOs, industrial association, and other stakeholders to understand their perspective on ESG issues and to identify opportunities for collaboration. Integrating ESG consideration into risk management can help companies identify and mitigate ESG related risk. This can include incorporating ESG factor into risk assessment and scenario planning exercise. By considering ESG risk factor in risk management, companies can identify potential risks such as regulatory change, reputational damage, or supply chain disruption that could impact their long-term success. Further, to integrate ESG into corporate governance framework, companies should amend ESG consideration into their business strategy. This can include identifying new business opportunities that align with the ESG priorities, such as developing sustainable products or services. By amending ESG into business strategy, companies can create value over the long term by anticipating future trends and responding to changing stakeholders' expectations. Overall, implementing ESG into corporate governance framework is a critical step for companies seeking to create long-term value and manage risk. However, it will vary according to the nature and the type of company conducting business as listed and non-listed companies. Well, this is the last slide where we will discuss challenges of governance in ESG framework. As the corporate setup evolves, embracing environmental, social, and governance principles has become a strategic imperative of organizations to drive sustainable growth and create long-term value for stakeholders. However, integrating governance into ESG framework presents a unique set of challenges that companies must navigate to achieve meaningful and measurable progress. Defining corporate governance in ESG with verifiable indicator, one of the initial challenge lies in finding a comprehensive and widely accepted framework that clearly defines corporate governance within the ESG context. While various organizations such as Global Reporting Initiative and Sustainability Accounting Standard Board have proposed guidelines, there is a need for a standardized approach at country level that includes verifiable indicators for measuring and reporting governance-related performance. Effective performance requires robust mechanism for measuring and tracking performance across various dimensions, including board composition, executive compensation, risk management, and stakeholder engagement. Companies must develop rigorous metrics and key performance indicators, that is KPI, that accurately capture their governance practice and enable benchmarking against the industry's peers and the best practices. Assessing reliable and consistent governance data and insights can be a significant challenge, particularly for the companies operating across multiple jurisdictions with varying regulatory framework and disclosure requirement. Integrating diverse data source, ensuring data quality, and extracting actionable insight requires sophisticated analytical tool and expertise. Governance practices have a profound impact on the organization reputation and stakeholder trust. Companies must implement mechanisms to track stakeholder sentiments, understand evolving expectations, and respond promptly to concern or criticism. Monitoring and managing the reputational risk is crucial for maintaining stakeholder confidence and ensuring long-term sustainability. Effective governance is closely tied to risk management, and companies must develop comprehensive risk assessment and mitigation strategy that encompasses ESG-related risks. Visualizing and controlling these risks through robust governance framework, internal control, and reporting mechanism is essential for proactive risk management and stakeholder assurance. Measuring the financial performance, a comparative measurement of governance in the market economy. While the importance of good governance is widely acknowledged, establishing a direct correlation between the corporate governance practice and financial performance remains a challenge. Companies must navigate the complexity of the measuring the financial impact of the governance initiatives and benchmarking their performance against the industry peer and the market leaders. Additionally, there is no established relationship between corporate governance and the market value of a company. Factors such as industry, dynamic macroeconomic conditions, and investor sentiment can influence market valuation, making it difficult to isolate the direct impact of governance practice on a company's market value. In the previous discussion, we explored the environmental and social aspect, complemented by the hypothetical model based on experience, presenting ideas for business entities to develop governance strategies within the ESG framework. However, in today's India's business fraternity, sustainable ESG reporting has emerged as a necessity for commercial activity. Thus, ESG reporting serves as a measurable benchmark to evaluate a company's performance, influencing its rating on the stock exchange. So stay tuned for the next week insightful presentation where we will dive deeper into the sustainable ESG reporting for India. Till then, best wishes and stay safe. Bye-bye.